Good morning, everyone. We are going to get started here in about 5 minutes. So please make your way to your seats, get any last snacks, drinks, and we'll get started shortly. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. If we could have Don Terrell and Derek join us, so we can get started. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today at the Native Edge Institute, Orlando, Florida. I'm Kaya Jackson. I am the Business Development Specialist with the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And today we have our Board of Chair, Derek Watchman, and then we have Don Terrell Stills with the Department of Commerce? Florida Commerce. Just a few housekeeping items. I'm going to turn it over to Jack really quick, and he's going to talk about our live stream.
Good morning again, everyone. Just a quick note for our online audience. Our internet has been a little shaky this morning. We're going to keep watching it throughout the day, but you may experience a little bit of lag in the stream. We will also be monitoring chat for questions, so please let us know if you have any questions for any of our presenters, and we will get to them as soon as possible. Thank you, Kaya.
Thank you, Jack. Just on that note, we will send all the PowerPoints and the recording after the event is over as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yat e abine. That's good morning in Navajo. And so, welcome, everybody. I'm Derek Watchman, Chairman of the Board for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, NC AIED. And so, we're probably more known for RES. And so, we sponsor and have been sponsoring and hosting the Reservation Economic Summit. For those of you that are familiar, but we're planning for RES 25, which is coming up in March. But welcome to our Native Edge Institute. I am the chairman of the board for the National Center. And the National Center, a little bit of history, has been around since the 1960s. We started as a small business group, primarily in the Los Angeles area. And so a group of very prominent Native business owners at that time felt that they were getting pushed out of business opportunities, primarily in the Los Angeles area. There's a lot of history behind that. And so, obviously during, the civil rights and, a lot of challenges, especially with, the minority groups, and in this case with American Indian entrepreneurs. And so, as a result, these individuals got together and created what is called the UID, United Indian Development Association, which now has grown into the National Center. But I always forget, as a Navajo, I need to introduce myself. So, Derek Watchman, again, originally I grew up in a little town called Navajo, New Mexico. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation. Navajo is right in the middle of the reservation, and so my joke is I'm a Navajo from Navajo. And so, and I say that because Navajo is so big. Navajo Nation, we're basically, our reservation is the size of West Virginia. We're in 4 states. And so over the years, I've come to know that many of my relatives on Navajo, the eastern folks have not really been to the western side of Navajo, and the western folks have not been to the eastern side. And it takes almost a full day to go from east to west or vice versa. And so when I say I'm from Navajo, they say, oh, yeah, we're on Navajo. Navajo. Well, there's a little town called Navajo, New Mexico, where I grew up, and, I have a lot of great friends. In fact, some of my friends are, married to some of our staff here. And so, but I grew up as an entrepreneur. I got interested in business because in the little town of Navajo, New Mexico, my father was one of the first, I think I call it first, one of the first Native Americans that set up a Standard Oil gas station. And so it was promptly, and it was highlighted out there as, we're venturing into, we're doing gas station and C-stores in Indian country. So my father was one of the first franchisees on the Navajo reservation. So I remember pumpkin gas. I actually remember at night, rolling and counting the money and rolling the coins, because as a business person, you had to get your deposits ready. So that stuck in my mind. And so I have a history in banking and finance and tribal government. I went to we're talking about Res 25, and that's going to be our 38th annual. What Res is coming up? 30. It's out there. 31. I went to, I think it was Res 2, which was Res 80, Res 87 I went to. And that's where I got my introduction into the National Center. And that's where I got myself interested and got involved in. I was a grad student. So I attended that, I had my resumes, and so I landed a job in New York after grad school. And so, that's history. But today, as the chairman of the board for the National Center, as you can tell, today, we have many, many topics. And so today is I don't know how many we've had here, but this is one of several Native Edge Institutes. And I can tell you it's getting, better and bigger. And so there's been some occasions where we only had a few of you, but I think we're going to have a full house today. We're expecting about 100 plus, both here physically and the rest online. And so what we're trying to do with the Native Edge Institute is to, on very short one-day training sessions, is to give you snapshots, of what it takes, especially many of you that are Native-owned and perhaps you do business on your reservation. There are some very particular business challenges if you're developing on trust land. I know because I grew up on Navajo. I saw my father with his business, and I tried to buy and get in, become a better entrepreneur on Navajo. But it's challenging. It's challenging, especially when you call the financial institutions. They say, "Oh, you're on a reservation? Okay, well, sorry." And there's many challenges to that. So in these sessions today, basically like today, for example, we're going to talk about business growth and expansion strategies. Tourism is a big growth strategy for many, many reservations around the country. And so we made some announcements this past summer that we've been afforded a significant grant opportunity from the Department of Interior. So we're venturing into, on the business side and development, tourism. We're also going to talk about capital. That's my favorite, access to capital. There's a lot of capital opportunities out there, but we're still trying to work on, if you're on trust land, it's challenging. And why? Why is it challenging if you're an entrepreneur doing business on a reservation? Number one, different rules. Number two, it's trust land. So as an entrepreneur, you don't have access, you don't own the land. You basically have a right to use it through a business lease. Well, as a banker, a former banker, a lease is not, a secure, it's not complete security. You have no collateral. You have the right to use it. And so you still basically have the nations and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, for the most part, still have right of first refusal. So without that collateral, it's tough. And then the third thing is just, we have 574 different tribes. Is it 575? I think it's still 574 today. Each tribe has its own separate, unique business and legal system. And so it's a challenge for especially the lawyers. So when you do a deal, for the most part, the reason why you have lawyers is that they do opinions, and in their opinions, they basically say the documents that everybody sign are legal and enforceable. That's, for the most part, the reasons why you have lawyers involved in these, especially the bigger transaction. And in many cases, a lot of lawyers say, we don't know if we can completely opine that this particular tribe, has a system where you can understand it, you can get case law, and so forth. So those are big things that I think we are challenged. But anyhow, we're going to talk about leadership. It's always dealing with tribal leadership, you as leaders in the community, you leaders, how do we further improve that? We're talking about contracting opportunities. I know that John Shakura does a great job in talking about the different options and how to work with the feds on many fronts. Empowerment, talk about that. One of the things that we're really trying to focus on with the National Center is empowering and growing our economies in Indian country and Indian America, if you will. Because, that in many cases, America, the bread and butter is commerce and business. How do we do that in Indian country? And why? Jobs, economic development, community development. Why? so that we can keep to grow in our economies. If you look at, for example, the 2020 census, if you look at the data related to how many folks live on reservations, that number is declining. So if you look at approximately 5.5 natives out in Indian country or out in the United States, only about 25% of them actually live on reservations. And that has declined in the last 10 years. It was like 30, 35. To me, that is a challenge. How do we keep our people home? How do we create opportunities? And why do we want to keep people home? To protect homeland, right? Because we all fought very hard on many fronts, to keep our land. Land is sacred. Land is what gives us the strength as natives to be who we are. So without the land, that is creating some big challenges. So how do we build the economy so that we can keep our people home or bring our young back? So for me as a chairman of the board, those are things that I see. So today we're going to kind of speak to that either directly or indirectly. Federal contracting, as we're going to hear today, the federal government is probably the largest buyer of goods and services in the world. And so John's going to have a few tricks of the trade and help us get through that. I find his presentation very, very interesting. Then, of course, we're going to talk about supplier diversity. There's, this mandate out, especially from the federal government, to have diversity. And, there's certain quotas for buying from different groups, including Indian-owned, Native-owned businesses. And then finally, we're going to talk about our APEX, formerly our PTAC group. And so today, get ready. Listen intently that as I plan to do, there's always something new here, even though it's only for one day. There's a lot of information that we're going to share. And so, and then put on your calendars, if you haven't already, Reservation Economic Summit 25, Res 25, and that's scheduled for March 10th through the 13th, right, Aaron? Okay. March 10th through the 13th, Caesars Palace, Las Vegas, or I'm sorry, Clark County, Nevada, right? Las Vegas, Nevada. And so I say it because, some of our tribal leaders had to put Clark County on their travel requests as opposed to, it's my joke, but yes.
39 years.
Okay, 39 years. Okay, 39 years for Reservation Economic Summit, and 50 plus years for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. So Res 25 is going to happen. It's going to be bigger, but last year our show was outstanding, very informative. I met so many people. I'm a private consultant. 2 more minutes. Okay, all right. They said you have 15 minutes and fill in the space here. So at the last Res, I met a lot of people. So I'm a private entrepreneur myself. I have a consulting business. So, I'm using those contacts, to see if I can generate more business for my little company out of Window Rock. But also just to advance and grow the National Center and our presence in Indian country. And so I say Indian country, but, now we're talking about, are we Native American, Indians, Natives, Indigenous? And so I guess honestly I'm still not there with Indigenous because I grew up, as an Indian. So when I go to Gallup, I grew up in a small town in Navajo, but I went to Gallup, which is off the Navajo reservation. So they say, oh, here comes the Indians. It's a little bit derogatory, but that's what sticks in my mind. But nonetheless, welcome. Get your business cards out because we'll have short sessions to get to know each other, and I'm looking forward to you all, gaining as much knowledge as we can present here. I look forward to seeing you in Las Vegas. And also just, keep up with our social media. We are going to have several of these. This NAI is, I don't know, do we have a count there? How many? This is our...
Almost 7 years now, but on average maybe 10.
Okay. So 70 plus presentations around the country. And so we've been We've been to Alaska. We've been to Hawaii, and everything in between. And so, time to stop. And so, welcome, and let's have a good time today. Refreshments over there, things are in the back. So, I'd like to welcome Mr. Stills. I'll give it to you. So, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you, Derek. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? If you guys don't mind, I'm going to place the mic down. I think I'm loud enough. Okay. Well, good morning again, everyone. My name is Dontrell Stills. I'm with Florida Commerce. One thing with Florida Commerce that I will say, and I know we're going to be kind of short on time, so I'm going to give you guys a high-level overview. Most times when people think of Florida Commerce or they think of the government, the first thing that comes into their mind is grants and free money. Well, this is something just a little bit different. I actually represent the Office of Small Business Innovation. In the Office of Small Business Innovation, we try to conquer one of the major problems, like Derek was stating, and that's access to capital. And we try to do that through different lending programs. A lot of times, whether it's your local government, state government, federal government, when everyone's looking for the free money, that's when there's more hoops that you have to jump through. So we came up with a few programs around lending and loans that'll actually make it easier to access capital for women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses. So the Office of Small Business Innovation promotes economic prosperity for small businesses and communities through a portfolio of economic development programs that further diversifies Florida economy and creates further resiliency. So in a nutshell, what we actually do, we try our best to make sure that any women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, or local municipalities in rural areas, they have the opportunity to access the same level of capital as anyone else in the United States. Some of the programs that I'm going to go over, we have a long laundry list of programs that we actually use to get these funds to where they need to be with the local small business owners. But we're going to go over maybe about 4 or 5 of those different programs and let you know how they actually work. Our major program and our baby is SSBCI. With SSBCI, those are actually federal funds that we've gotten through the U.S. Treasury for small businesses within the United States. And again, we focus on minority-owned business, women-owned businesses, businesses in rural areas, and veteran-owned businesses. Currently, we're in, I want to say, tranche 2. Next week, we should get tranche 2, and that's roughly around $175 million. In total, we're going to have $488 million for this one particular lending program to actually provide access to capital to these target markets. With the SSBCI program, we're not the actual lenders. What we do, we partner with different certified lenders, whether they're credit unions, major banks, small banks. We step in the gap to actually fill that lane of maybe times where they say, okay, you don't have this, so we can't do the deal, or you don't have that, we can't do the deal. We primarily do it through 3 different ways. One is through loan participation. With loan participation, you'll go to one of our certified lenders. They say, hey, you're asking for $10 million. They're going to do their underwriting, but based on their underwriting, they may say, hey, we're only able to qualify you for 5, but we know you're looking for 10. That's when we step in for SSBCI. For loan participation, if they're willing to do 5, then we'll step in and do 5. Then you have some of those other scenarios where they'll say, okay, it's a smaller business. They haven't been up and running for quite some time just yet. We need some form of collateral. That's our second part of the program. We do collateral guarantee. So using that same example, you're going in and you have everything laid out and they're reviewing your financials and you're looking for $10 million, but they say, hey, we're going to need some type of collateral. A part of our program, we take a portion of that $488 million that we have, and we step in and we'll say, hey, how about we put in a $5 million CD at your bank to make sure that you're getting this deal underwritten for these particular clients. The third one is actually guaranteed, the loan guarantee. With the loan guarantee, again, you'll still go to your local credit union or you'll go to your local bank and they'll do their full underwriting process. And then when they come back and they say, well, I just don't know about this. They're a smaller company. Looking at their financials, we may not be able to do this. We review it on our end with our board. If it's something that's able to help make this deal work, we'll do loan participation and tell them, hey, on the guarantee side, we'll guarantee it for anywhere between 3 to 5 years, depending on what the term of your loan is, saying, hey, if they default, we'll step in at that point and pay a portion of the actual loan. So again, with these programs with SSBCI, we're not the lenders, but we're stepping in, bridging the gaps for minority-owned businesses. Just some quick numbers on the SSBCI program. From 2023 to 2024, currently, we've facilitated over 147 loans where we've stepped in and actually helped out minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses. And between those 147 loans over this 1-year time span, we've currently used up $200 million of that tranche to step in and make sure that minority-owned businesses are having that same access to capital as anyone else. The next program that we actually run is our RLF program. It's Rebuild Florida. Basically, it's kind of like the SSBCI, but our target market is we're looking for businesses that are currently outside of the state of Florida that's maybe looking to bring business to the state of Florida, or we're looking for businesses that are looking to start up in the state of Florida. And again, I know we're doing a high-level overview. I'm going to give you guys a website at the end of the presentation. At the end of the presentation, when you go to that website, you can click on any one of these programs, and it'll tell you how to apply and what the qualifications are. The next one is our EBL program. This is where, and I know here in the state of Florida, we're tired of hearing the word storm and hurricane. This is where all of our resources have been over the last couple months, and it's with our EBL program. With the EBL program, it's an emergency bridge loan. And again, we want to make sure we give priority to minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and veteran-owned businesses. With the EBL program, basically it's to help any small business that was affected by any of the storms that came through recently. This is a program that we constantly have running, but unfortunately, over the last couple months with 3 storms back to back, every county in the state of Florida, all 67 counties qualify at this time because at some point in time over the last 3 months, every county's been affected. Basically, with the EBL program, we offer 0% interest loans. It previously, until maybe 3 weeks ago, we offered these at 12 months, 0% interest. And basically, it's exactly what it says. It's a bridge loan. We try to get you from point A to point B while you're waiting on your insurance company to cut a check, or while they're dragging their feet on sending out an adjuster, or anything that we can do to help cover payroll, help get your lights back on, help to increase that revenue while you're waiting to get everything back in line. With the EBL loan, they are 0% interest loans. They're currently now from 12 months to 24 months. We actually allow you guys as small business owners, we want to do what we can do to help as much as possible, so we'll allow you to come up with the amortization schedule. It can be something that you're paying installment payments over those 24 months, or you can say, hey, I just don't have it at this moment. If you guys are able to give me that 0% for 24 months, I'll make that balloon payment at the 24 months. Currently, the limit on this program is $50,000 per business per disaster. So if you have a business that was affected by all 3, you qualify up to the 150,000. The small things that we're looking for, and again, it's not one of those jump through the hoop type things. We want to make sure we're providing access to capital in the most efficient way. We ask you for your business tax returns just to show that you were in business before the storm happened. Again, we all know anytime someone's stepping up or stepping to the forefront to help, you're going to have people that have that kind of back thought of their head of, okay, we're going to take advantage of programs. So we want to make sure that you were in business at the time of the storm. We want a copy of your personal tax returns to make sure that you're paying your taxes. If we're going to use government money, At 0% interest, we want to make sure that you're current on your taxes. So we're business tax returns, personal tax returns, a copy of your ID, and proof that you have anywhere between 2 and 100 employees. We want to make sure that we're actually affecting the economy in a positive way. And I know I'm running kind of short on time, so I'll run real quickly through the last two programs. The small one, as far as the microfinance, it's definitely like the first SSBCI. It's actually targeted towards, again, minority-owned businesses. And these are those, again, those small startup businesses, maybe those sole props, mom-and-pop type businesses, to give them access to capital as well. And then we also have a black business loan program that we run as well. Some of the numbers, again, just to let you know the type of volume that we're doing for our community. With the RLF program from 2019 until now, we've actually provided over $51 million in access. With the EBL loans, we actually look at those per disaster. The last disaster that came through was Milton. Since Milton hit, and I want to say that was maybe about 30, 45 days ago, we've actually approved 473 applications for over $18 million. And for our black business loan program, over the last year from 2023 to 2024, we provided 23 loans to small minority-owned black businesses in the total of $862,000. We also run some small local loan programs as far as your local government. We know that local governments had issues when it came to different facilities type things with the storms that came through. So if anyone here is on a local level as far as your government, we actually offer those same 0% loans to your local government. And then for our rural communities, and a lot of times you may have reservations within rural communities, at the bottom you'll see the counties that actually qualify for the Rural Community Loan Fund. And we're actually doing the same thing, but this is just on your local government level. These are two of our programs that we just discontinued, just letting you know the type of resources that we had out. We had $676 million through our Homeowners Assistance Fund. This was actually during the COVID time. Any of our small business owners that had issues when it came to COVID, whether it was foreclosures, displacement, small things, even getting internet back up so you can run your business. And then we also have our Hispanic Business Initiative Fund through Prosper. I know it was very high level, guys. So if you have any questions for me, this is my email address, dontrell.stills@commerce.fl.gov, and that's my work number. If you're trying to reach me with a question, it will probably be better for my email. I respond quicker with email over the phone. But if you go to floridajobs.org, that's the website, floridajobs.org. It tells in detail about all the different programs that we offer for our minority-owned businesses as far as lending. If you click on each of the links over the program, it tells the details as well as the qualification it takes to qualify, as well as the link to go in and apply. For all of our programs, with the exception of SSBCI, because you have to actually go to a third-party lender and we just back the loan, for the rest of those, if you click on it, you can apply right online. The easiest one at this point in time that I will say each and every small business owner should take advantage of is that 0% EBL loan currently. Even if it's to get your business that extra push that you need, or if it's to cover payroll, get your lights back on, get the small things, because we know everyone was affected in different ways when it came to the different storms. But again, guys, if you have any questions, my name is Don Trell. I'm with the Office of Small Business Innovation, and this is my contact information, and I hope everyone have a great day.
Okay, next we're going to bring up Yvette Fielder with our tourism panel. So we're going to have Gordon, Ed, and Melissa.
Test. Okay. We got a little bit of a tight fit, but we can make it work. Like Kaya mentioned, my name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm a program director here at the National Center. And we have a new initiative with the Office of Indian and Economic Development, Department of Interior, and it's our tourism program. So we wanted to include a tourism panel in our Native Edge Institutes because what I've learned is, you mentioned tourism and people think, oh, we don't have tourism, but all small business owners in some way or another all intersect with all of our programs, and many don't realize that they are in the business of tourism as well for small business development. So in our panel today, we have some great leaders here joining us. We have Mr. Ed Hall, who is the Indigenous Economic Development and Tourism Executive in Residence at the George Washington University School of Business. Gordon Oliver Wareham is joining us from the Seminole Tribe of Florida, and Melissa Brooks, the Regional Partnership Manager, Central East Visit Florida. So thank you so much for being here. Who wants to go first? Ladies first? Okay. And if you want to are you more comfortable just sitting down on the panel and, or? Okay, perfect. Here you go. Okay.
Now that we all got tucked in here, all nice and neat. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me today. Again, my name is Melissa Brooks. I'm the Regional Partnership Manager for Visit Florida. For those that are not familiar with Visit Florida, we are the state tourism marketing agency. We serve as the official source of travel planning for visitors across the globe that are coming to the state of Florida. We are actually not a government agency, but rather a not-for-profit corporation created as a public-private partnership by the Florida legislature in 1996. Each year, the legislature does appropriate public funding to Visit Florida to be allocated for tourism marketing. And we are tasked with actually matching those public funds dollar for dollar, which is done by actively recruiting the state's tourism industry to invest as partners throughout cooperative advertising campaigns, promotional programs, and many other marketing ventures. According to the Office of Economic and Demographic Research, for every $1 the state invests in Visit Florida, $3.27 in state tax revenue is also generated. So today I'm going to go over some additional information about Visit Florida, some of our audience research, as well as our marketing efforts that we do throughout the year. So again, that's me. You can get my contact information off of that QR code up on the screen there. I also have it at the end. The Regional Partnership Manager. So what my job is essentially to work with you as partners in the tourism industry to make sure that you are utilizing all the partnership benefits, which I'll also go over when it comes to being a part of Visit Florida. And there's 5 of us that do this within the state. My region, as I mentioned, is the Central East area. So everywhere from Seminole and Lake County, all the way down to Okeechobee and St. Lucie counties, and then the 4 counties that are in between. So I have a little 8-county region that I manage the partnerships on behalf of, Visit Florida. So just some of the tourism numbers I wanted to go over with you for the past year. In tourism, the bar was set in 2019, before, of course, everything went a little wonky. And we have actually surpassed those numbers in regards to tourism. So in 2023, we had over 140 million visitors come to the state of Florida, compared to 2019. Where was that number? I have it somewhere. Compared to 2019, we had 131.1 million visitors in 2019. So almost 10 more million visitors this past year. So it's a very great impact on the economy, of course, for the state of Florida. We generated $121.5 billion in 2023 for tourism, which has set another high in this past year. And then, of course, with all of the taxes, all of the revenue that we receive from the taxes that the visitors pay for, the TDT taxes and all of that fun stuff, I think we save residents somewhere around $8,000 in taxes every year. So it's a great impact for not just the community and businesses, but you as residents as well. I know Dontrell mentioned the word we don't like, storms. But what we do at Visit Florida, of course, is campaign to make sure that we market the state of Florida because it is such a large state. Yes, we do get impacted in large areas, but that doesn't mean that the entire state is closed once a hurricane comes through. So our job is to kind of do a three-pronged approach to messaging. So we, immediately following the storm, we provide real-time information to visitors and potential visitors. We then start a marketing campaign that says the sun is still shining in Florida. And then our third prong is we go to the 5 most impacted communities where we develop specific marketing to provide information and let people know that these areas that were impacted are actually ready for visitors to come back. So I actually have a little video here. So that's just some of the marketing that we do to help get the message back out that Florida, of course, is still open. On our visitflorida.com website, which is our consumer travel planning website, we receive every year over 20 plus million viewers. I think when I just started with Visit Florida last year, and it was like 23 million. This year, they're expecting around 28 million visitors to the website. And on the website, we have all kinds of different areas for planning, for folks to plan their visits, including arts and culture, nature and outdoors, different areas throughout the state, and also providing travel ideas for folks that are looking to, find something different to Florida, because everybody knows the big 3 in the middle of the state here, just around the corner, and then the beaches. But there's so much more to the state of Florida. So we write, our content team writes these amazing articles about what else Florida has to offer the visitors to the state. And then how can you participate? How can you be a part of that amazing website? Well, first off, if your business faces the tourism industry, you are eligible for a free web listing on visitflorida.com. It's very simple to sign up for, visitflorida.org/join. Fill out the quick little form, and you'll get a very basic web listing on visitflorida.com. If you are looking for a more, a wider approach to marketing, we also have partnerships. And through those partnerships, you can be a part of our social media offerings. We have, of course, our visitflorida.com, or our Visit Florida handle, and then our Pride in Florida handle, which is LoveFL, on all of the different social media applications. And between those 2 different handles and the different apps, we have over 1.87 million followers, including our own YouTube channel with 60 million followers. It's crazy. 60 million, 60,000, sorry. Some of the marketing campaigns that we also do include the Florida adventure travel. So we have our different audience types that are coming to the state, because we have, of course, our older generations. We have our family getaways, our thrills and arts and culture seekers. So this particular ad campaign is based towards adventure travel. So for a more natural kind of experience, like the real Florida kind of experience, this is one of our campaigns that we do. We, of course, also have the official Florida Vacation Guide. Every year we print about 300,000 of those. We also have a digital version of this guide that lives on visitflorida.com, and every year receives over 1 million views. And the great thing with this is that business listings from our partners will actually have live web links. So visitors will be directed straight to your business if you become a partner and get listed in the guide. We also, of course, own all of the welcome centers coming into the state, as well as one in the Capitol building in Tallahassee. So we do offer different programs for displaying brochures, doing transparency displays, wrapping the entire building with your marketing materials. And I want to say over about 1.5 million people visited our different welcome centers last year. And based on the surveys our teams did, over 34% of those folks actually changed their travel plans based on the brochures and information they found in the welcome center. So it is a great resource for marketing your business to the tourism industry, and it's really not very expensive either. Like 1 year for in a 4x9 standard rack brochure is, if you're not a partner, $200. You just have to send the brochures to the welcome center. It's not a huge marketing spend, so it's definitely worth it if you have the opportunity to. So with Visit Florida, how do you work with us? So again, you can claim your free web listing. You can use our social handles, social hashtags, so like hashtag LoveFL or hashtag LoveVisitFlorida or hashtag Visit Florida. As partners, you can submit editorial information for our calendar of events. You can reach the drive visitors again through the Welcome Center programs. And then we do have some additional marketing programs that we co-invest with our partners. So if you become a partner of Visit Florida, we will co-invest 25% of whatever marketing program we're looking at. So a lot of them are around a $5,000 mark for marketing. So Visit Florida will pay $1,750. You'll only pay $3,750 to participate in those. Ta-da. You just have to use our in partnership with Visit Florida logo to follow some of the guidelines for that. We do all kinds of different marketing, whether it is online, print, billboards. We even have social marketing. I found out something new this year. You can do Snapchat commercials. I didn't know you could do commercials on Snapchat, but apparently you can. So that's one of the co-op marketing efforts that we have. But we also have things like arts and cultural geofencing. So we look at visitors who are going to the museums and live performances in different cities, and we're capturing those folks and then retargeting them to come to Florida and come visit our arts and cultural type activities. So just to end quickly, so make sure you communicate with your local DMO. Of course, Visit Florida, we're the state version of the marketing organizations, but then your local county and sometimes even your local cities will be a great partner to you. So like in this area, of course, Visit Orlando or Experience Kissimmee. Some others, like they're great chambers of commerce that actually have tourism directors and things like that as well. Like I have Indian River and their Chamber of Commerce does their tourism marketing. They don't have a separate entity like a Visit Orlando or Experience Kissimmee. So make sure you communicate with them. You can also, of course, reach out and connect with me. I'm here again in the Central East region. There are actually 5 of us throughout the state. So depending on where you're actually located throughout the state of Florida, one of us is going to be able to help you. So these are my cohorts in the world of regional partnership managers for Visit Florida. We're happy to help. We're happy to answer questions about what it is to become a Visit Florida partner, to learn about our the benefits, the research that we offer, and all that kind of fun stuff. So thank you all very much.
You go ahead. You sure? Yeah. I'm good. Ciantamo, Istango, and Baksho. My name's Gordon Alder Warham. Like I said, I'm director for the Athathiki Museum. About 27 years ago, my Uncle Billy and the former chief, James E. Billy, created the Athathiki Museum, a place to learn and a place to remember. The reason why they created this museum is not because of tourism, because they saw out there in Florida and the rest of the United States, they were telling the Seminole stories. They would have exhibits there. Some of it was good, some of it wasn't good. And they was just asking themselves, like, why don't we tell our own story? Why don't we tell our own story? We have the Steam Car Casino over there, and it's got enough money there to actually support a casino. why don't we actually start collecting and start preserving our own history and telling our own history to the world? So that's how the Athathiki Museum was created. Over the years, we created this thing called the American Indian Art Celebration, which has been rebranded to the American Indigenous Art Celebration 2 years ago, to kind of, because we were getting questions like, hey, Native American Month, Heritage Month, why don't you celebrate that? And so my uncle, and once again, James Billy, thought about it, and they said, yeah, let's have something for the kids, like bring school kids to, because we were getting asked by a lot of schools, could we send somebody over to do oral histories or some kind of programming, and it would be easier for the schools to come to us and then have that celebration. So this is how this festival started. And found out, we would get like maybe 100 people come, 150 come, 5 or 6 years that was going on. And all of a sudden we opened ecotourism on the Billy Swan, in Big Cypress at the Billy Swan Safari. And by doing the ecotourism, taking people on the airboat, taking them out into the Everglades on swamp buggies and doing alligator wrestling, and that brought more people to Big Cypress. It opened up our economy in Big Cypress. We were bringing in thousands of people yearly, and it was working really, really, really well until this thing come along called COVID. And and it shifted everything that we were doing. Billy Swan Safari to open up again, they looked at the numbers and it wasn't feasible to actually open up Billy Swan Safari. So that eco tourism kind of faded out of our tourism, and so it just left the Athathiki Museum now to kind of like, and the rest of that part of the tribe. We got the Hard Rock, but to ask ourselves, what is tourism to us? What does that mean? What is it to bring people to the Athathiki Museum? What are we trying to tell? And so it's been a really, really a hard discussion of what our plans are for the Athathiki Museum. The first thing was the community. The community saw the Athathiki Museum, and they were asking, what is your part in it? And we told them, like, we need you guys to reinvest in the museum, like not just money-wise, but actually come to the museum as Seminoles. We need to reintroduce ourselves to our tribe of people, and because we were closed for a good 2 years. What are our part within our tribe? And so we started having little events, little things to reintroduce ourselves, especially to the young ones. And by doing that, they started coming a little bit more, and our activities started growing from 25 to 30 people to 100 people to 200 people. And our past AIEC, we broke a record. We had 3,100 people actually show up to our event, where the previous year it was 2,400. And we found out, hey, we are generous of what we're doing. We really want to have a connection. We need to connect to the people first, our community first, and then tourism would come, because we found out that tourism loved to come in, and people loved coming in, seeing our history, seeing our art, seeing our patchwork, but they really, really wanted to see the people. They really want to have a conversation with the tribal people to see, hey, you're here. You're still unconquered. Your story still means something to the world. And that really, really meant something to us. So, like I said, as far as tourism goes for the Seminole Tribe of Florida, we're finding that people are really, really interested in knowing us. So up here in Orlando, we have actually had 2 exhibits. Last year at Winter Park, at the Pulaski Gardens, Museum and Gardens, we had our first exhibit off campus up here with our Seminole artists. We had our largest artist collection, 27 Seminole artists and over 60 art pieces was at that location. And it's a beautiful spot. And literally, it was a wonderful experience with us to have that collaboration with that museum. And then just past about a month ago, we had another collaboration with the Winter Garden Heritage Museum. There was a lady that donated jackets and things that she has collected through the years, and the museum contacted us and they showed us, their panels of what they wanted to show. And we told them, yeah, you got a lot of stuff off of Google and a lot of it's wrong. So I'm glad that you contacted us so we can sit down with you and make sure that your verbiage and your stories is correct. And so we worked with them for a good month, and they invited us to come up. We went up, and we had a wonderful time. It was absolutely beautiful how they displayed our art and our patchwork and told our story there. And not only that, it was the largest gathering or opening they had. And that just proves to me that people still come to Florida, and communities still come to Florida to see the Seminoles. We're working with Gainesville, University of Gainesville, working at FSU to create new exhibits up there at their museums and at their colleges. And so it's been a really, really wonderful experience in these collaborations, and also History Miami, History Fort Lauderdale. Now they want to make sure that what they're putting up is correct, because they know that people are now coming to South Florida, coming to Florida, and they want to make sure that what they have on the walls is correct, and that's part of tourism. And so this has been a very, very, very interesting 3 years that, like I said, I've been director, because it's been, hey, let's talk, let's collaborate, and make sure that what we're telling is correct. And like I said, I just got notified I was going to be doing this conference. That's why I don't have any slides. Because like I said, we just finished our AIEC last week. We actually had Dallas Goldtooth come. If anybody knows Dallas Goldtooth, we had him. Apache Crown Dancers, they were here. And then we had the Lightning Boy Hoot Dancers come. And it's, like I said, it was an incredible event. I just got to show my advertisement. So, hold on. This was our shirts. This was actually created, the model was, her name's Kylie Billy. She's over the Oakley Village, and I had her kind of model for me. I took the picture, and we created this art with SMP, Seminole Media Production, and this was our advertisement for this year. So, like I said, it's been really, really interesting working with different media and different people to actually start drawing people to the Seminole stories. And like I said, it's an honor to be here. So I'm going to hand it over.
Thank you, Ollie. Well, good morning. And I'm Ed Hall. I'm with the National Center, now also working with George Washington University. And I'm a new participant here with tourism. And as was mentioned, tourism is a new addition for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And I retired recently from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I was the tourism coordinator for over 30 years there. And worked there really to establish really the beginning of recognizing tribes as part of the tourism industry. And, as was represented here, the whole United States really is Indian country. And so when you go anywhere in the United States, people want to know who was here first and what's their story. And when you look at tourism, and especially cultural tourism and tourism as it pertains to tribes, it's about the people. It's not as much about the landscape. So tourism is also kind of an invasive industry as well, because when you look at people being the commodity or being the destination, there's a lot on a community in regard to what visitor expectations are, how people interface. And then, of course, there's the whole aspect of economic development and business. Tourism is economic development. And so when I started with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I came in under the Division of Transportation. And prior to that, I had worked on small business development, but I was also brought in to be one of the members of Senator Domenici at that time's task force on NAFTA. And we were looking at how our nation's grids work to serve economic development and how they can be improved. And, that was the time when the interstate system was just finished back in the early 90s. And so they were looking at what is the next step. But in that process, what they realized is that our nation's grids infrastructure for economic development had no inclusion or even recognition of Indian country as being a part of that or being included in the planning or development of that. So looking at how tribes are equipped to be a part or have their own economic development, it was never a thought, put it that way. The whole past history of our country was really about assimilation. And so tribal lands were looked at as being temporary, so you have land in trust. We were ideally to be assimilated and melt into the rest of the population. And so the fact that we're still here, as you hear with Ollie here, is something that people around the world are really interested in. And that's another thing that people in the United States didn't quite recognize, that, we were largely and are largely invisible in this country, but that the people who are interested in learning about our culture, learning about our history, are largely from other countries. So there's a big international interest in American Indian tribes and cultures. And so that was one of our key audiences to look at too in terms of visitation. So in the early stages of my work, then I had to look at how to bring tribes into the planning and development of their own infrastructure, so that they then were able to look at the development of the grids, the rail, the transportation, the communications grids, as how that serves not only their communities, but provides them with access to markets so that they then could have an economy. And tourism became one of those key areas of possibility for industry, for economy, for tribes, because they had something unique that other people didn't have, other people couldn't copy or authenticate themselves and their story and their history. And most of what people today know about us was written about us, not by us. So a lot of what you've read, what you've learned, including, tribal people, because we have the same education institutions, is not based on fact. It's based on other people's perspectives of who we are. So, we also have the media, we have the film industry, and all of these other things that depicted us a certain way. And there are a lot of the spaghetti westerns and things that became very popular in Italy and all over. And then, of course, a gentleman by the name of Karl May wrote all these books in Germany about these. He'd never been to the United States, never met a native person, but he wrote all these books about native people and inspiring German people to want to learn more about native people. So they have clubs over there called Indianer clubs that they actually study different tribes and learn about their languages. They learn their languages. They brought people over to teach them their culture and their dance and their stories. And so it's fascinating when you see how, intensely they follow us but don't know us, right? And so you see that kind of interest. You see that kind of romanticization of who we are, not knowing who we are. And in many instances, you've heard about the boarding schools. And so that's something that's coming forward today about our past and our history, and making the media about how people are looking at how we as Native people then were removed from our own culture, from our own access to not only knowledge about our families and stuff, but being able to have our languages, right? So language restoration, cultural restoration, all of these things are happening now in Native communities to bring back culture as well, and one of the key things is our youth, being able to teach our youth our culture, our languages, because without that, it disappears. And without them being involved in it, it disappears anyways, because they don't see that as relevant to themselves. So why tourism? And a lot of people really thought that that was a crazy thing to focus on. But in reality, tourism as economic development, as it pertains to cultures, is a critical thing, because those businesses that are established around the tourism industry are serving the tourists for sure, but they also integrate culture, right? So that culture is integrated into the business development. And it can range from anything, but when people come, they might want to see those landscapes, go outdoors and do outdoor recreation and stuff. But they also, hunting, fishing, skiing, but they also want to have it through the lens of the people. They want to hear about it through the voice of the people and how they are related to these landscapes. So being able to interpret and to know your history, know your culture, know your journey is a really important part then of being able to have a tourism industry in Indian country. So what we looked at then is, what are all of the needs? I got asked as part of the Bureau of Indian Affairs to participate in the planning for the Lewis and Clark Bicentennial, which was 2003 to 2006. We started in 1997 under the Clinton administration, planning for this big national event, really inviting the world in to join this retracing of an expedition of the Louisiana Purchase with Lewis and Clark. And so we spent many years going out. But when they brought me in, the federal government agency said, well, we have the Indians here. And I had to remind them that, no, I'm not the Indians, and I might be native, but I certainly can't represent the voice of the Indians, right? Tribes are sovereign. And so one of the most important things is that it's a tribal decision as to whether they want to participate in this event. And so we have to work with them individually to see if that's something they want to be a part of. So they did agree, and we did work with the National Park Service to work with the individual tribes along the trail to ascertain if they wanted to participate or not. But in the process, what we learned was that they didn't have the capacity really to participate. They didn't have the infrastructure. So we had to do a lot to really support tribal involvement in this event. And so this is a report of that effort to bring tribes into the Lewis and Clark Bicentennial. And one of the key things about this is that, there was a lot of, controversy about that integration into this national event. One of the main things was there's a lot of Lewis and Clark aficionados who look at the journals of Lewis and Clark as like the Bible, They wrote the history. And what the Bicentennial Council agreed to was to make the tribal side of the story the number one priority for that event. That changed a lot because, number one, the tribes hadn't been a part of any prior event. So this is 200 years, right? So now to bring the tribes in and to acknowledge their oral history as being relevant to this story really shook a lot of historians and people who, had written all of these things. But we were fortunate. We had Stephen Ambrose, Undaunted Courage. We had James Aranda. We had Ken Burns and Dayton Duncan. We had all of these scholars. We had dinner with them, and we talked about this issue. And they were all in agreement that the tribal stories needed to be told, but it wasn't their job. It was the tribes. The tribes need to be the ones telling their story. And so that was the beginning of that integration of tribes into this and having their own voice. It is something that, we then were able to get funding, federal funding, to support that, but that also was the inspiration for starting the American Indian Tourism Conference, which is still going today, and then establishing the American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association, which is still going today, and providing a platform for tribes to start looking at developing their footprint, their professional capacity to be a part of the tourism industry. And so I was the person who helped start all of that, and then we also got involved with, as a part of, after that, Senator Schatz came to the Senate after Senator Inouye passed away. Senator Inouye had been a champion of Indian country at the Senate Committee Indian Affairs. And so what he did what Senator Schatz did was take on that mantle, and his first task was to ask his staff to write legislation that would support Native Hawaiians and tribes in the tourism industry. So a friend of mine who was Senator Schatz's staff called and had worked with me in the Clinton administration putting the bicentennial together and asked me to work with them on putting this legislation together. It's called the Native Act, the Native American Tourism and Improving Visitor Experience Act. And that act was passed in 2016. And it is a landmark piece of legislation which calls upon the federal government to identify all of their resources, assets, programs that support tribal capacity for tourism. And the Department of Interior, the Department of Commerce are the lead agencies in implementing this act. I became lead staff implementing it for the Department of Interior. And so we work to identify with federal agencies all of those programs. The act was funded in 2018, and we were able then to work with tribes in developing their planning, their feasibility studies, looking at how they build that. At the heart of it was small business. And so one of the key things is that it's not just about a tribal government having all of the different institutions and things for tourism. It's about the tribal community being a key part of it and having the businesses and the, being part of the workforce for it. And I think that was really well presented here from Seminole Tribe in terms of how Atahiki is looking at being that center, but also, recognizing and promoting all the tribal artists and people to be not just at the museum, but part of how they present themselves throughout the state. Now, when we look at the ability to have jobs, to have businesses, that's another thing that the Native Act is all about. So we need to coordinate those federal resources so that tribes are able to establish that footprint. And that's what our work with the National Center now is all about, is to take that next step and to bring those federal resources together and present them to tribal communities so that they then are able to use them to best effect to have a tourism industry where they're at. Now, the National Center also brings the added plus of having been in this business for many years, working with individual business development. And as I said, that's a critical piece of what we're looking at. It's not just the tribal government, it's also the community and how we support that involvement. But at the heart of it, what tourism does, it's about people. It's about people in the community having pride in who they are, finding that their culture is still relevant, that there are people out there who want to learn, who respect, and who will be there to not only be entertained by your culture, but also purchase and invest in what your culture represents so that you have the ability to sustain businesses in your community. You have, the economic capacity for a business to thrive, whereas you may not have had that economic threshold at home before. That's what tourism is. It's about bringing outside dollars in. And so those are new dollars in Indian country. Really, needs those dollars to help expand and to establish not only a business framework, but to also showcase that their culture is something that can be a part of business, can be seen as a value to business. And when you look at Florida, Hawaii, Nevada, a number of states that rely on tourism, right, because that's at the heart of their economic development, what that does, it's not just about economy and business for the individuals and the tribe, it's also about revenue for government and for infrastructure, so that this industry also brings money into our communities to help the tribal governments then be able to operate and to work. So I'm really excited about this new partnership with the National Center and being able to now look at how we can really help support economic development through tourism for tribal communities. Thank you.
That's great. Do we have any questions? We want you to be interactive. Any question that you can think of, honestly. Because John Schraka, when he gets up here, we're going to be running around with the mic because I know you're going to have a ton of questions. Any tourism? No? Derek?
Thank you first for your presentations, very delightful. This question is for Mr. Warham. How many visitors do you get at your facility each year, and what's the demographic behind that? If you do have information, I'm curious. Thank you.
Wish we had another mic.
So right now, we're looking at about 50,000 right now for this year, which is a really step up from the past few years. We're getting back to before pre-COVID numbers, which is really what we're really happy about. But as far as, you know, we consider ourselves a medium a museum, and our collaborations is where we really see our numbers. Is like we're proud of what we do, but we're right in the middle of the Everglades. It takes maybe a good hour and a half for somebody to get out there. So somebody coming out there to visit us, they're dedicated to actually learn about us. We get a lot of like Europeans, especially Germans, to come to visit us, and like I said, they're really curious. So that's why our collaborations with History Miami, History Fort Lauderdale, and these other museums around the states is so vital, is that we're telling our stories at their museum, and you know, we get to put our little logo on their panels, and it shows that, hey, we're there, we're part of that story. So we kind of not know the full of our numbers, but what comes to the museum is about 50,000 people per year.
So with the buildup of the tourism coming back after COVID, what is the likelihood of you reinstating your ecotourism there at Big Cypress?
Really, that's up to the community right now. It's they're trying to figure out what to do with Billy Swan Safari. As far as the animals go, they've taken out most of those animals because of the cost. But they're looking at what they can do with the land to actually bring people to, whether it's going to be a community garden, which, you know, invites outsiders to come and see what's happening, or actually people staying and camping on the because they're getting rid of the big animals there. So it's really up to the community and the leadership.
I was going to mention too. You mentioned you had is it Lightning Boy Foundation, Steve Laurence? Yes. Okay, so Steve Laurence, I've known him for several years. His son Nakota tragically passed away, and he had a passion for hoop dancing, and he always danced ever since he was a little 4-year-old. And when that occurred, he started the Lightning Boy Foundation, which was kind of already in the works, but it really grew. And to honor Nakota's legacy, teaching younger youth how to get into hoop dancing. And now they've been to Florida. They've been all over the world, actually, showcasing their work. So thank you for supporting them.
Well, they're coming back next year, so
oh, good.
Yeah.
Do you have another question?
Hey, Ed, I have a question for you. When you mention how you guys have looked at partnering with tribes and helping individual businesses succeed and thrive and grow or whatever, is it specifically geared toward businesses involved in tourism or something like that? Or is it all kinds of businesses?
It's all kinds of businesses. I mean, all kinds of, well, just basic infrastructure is needed in many tribal communities: water, sewer, transportation. I was from transportation. Transportation is central. So, you want planners, you have, it's like all of the different aspects. I mean, just the talk of amenities, for the community restaurants. Indigenous foods is a huge thing right now. And so being able to present them, but then tourists, what do they need? They need a place to stay, B&Bs. People can, mom and pop businesses can do that. And people love the idea of being able to stay with the family. So there's outfitter guides, there's being involved in the actual equipment, the sale of equipment. Most of what happens right now is that people purchase everything before they get to Indian country, and there's not a lot of places to spend their dollars while they're there. So a lot of the money is spent off community rather than in community. So those businesses are really important to turn those dollars around, but they're also businesses that the community can use, so they have the stores, so that people can buy their groceries, they can camp, they can stay in the hotels, they can, be there for a longer stay. And I forgot to mention too, I'm now part of a production to do a new travel show for tribal destinations that hopefully will be aired in the fall on CBS. So there is interest, in seeing what tribal destinations are and what they do, and who we are. And so I'm really excited to see that come to the next level.
There, question online?
One more.
Well, that'll be our last question. How about that?
This is actually a request. Is there a chance that the panelist company and contact info could be shared with all of the viewers?
Yes, we always follow up with a thank you email to everybody that participated online and in person, and we send you all the PowerPoints, and so that'll be forthcoming from Kaya. Thank you. Anything else? Any last thoughts? Let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. John Hickel with the Small Business Development Center, and we're going to go over access to capital.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I just want to say I've always personally been very fascinated with the Indian culture. I grew up in Missouri, and my family was also from Texas. And I can remember going out into farm fields up in Missouri, and you would find the Indian head and scraping stones, things like that. And then I actually went several years ago to a family reunion in Texas, and we went out along a creek, And my cousin said, hey, let's go looking, and sure enough, we found artifacts there as well. So it was pretty neat. But so I think this is a very fascinating audience for me to be around. So thank you for the opportunity. Hopefully this will not be too dry, because there were some very interesting facts and backgrounds here that were just presented. I'm going to talk a little bit more about business and first of all, let me just ask if I could just get a quick show of hands. How many of you all either are business owners or thinking about starting a business? Could you raise your hand? Okay, good. And one other question, how many of you are located in Florida? Okay, quite a few of you. Okay. Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to know, just to try to make this relevant. So I want to say lastly that before coming, I've only been with the Small Business Development Center since May of this year. And prior to that, for 25 plus years, I've been a business lender at banks, specializing in small business lending, commercial, larger company type lending, real estate lending, and more recently in SBA lending, which can include more startup type companies where you can either at a very young time of the company, before you've really achieved profitability, sometimes you can use what we call projections to say, here's the future potential of the company. So I'm going to go through some of these options, and I'll try to just kind of stay on it, but want to allow some time for Q&A as well. Just a bit of background. I think you all how many of you all have ever visited a small business development center? Do you? Good, thank you. One thing I just want to say, I'm going to go through a list of things that we do, but I've been a banker, like I say, for 25 plus years, and I always thought of small business development centers as people you go to if you want to get a business plan. And there's so much more that we do, and we, a lot of you are from Florida, but really throughout the country, there are over 1,000 centers. It's funded in part by the United States Small Business Administration, the SBA, and we provide all kinds of training and resources. When someone makes an appointment to see me, they may have an idea for a business, or maybe they have a business that they're trying to grow, or maybe they've been established for years and maybe they're saying, hey, I want to become more profitable, or I want to go into this new line of business, or maybe I want to buy another business. So it's actually pretty fascinating, and we're getting more now into even artificial intelligence. So sometimes at some point, maybe after I have a meeting with somebody, maybe I can use AI to generate some responses, some quick research and so forth. But we do try to provide all kinds of training and advising. And here in Florida, we're a member of the Florida Small Business Development Center Network. It's been around a long time, since '76. And I don't know if you all are familiar with University of Central Florida, UCF, but they're a great research university. So a lot of times when someone comes to us and they need help on research or something, I have access to about 100 databases, really, that only the largest corporations would really be able to afford to subscribe to those. So it really, I think, evens the playing field. With a small business, you actually have access to a lot of great resources. Again, just the general idea of what we do: business consulting of all kinds. We have specialized programs. Sometimes maybe someone is interested in a particular industry. For example, I've counseled someone who wants to create baked goods, called a cottage industry, where they go in and basically bake the product in their home and then sell it online. and there's a Florida program for things like that. So there are really quite a few different specialized trainings that we give. We do a lot of market research. I'm coaching an MBA team at University of Central Florida. We're advising I say we, they, I'm just kind of watching and helping them, but they're advising an IT company that is doing kind of IT for corporations, but they want to expand into cybersecurity. And we're doing a lot of research and using some of the capabilities to try to help that company. But ultimately, when someone comes to us, they probably, many times, the second to the last bullet point there is obtaining financing. And the reason they hired me at the SBDC is a lot of times somebody says, hey, I like my business, I'm trying to grow it, but I need a loan. And somebody like me, I certainly know how to address the SBA lending, but also there are a lot of things that can be done for someone who's brand new. Maybe they just need less than $50,000 to buy equipment or working capital or things like that. But ultimately, we can help increase sales, reduce costs, improve cash flow, and that's a whole subject because sometimes that's increasing revenues and reducing expenses, and that can get a little complicated sometimes. And that's going to vary, by the client. And we do have I believe on the agenda, there's the Apex is going to be talked about later. That's a really great program. Actually, my boss at the SBDC also does that, and it's really neat, and I think there's tremendous potential for that. So we cover that as well, but I'm glad that you have the capability here. And then improving marketing as well. Marketing can include everything from a billboard, kind of old school stuff, to search engine optimization, SEO, and kind of everything in between. So that's something that we can help with also. So now let's get into the nuts and bolts here. 33% of businesses fail within the first 2 years of operations. Sorry, that's kind of a wake-up call, but that's what actually does happen. 56% of businesses fail within the first 5 years. And, I don't know if anybody knows why that is, but I'll tell you. The number one reason businesses fail is they run out of money. And I think probably everybody's heard this term. Everybody in banking certainly heard it. The old saying that cash is king. So it's always good to have cash. Everybody likes cash. And sometimes emergencies happen, and cash may be the only way to get out of it sometimes. So they run out of money, and then access to capital, and that means the money a business owner needs to start the business and to operate the business during the startup phase. And I'm just going to go through a couple of categories here. Can everybody hear me okay, by the way? I never know if I'm holding it too close or too far away, so let me know. So debt capital, I think you all know this, but banks are creditors that they tend to be very conservative. And one reason they're so conservative is that if they have more than about 1%, 1.5% charge-offs, failed loans, they can go out of business. So they have to be really conservative. So when they make a loan, typically they just absolutely want the loan repaid, and so they want to minimize risk, and they just want to get paid back with some interest. That's the role of a bank. Now, we're not going to talk too much about equity capital today, but sometimes if you're starting a business particularly, perhaps you may not have enough of your own funds. It's very, very common, actually. I call it sweat equity. Let's say you have a business and you're the expert, you know what has to be done. So you're really good at making the product or providing the service, but maybe you don't have the money to afford it all yourself. So sometimes you may take on an investor. It could be a spouse, could be a relative, a good friend, maybe a work associate, and we'll go through some of these later, but they always want an ownership percentage, and they always want to share in the profits. So that's something to keep in mind for equity investors. Now, here are some key questions that I think will be helpful to you. How much money will you need to start your business? So that's startup, and I'll go through this in a minute here, more detail. How much money will you need to stay in business? Working capital, that's paying your bills. And then how much money do you have right now to put into the business before you start it? So this is pretty simplified here, but this is a good framework. Startup expenses plus working capital for 3 to 9 months helps you get off to a good start. So we're going to use an example here, very simple example. Let's just say you've decided to start a business. Don't know what it is. Maybe let's say maybe a bakery, something like that. So let's say a bakery. So you buy some equipment, ovens, various equipment that you need to operate the business. And let's say you put some tables and chairs in there. That's furniture and fixtures. Leasehold improvement. Let's say you need to knock out a wall, put up a new wall, put some decorations in, that kind of thing. So that's called leasehold improvements. Licenses and legal expenses. You're probably going to have to be licensed with, in fact, I know you will be, with the city and or county and maybe the state. You'll have to be, here in Florida, it's called SunBiz. You'll need to be registered on there. And then other expenses. You never know what's going to come up. So might be a permitting fee or something like that. So just miscellaneous. So let's say that adds up to $100,000 startup expenses. But now, okay, let's say you're open. What are your expenses going to be monthly? Obviously rent, unless you own the building, but most likely you're going to be paying rent to someone. You're going to pay salaries to either yourself or employees. Payroll taxes, various supplies. So let's, in the bakery example, your input costs, flour, all the materials that go into it, various supplies, utilities. The utilities definitely want to get paid. That bill will come very regularly every month. They want to get paid. So around here, I think it's Orlando Utilities Commission, Florida Power, Duke Energy. Yeah, they, and you know who they are when we have a hurricane because you see all their trucks running around, trying to clean things up. Advertising, and this is interesting, and some of you may know more about that than me because there's so many new ways of advertising now. It used to just be old school, run an ad in the paper or a billboard or radio or TV. But now there's an awful lot of online, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all these things. So advertising is a much broader and more technical subject now than it used to be. So let's say your monthly operating expenses are $10,000. So just as an example. So using the 3 to 9 months working capital that it would be nice to have. And working capital, the way I look at it, it's a cushion so that you're not, you don't have a sudden expense come up and, wait a minute, I don't have any money left in my bank account. What am I going to do? So working capital comes in, it's very important to have that. And what I've seen is a lot of people aren't really thinking about that when they start a company. They say, oh, I'm going to pull together my money and start this, but then I just hope that I have enough sales and hope I have enough income to pay my monthly bills. Now, I've been a little surprised. Again, I'm a more recent consultant, having been a bank lender for so many years, but what I'm finding is quite a few of my clients, especially the ones who are just starting a business, they're kind of looking for less than $50,000. So $50,000, by the way, can you hear me however I'm holding it? I just want to make sure. So personal savings investment, that's obvious. If you have money in the bank, home equity loans sometimes, and sometimes that's actually an easier and sometimes even cost-saving way to get money is through a home equity loan, because you can, your business has not started up yet, it's not producing income yet, but you still perhaps have another job that you can qualify for a home equity loan, or maybe you already have a home equity loan on your house or wherever you live. So you can kind of be your own banker sometimes. So we actually see quite a few people that are getting home equity loans at the beginning stages of starting a business. Credit cards, you notice we say please try not to. But there are a lot of stories of people that's the only way they could get money, using their personal credit cards. But you certainly want to have a plan to repay. You may need to use those for emergencies, but you don't want to be relying on credit cards to fund everything. Friends and family are helpful. If you've got a rich aunt, rich uncle, rich grandparent, I'm kind of joking about that, but but somebody who basically knows you and trusts you. And, those people sometimes are not that easy to find, but there are people like that out there. I put crowdfunding in there just because, I don't know, has anybody ever done crowdfunding? Have you? Good. There's been kind of urban legends about it and that kind of thing, but it is a real thing, and it's something probably under 50,000. You could do it, but there is a mechanism for doing crowdfunding and some reputable ways to do it, and sometimes that can be helpful. Now, sometimes your suppliers and vendors, people like that, may be able to help you. Maybe, for example, in the bakery, maybe you're buying supplies from a certain vendor, and they have a vested interest in your success, because if your bakery succeeds, they will, they'll make money too. So sometimes you can talk to people like that, or maybe they will extend business credit to you and say, okay, well, I'll give you a chance to go ahead and I'll advance the equipment or the supplies to you, let you sell your goods, and you can pay me next month or something like that. So sometimes you can talk to vendors like that. And there are micro lenders and equipment leasing. There are some nonprofit organizations that can do micro lending. They're called community development institutions, and they can sometimes will have special programs for new companies that are not yet profitable. And sometimes you can find an equipment company that will provide their own financing, and sometimes that can be handy for you as well. Once you get above 50,000, SBA loans, which is kind of what I specialized in, there's the SBA 7A loan, which, just an example, I helped a gentleman who has actually a trading card company, which is kind of unusual, but it's something he really wanted to do. On his 23 taxes, he showed a small, just a small loss, but we were able to get him a $70,000 SBA 7A loan using projections that he would take those funds and use them to buy more inventory and make more money in the coming year. So, and then what will happen in 24, he's going to show profit. Unlike 23, he showed a small loss, but in 24 he will show a profit. So he's going to go back and ask for another SBA 7A loan to add to that. So you can kind of stair-step some of these with the SBA. It's a really great program. Bank loans typically are more conservative. Again, I've talked about how conservative banks are. They typically want to see you up and running for 2 or 3 years, and they want to see profitability. So bank lines of credit, same kind of thing. Not trying to be down on the banks here, but I've done it, and what they want to see is that, yeah, you're really established, it's low risk, that you're getting steady income, and on a bank line of credit, a lot of times they will want to have that line paid down to zero for 30 consecutive days per year. So Again, depending on the age of your company, profitability, typically what happens is you start out kind of self-financing. You may go to a microloan or even crowdfunding kind of thing. And then maybe to an SBA loan because they will tolerate more risk. I don't want to take too much time on the SBA, but it's similar to the FHA for residential loans because they provide a 75% government guarantee, which gives the lender a little more courage to take more risk, and there's some other things that come along with the SBA that makes it very good. We talked about home equity loans, equipment leasing, factors. I'd say be careful on that. That can be very expensive. That sometimes they will do inventory finance or receivables financing, but usually the costs are pretty high on that. Friends and family. You can always talk to friends and family.
Can you address more on factoring?
Yeah.
I looked at it and again, it's very expensive. What are alternatives to factoring?
Good question. Factoring, well, basically it's, long story short, it's where you're getting a steady, you have receivables coming in, steady income coming in. And what they do, and by the way, this is not my specialty, but I know enough about it to explain this. They will basically take possession of those receivables, and they will handle they will collect those receivables on your behalf. At most of the time, it's pretty expensive and fairly high costs or administrative expenses. And kind of a modern version of that is merchant cash advances, which are very, very expensive. You've seen them advertised on TV. I'm not going to mention any names. In my world, I help refinance people out of those because what happens is they debit your account either daily or weekly for very high amounts, and it can really hurt the cash flow. So as to your question on the alternatives, I don't have too many alternatives unless somebody is, showing profitability, because basically the receivables people will collect the money, and so that it minimizes their risk, but it's probably going to hurt your cash flow and it's going to increase your expenses. So I don't have too many. We could talk more one-on-one if you want. I get a kick out of the name angel investors. I'm trying to figure out, I've never met any angels who are investors. I don't know where that name came from, but I'm working with someone that wants to make a movie, and I found out the way the angel investor process works there. Basically, they get, the investor gets 120% of their money back, and then if there's a profit on the movie, the investor gets his half of that first, and then, so there's not a whole lot of risk, but doesn't sound like an angel to me, but whatever. Yeah, you can tell I'm not a big fan of that. But on the other hand, there are actual people out there who can help you get things done. So, and venture capital is something we're not going to talk much about. That tends to be more established companies, primarily in healthcare. So let's get back to bankers, good old bankers. They want to get their money back, principal repayment, low risk. Don't think that they're your partner or your investor. I mean, I will say this, as your bank loan officer, I'll try to be your friend. I'll try to help you and give you good advice, but ultimately, the banker gets his paycheck from the bank, and they have to get approvals, and they have to be accountable, for the performance of the loan after they make it. Collateral and guarantees, you all probably know about personal guarantees, but if you have a loan in your company's name, in almost all cases, they will want to have the personal guarantee of the owner of the company, owner and or owners. And what happens on the business loan application checklist, that's basically the list of information when you're applying for the loan. The banker wants to see all of that information, so it's kind of self-explanatory. You all have, I'm thinking, may have heard of the 5 C's of credit. Character is the willingness to pay, and that's pretty much as reflected on your personal credit score, your FICO score. And by the way, character is, credit reports, I would say don't get too impressed with those because they can change really quickly. I've seen people go from high 700s to, high 500s, or the reverse of that. So sometimes it's just a matter of conditions. The capacity is your ability to pay, and that may be your income from a job. If let's say you have a company, but you also have outside employment, or a spouse has outside employment, or you have investments, or rental properties. All of that can go into capacity because it creates income for you. Capital is what are you putting at risk. If you go in and you ask someone for a 100% loan, okay, I want to buy this property for $100,000. Yeah, I need a $100,000 loan plus pay all of the closing costs. Not too many people are going to do that. And part of it is they want you to have skin in the game. They want you to realize, hey, I'm taking personal risk. I believe in this enough that I'm going to invest my own money in this venture. Conditions, that's kind of interesting. We've had one or two things going on this year, haven't we? The economy, the elections, all this stuff. So, we talked about COVID, the pandemic. That things can change on a dime. Go from a very thriving business to all of a sudden no one can use your services because of some emergency that's going on. But and that's something we don't always have any control. We usually don't have any control over it, but it's something to take in account as you're making investments. Collateral is, for example, we talked about the accounts receivable. That's actually the collateral for the loan. They're taking possession of those receivables. They will liquidate that and get the payment. The same if you're getting a car loan. If unfortunately, if you can't make those payments, they will get that car back. That's the collateral. Same with the house. That's just one of the things about lending. Most loans will be collateralized, and they will typically have a lower interest rate than an unsecured loan. A credit card loan would be, 19, 20 or more % because it's unsecured. So, as mentioned, I think a lot of you are from Florida, but that link there, and I believe they're going to send the PowerPoint as well, but you can find, based on your zip code, you can find your local SBDC consultant, so there'll be somebody kind of doing what I do for you locally. And again, they brought me on board primarily, I do everything, but because of the banking background, and it seems like a pretty high percentage of people that come visit us are looking for loans of some kind, and we're here to help with that. And that's, I'm going to leave that information up there, but that's pretty much what I had, and I want to see if we have any questions. I don't even know how we're doing on time, but
yeah, do we have any questions?
Okay, yeah. So, and by the way, being here in Central Florida is pretty neat. One thing, I grew up in Missouri, but down here it's neat because we have so many people coming from all over the world and from everywhere in the U.S. and that kind of thing. It's I really like that, and it's very multicultural, multilingual. So I think that's neat, and I look forward to actually learning a lot more about the Indian culture. And like I say, I've always been pretty fascinated by it. I notice you have some people. There are, for example, some of the large people like Disney, and they do have programs. A lot of them are trying to do more local sourcing and minority relationships for vendors. So I think there are good opportunities there. Yes, sir.
Mine's not a question, but a little feedback, I guess, and for the rest of the group. Years ago, this is probably 6-7 years ago, we met with the SBDC, and they set up appointments to kind of they will assess you. And through that process, we identified that we needed some training for our employees, and they had a great program. It was a grant that they gave us, and it refunded 75% of our expenses to go get our employees trained on some technical things. And so I think it was $20,000 that we had to spend, and they reimbursed us like $17,000. I think it was a pretty great little program. So if you haven't done it, it might be worth your time to go meet with those folks to talk about your needs, just in general.
Yeah, thank you. And kind of getting back to what I was saying at the very beginning, there are really a lot of services. We have something called the Small Business Institute that we're helping this IT company that I was mentioning with the MBA program. And we have another one for larger companies. It's called the Advisory Board Committee, where you can actually get a free board of advisors that in various specialties to kind of, you have like quarterly meetings, and it's all free. I mean, nothing's truly free, but it's paid for by the SBA and the state government and University of Central Florida and various people. But if you were to go to a private consultant and pay for it, it'd probably be $150 an hour, I would guess. So it's a pretty neat program, and like you said, thank you for sharing that. I think it's worth looking into.
Hello, John. How you doing?
Hi.
So talking about the trainings, is it something specific like new skills or safety programs, or what kind of trainings you guys have?
Oh, good question. Thank you. We have, most of it is online. And we do have some, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Orlando, but there's something called the National Entrepreneur Center that's downtown, where they house a lot of the SBDC and other organizations. But we have how to start your business. It's about a 3 or 4 hour online or in person. That's one of them. We have government contracting. We have marketing. And it's actually all on our website. There's kind of, if you get on, well, on here you'd have to go, find us locally here. But all of the SBDCs do have those. And then there are specialized trainings that sometimes you can even find something outside your area. Maybe they're talking about marketing or search engine optimization or things like that. So there's quite a range. And then individually, like was mentioned, you can just call and we can talk to you on the phone, set up a Zoom meeting in person. So there's really a lot of ways to get the information out.
When you're talking about improving cash flow, do you have specialists that deal in all sorts of company ventures? Or are you specific to, is it construction, is it banking, is it small businesses?
Good question. We actually, we do a variety. So in my case, I'm just one of different consultants, but we have I'm helping construction companies. I mentioned the person that wants to start the bakery, service companies, people who are thinking about starting a business. So what we tend to do is we will talk about your specific situation. And then if I need help, for example, we've got a guy that I work with is a genius on online items. So sometimes we can co-consult or maybe just have you talk to that person in addition to me kind of thing. So it's a team effort, bottom line. Yeah.
So I have a question regarding, there's been a lot of mention of loans, but little mention of grants. How, as a small business owner, having a very unique business, how do we access the government grants in an efficient manner instead of, for example, we've contacted Senator Rubio's office, and in turn, their reply back was they'll forward to FEMA, but there's no contact for us to see who in FEMA we can contact and have a conversation with. So how as a small business owner, how do we connect those dots between an actual person and grants that are out there? For what we're doing, there's roughly $2 billion worth of grants out there. that we're having difficulty accessing.
What kind of general business are you in?
The name of the business is Global Seaborne Security, and it's based on 3 points of cybersecurity, port and infrastructure security, and then global trade security for the liquid natural gas ships, container ships, and stuff like that.
Well, that's great. Well, I think I guess I could hear you on your mic as well. But the thing that comes to my mind is international programs, because what you do is related to ports and international. Back when I was in banking, I made a $2.5 million loan, SBA loan, to an importer. And regarding grants, I will tell you, I don't, although my wife has worked for a nonprofit here in town that has gotten some grants. You mentioned FEMA. Did you say FEMA? Mm-hmm. Now, you're looking for a grant from FEMA, is that?
So FEMA has an existing grant out there right now that's roughly $180 million. That's specifically for the ports of Florida to harden the infrastructure, not only against terrorist attacks, but to bring them up to snuff and prevent future integrated attacks from within. Mm-hmm. For example, China owns 15% of the Port of Miami, and across the board, all of the ports within the United States, all of the cranes that unload all of the ships, 90% of those are built in China. So there's no cyber security for those cranes, and there's no security for that 15% of the Port of Miami. And there's a grant out there that states, that FEMA has, that states that specifically they want to bring the control of the ports back to the United States because they are considered critical infrastructure ports.
Sure.
So in that, we're having difficulty navigating the access to that grant as well as other grants. There's another grant called Stone Garden, which is a $7 million grant from Florida, and they have basically the same lines on how to harden the ports and protect the ports. Good. And we're having difficulty navigating that as a new business and trying to understand, how do we connect these dots so that people see that, hey, we can do this?
Yeah. Tell you what, let's talk more offline, I guess. I'll see if I can reach out to some people here locally. So, thank you.
I'm just going to answer some of his questions. You have questions about FEMA and the grants. One of the pieces you're talking about is mitigation for FEMA. And my wife is probably renowned on that part of the mitigation. But we're also working with a couple of companies that are doing some of the same things you're doing, and we do it internationally. And so you need to look at Department of Energy, USDA, and there's a couple of others that are out there, but you're not going to find it here. And you're gonna, you can work with one of the universities, because you're going to need a grant writer to research these, and there are thousands of these. Then it's finding somebody that you may be able to do the work, but can you write the grant proposal? That in itself is a phenomenal feat. We normally hire that work out. And because we have a new program that's starting in January that will be grant-based on a lot of the things that you're talking about going worldwide.
Thank you.
We got one more question.
Okay, sure.
Good afternoon or morning, I guess, and thank you so much, John. Sure. Quick question about the importance of different certifications, and this may help you on the end. Are there any certification programs or resources that the SBA does offer to help small businesses get certified in certain areas so that they can contract out with the government and or receive grants?
Yes, thank you. Great question. All the questions have been really excellent here. I wish I could provide better answers on some of them. But yes, actually, well, if you're wanting to do business with the government, it looks like from what Kaya told me and what's on the agenda, it looks like Apex is going to be talking about some of those items. in terms of being, and it's interesting. There's all kinds of metrics that they can use, such as minority-owned company, woman-owned company, veteran-owned company, business. It's actually a pretty neat opportunity. So, and again, that's outside this is pretty basic that we did here, but there are a lot of resources. So, my information's right here, and I'm going to have my business cards out here too. One thing about the SBDC, I think we're good at what we do, but I don't think we do a very good job of marketing in the sense of telling you the whole scope of what we can do. That's kind of what I learned being a banker. But I would say if you just have a question, feel free to call, email, and if we don't have the answer, we hopefully could point you in the right direction. So.
Also stick around for the end of the day, because we're going to have the roundtable discussions where you can sit down with each speaker and pick their brain further. But the SBDCs are a great resource, so I suggest you look them up because they are free of charge, and they're located everywhere across the United States.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, next, if I could have Derek and Cecil come up.
Okay. This one is what I push?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's continue. Thank you. Great information presented so far this morning. And so, like Kaya said, we will have a roundtable. If you want further in-depth discussion, we'll make that, give you that opportunity later today. And also, I think as we said earlier, all the information, contacts will be available so that, feel free to make contact with those individuals. So next is building resilience and innovation within leadership. And so this is one area that I'd like to participate in. Leadership obviously is very essential, and in many regards, from my experience in many communities, especially in Indian country, many of our entrepreneurs and many of our business individuals are actually leaders in their communities. And so many of the businesses, at least on Navajo, are highly regarded. And so they're really looked upon, to help guide not only the business side, but, providing input into community affairs. And so in many cases, our business leaders are very influential in the community. And so, we like to build on that. And so it's always essential to have, some good leadership qualities. And, I've taken, like many of you, a lot of leadership courses and stuff. But for me, I think the essence of being a good leader is being humble, being trustworthy, and being open to new ideas, and just communicating and being there, for your community, and being there for your clients, being there, for your individuals. And so, that's how I look. And so we've asked Cecil Walker to come and talk to us about his ventures and his life and his company. So Cecil, welcome, and I'll give you the time. So thank you for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. Is it on now? Hi, Joanne. It's good to finally see you again. You know, we've been around so daggone long. I'm 72. I'm ancient. So we've been going to res for 32 years. That's a long time. And I think my first development project I did, I was 17 when my mother was on the tribal council. I grew up on the Prairie Band Potawatomi Reservation, and Potawatomi was my first language. Along the ways, I actually got a couple of degrees here and there, and I went to work for Union Pacific Railroad, and they sent me to a place called Harvard to get an executive master's in business. They got me a speech teacher. And they put cotton in my mouth and marbles and all this other stuff, and I actually learned how to enunciate words. Before that, I had all the S's and T's and all the stuff you have on the reservation. So when I do go back, I kind of bring that back a little bit. So if you don't understand what I'm saying, just wave. And mine are interactive. So you got any questions, stop me. You and I can talk later. Maybe we can help you with yours. George Williams, you're out there, I think, on the piece, so hi. Resilience is about planning for tomorrow. Resilience is how you're going to handle the potential challenges that you're going to face tomorrow. I started CW with $100 in 1992. I left a corporation where I was running the Central and South America, North and South Africa, and the Southeast U.S. operations in construction and development. And I thought I knew everything there was to know about starting a business. I discovered I didn't know anything. It doesn't matter how much sheepskin you got, this blood equity, this blood sweat that you put into it, that's all yours. The SBA wasn't set up like it is now. There wasn't loans you could go pick up. There wasn't these pieces that exist. We were self-financed. And yes, we did use some factoring in the early days on our government contracts because it's the only way we could do the contracts. But let's get back to resilience. How many of you own your own companies in here? Do you think of your employees as workers or assets? Anybody else? Resource? Well, resource is like a worker. That could possibly be as well. But I consider ours assets. And the difference is, we just did some work with a company out of New York, and they burn through people like you cannot believe. Their turnover a week is somewhere around 25%. And those are workers. They come in and they do the work. Either they can make it or they can't make it, and they're out the door. And that's not what our people are. Our people are assets. We teach them honor, integrity, and ethics. And that's our major key point. There we go. This is a really quick thing we put together. Thank you. Honor, integrity, and ethics is what builds a resilient team. Resiliency is the backbone and the success of those teams. Resiliency lays the groundwork and navigates the challenges that you're going to face. Resiliency also teaches your teams to evaluate the pros and cons and make decisions. I think all of you will get a copy of this when this is done, so you don't need to waste time taking pictures of it. Or if you need, I can send it to you. Either way of that. Oh, by the way, if you want to find me, our website is www.cwconstruct.com. And you'll see more stuff about me than I care to know about. But our company's based on our people. And that's what everything should be. Your people will make mistakes. that's actually how they're going to learn. And a lot of times we allow them to make those mistakes to learn from the mistakes. It's what they do with that knowledge. We don't fire people because they make a mistake. We do sit down with them and try to find out why they made that decision and why it was not the correct decision for that moment. Now, maybe at another moment it is a correct decision, but they've got to learn to decipher which of those is going to be the correct decision and how to pay it forward and to teach all those working with them. In our world, we deal with development. We have executive program management. That's our term. It doesn't exist in any book. Out there, you've got program management, project management, and construction management. But we monikered a new title called Executive Program Management because we deal with people making large developments. They have a conceptual idea, and we come in and help them put it together. The last two programs, I think one was $18 billion, and the other was $11 billion. And 4 years ago, with the change of politics, interest rates started climbing, those projects died, and they'll never come back. The other area that we deal in is disaster recovery. Now, we have 30-some years working with FEMA and against FEMA. So we started out working against FEMA. We managed Dade County Public Schools after the 1992 hurricane. We rebuilt 125 school facilities, multiple buildings. Each school with some 10,000 students per facility. In 27 days, we had the schools open. And we brought in military helicopters, heavy lifts from the Army, Navy, Coast Guard, wherever we could get them, set up LZs to get everything in. So it was quite the operation. But nobody had ever done that. We also built a temporary facility for Cal State after their earthquake in '94 for 20,000 students in 6 weeks. Nobody had ever done that. In our world, you must be able to translate mission-critical conceptual models of development, designs, and construction strategies in a fast-track market into specific strategies and then plan and execute multifaceted campaigns which effectively manage concepts, expenses, and schedules. Let's see if I can make this work. There we go. Okay, we're going to have 10 points that we're going to go through. You can tell I was really ready here. First we're going to talk about is creative and supportive culture. Now you all can read this, but a supportive workplace culture is critical for building resilience. It requires open and honest communication. No prevarication back and forth. And if you don't know what that is, that means lying. It's easier to tell somebody they're prevaricating than to call them a liar. So that was taught to me many years ago. So it's how I came up with the big word. You need to lead by example. Don't say something that you're not going to do. Honor, integrity, and ethics is what I was grown up with. Give yourself the ability to support and the authority to accomplish their mission. Now, that's going to mean different things to each of you. But what is the parameters of the job they have to do? Decide what that is. You've already taught them, you've hired them, or they wouldn't be working for you if you didn't think they were worth it. So then give them the ability to put together their own program and the funds and the people to do the job. And you're going to macro monitor what's going on. You're not going to micro monitor. Trust in your people. You know, you're going to teach them to swim and then let them swim. Also, they have to know that when they come to you, they're going to tell you the truth. You know, our world in construction, in development, design, funding, we deal with a lot of funding companies. And they're just as crooked as a lot of subcontractors we've dealt with over the years. Of course, there's a lot of crooked general contractors too. Got to say, I don't think we've been classified in any of that piece yet. But you have to know how to deal with these people. and you have to know what to expect from them. Let's go to number 2, fostering emotional intelligence. Understand your staff's emotions. Read their faces, read their actions. Know how they're going to react or have an idea how they're going to react so you're ahead of the ball game. You know, that's called proactive. We do it in business every day, but most people don't do it with their employees. Your employees are an asset. So treat it as such. Everybody talks in today's world about empathy and how it's such a core value. I got a lot of people that say I have no empathy. But in truth, I do. I got a really soft heart. Work with them so they know their disciplines. Help them build their drive. Help them collaborate. Innovation in business and your resilient team is priceless. And of course, then you've got still to have your resilience and empathy. But by watching this from your employees, you know who's going to be outstanding, who's going to be who you want to promote, who's going to be part of your nucleus that you build the next team out from. When we started out, we started here in Orlando, believe it or not, but I grew up on a reservation in Kansas. But we started here. And then we started branching out. And you have to have SOPs to do this. You have to have standardizations put into place. And I discovered that your assets, you have to start building nucleuses that you can then put into different locations, that you can control everything that's happening out there. It's not like just walking to the next room when you got people sitting there. That's where all this assets of an individual come into play. Where are we at? We're on the floor. All right. Mindset growth. Empower your staff to grow, challenge them with opportunities. Empowerment allows your staff to take calculated risk. Now, to you, it may not be a calculated risk, but to them it is. And let them learn from their mistakes. Now, it doesn't mean I turn everybody loose and we make mistakes. You're dealing in the cybersecurity world, which we have a client that's been providing that for these 3-letter acronyms of countries in the U.S. and so forth. There are no mistakes allowed in that world. But there are going to be failures and there's going to be successes. Number 4, strong communications. Effective communications are a requirement. It does not matter what language you grew up with, what culture you grew up with, where you grew up, but understand you've got to speak in the language of what you're dealing with. My grandfather told me many, many years ago when I was young and kept drilling it into us, not only the honor, integrity, and ethics, but the Indian is dead. Learn to live in the white world, as it was called back then. Because in our world, there was only 2 cultures. There was native and there was white. There was no more. I didn't know there was more than that until I went to college to play football. I discovered there was a lot more out there I didn't know off the reservation. So, communications, learn how to talk to the people that you're talking to and the people that you're going to be working with, because that's how you're going to get your jobs. Be open and honest, especially with your staff, and have them open and honest with your clients. Provide training to them so they can improve their skills. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean sending them to a conference or to a school or that for themselves. SBA, by the way, has some great classes. They sent me to an SBA class, I think it was because of the National Center many years ago at Loyola, to get one of these little pieces of sheepskin in business risk, something like that, analysis at Loyola. It was quite an honor to go to it. I met a lot of great people, minorities from around the country, but it was very intensive. It was like 16 days, 7 days a week, 12 to 14 hours a day in a classroom. But it taught me a lot. But in that same purpose, I send our people out to learn these skills. Not only that, I send their spouse or their better half with them to go. Now, granted, they may have to find something to do during the day. We usually cover that expense. But your staff that you send, their wives, husbands, better half, that's part of your asset. Their kids are part of your assets. You know, in areas, we got kids working for us that, you know, are first generation coming out. So remember, those assets go down the line. And never get rid of those assets. They're not workers, they're not collaborators, they're assets to you. Because you own the company. And you can't forget that. They're like a family member. You can't allow them as close in as you do most family members, just for the psychological piece of still having control of your operation. But they're still an asset, and they've got to be respected in that way. Let's try the next one. Any questions? I guess I got to move quicker. Self-care and well-being. Physical and mental well-being are critical. Set aside breaks, exercises, and things for the family to do. Provide outside entertainment, travel, dinners, etc. for staff and their family. And show the family where they are a big part of your organization. Your staff and the families will appreciate this. Skills development, we've talked a lot about this, about sending people to classes in schools. Show them that you care about the families. We do a lot with the schools. In fact, in our one offices, we had it set up so when the kids got out of schools, most of them were in elementary school at that time. When they came into the office, we had rooms for them. We had a tutor there for the kids in most of the subjects they needed so they could do their homework and everything by the time their parent got off work and then go home. If they were sick, we had another room for them with a nurse and so forth to take care of this. They are a big part of your business. I'm being told I'm running out of time here, so. Sense of purpose. You can laugh at this. A sense of purpose provides the ability to overcome adversity. Each staff must have a full buy-in to the company's missions, values, and goals. All your staff are essential. Honor, integrity, and ethics are always required. To foster resilience will foster the drive to overcome challenges and allow your people the pursuit of their goals. Their goals will become your goals because the company is going to grow beyond you. And you have to understand that. It's like watching your kids grow up. They are going to grow beyond you. Sooner or later, you got to cut that tie, and they're on their own. And we have a lot of employees that have started their own companies. And I'm still here to help them. Set realistic expectations. In our industry, we have many constraints around cost and time. Allow your staff to establish their expectations and goals for their projects, as we discussed earlier, within the constraints they have to operate with. Make sure they know what this is. Lay it out, discuss it, so everybody knows. If I'm going in to buy a chocolate pecan pie, or pecan, I'm not quite sure how you want to say that here. I want a chocolate pecan pie. You know, I don't just want a pecan pie. So those are the constraints I want to put on that. And don't forget accolades. You're not going to get them as a business owner. The only time you know you've done good is you get another contract. So get over the point of somebody tapping you on the back. But you need to give them accolades. I don't care how small the accomplishment is. Give accolades. Because normally they're going to think that all we do is go chew on their butts all the time for they did something wrong. Well, that's not how we do it. And I try to keep that as being very, very minimal and not happening. Collaboration and teamwork is a must. A cohesive team will manage challenges and overcome setbacks. Team building activities are a fantastic way to accomplish this. But you got to know your team members' likes and dislikes, what they can do. You know, we've done things like ropes courses, sporting clay shoots, fishing, freshwater, offshore, and we've worked out of the 549 tribes or something? 574. We've probably worked with 75% of those in the country. And a lot of them were small enough that what they had and what they needed, they couldn't afford our services, so we gave it for free. Consequently, we were forced to go hunting and fishing with them, you know, and eating a lot of fried bread, but, you know, it all worked out, as you can tell. Teach your staff to share their knowledge, skills, and resources. And as they learn education and so forth, they can teach all those that work with them. It took me 7 years to write our SOP for our company. And I started teaching classes in it every Friday at lunch. And then it grew to our vice president started teaching the classes. Now we're down to employees teaching the classes. Everybody knows the SOP, and the SOP constantly, it's a living Bible. It always gets changed. And it's because of after action reports and so forth we put in that you'll see through some of these. Learn from failures. I don't like failures. I'm an alpha type of person, if you didn't know. But I don't do well with failures. But you have to embrace failures as an opportunity. Setbacks are a valuable experience that can help each of your staff to grow and refine their skills and strategies. Adversities and setbacks come with the territory. During a project, we meet weekly to go over the pros and cons of what's happening in the project so we can be proactive and fix things at that point. At the end of the project, we have what's known in the military as an after-action report. We go over everything that went right, everything that went wrong, and anything that we need to change in our SOPs is done at that time. That way it stays active and live and up to date, and everybody is trained on what happened, what went great, and what really was bad. Thomas Edison once said, "I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways it won't work." I can really relate to that. There's not too many of us companies that have been around for 32 years. It's been quite the battle. 9/11, we laid off 1,200 people because of the federal work that we lost. We were in 8A. And within 2 weeks after the attack, all the contracts were cut by an act of war. You know, when you talk about getting, at that time in our life, $5 and $10 million projects, that's 6 to 12 months it takes to get those projects. SBA offered us a really big loan, but I couldn't see it coming up, and I wasn't going to put my house on the market. These 10 rules that you've got here, I think I got one more slide here, maybe. There we go. The Prairie Band Potawatomi, that's my tribe. Well, it's not my tribe. It's one I'm enrolled in. We were originally Minnesota, Wisconsin, up in that area, Ontario, which allows me, because we've done work in Canada, because of the Jay Treaty, I can go into Canada like a dual citizenship, and I do work on both sides. So there's a lot of work that we still do there with the Aboriginals on that side. The 10 strategies, it's not something I would normally pick, but it's what's used in today's resilience. Honor, integrity, and ethics, to me, says it all. But these are the common strategies, that I've learned from my great-grandparents, my grandparents, my parents, my culture, my education, and experience. My education goes back to the days of boarding schools where we were assimilated. I'm that old. To modern day colleges, and I sat on one of the boards at University of Kansas for about 12 years. So the experience goes a long ways, and I'm still learning. Don't forget where you came from, and don't forget honor, integrity, and ethics. My grandfather told me, if you give away any one of these, honor, integrity, and ethics, you can never get it back. Remember that. You can never get it back. Once it's gone, it's gone. You broke the law, you broke the rule, it's gone. Any questions? I almost stayed within time, Kylie. No questions?
Any questions?
Was I that good? It's this quick? It's over? Or that bad and nobody cared? Okay. By the way, I am available to any of you in your companies as you start up, because when I started, I had nobody to go to. So I put together a 5-person team that we met once a week to help me. And as an individual owner, you got to be careful who you talk to. And you can't give out a whole lot of trust. So I put together a team that had an attorney and a banker and bonding, insurance this side, so we could cover ourselves as we moved. Over the years, I've mentored many, many companies. I currently sit on a nonprofit board in Ghana, Africa, to put together schools for kids and bring in clean water and sewers and all this, because we used to do a lot of work in Ghana. So by our growth over the years, we worked all over the world and still do. But if there's any help that I can give any of you, if there's any boards of that you would like me to sit on, I will consider that. But back in my day, what John is it, I believe, what they're doing today didn't really exist for us when we started. And what was there was so outdated, they have no clue what it was like to be an entrepreneur. But I do understand those, and I will take the time to talk with you. If I don't answer, leave me a message. Send me an email is the best way to do it. You'll go to my website, you'll find it, and I'll always make a little time for you. And maybe a lot of time if you need it. Any other questions? What? We are actually not doing any GC work in the government sector. And in fact, when we started CW, Native Americans were not considered a minority. We came under the Department of Interior, and we were considered a natural resource. So we could not get projects as a minority. In fact, we teamed with Mortensen after we'd been in business for quite some time and had done several casinos in Indian country. We teamed with Mortensen to do Disney's Sportsplex. We won the project. Disney had us removed because we weren't black, and we were replaced with a black company. But Mortensen was an old friend. I'm not going against them. There's no fight there to be. But no, we're not doing any general contracting that requires any kind of minority work. Sorry. What kind of work do you do? Commercial or residential? Okay. Send me your information, and I'll send it to a few friends of mine locally that they may have something for you. Okay?
All right, thank you so much, Cecil. We're gonna break now for lunch. Lunch is gonna be down the hall. You'll see Charmaine, the one who was at registration, and she'll point you into the double doors. It's grab and go, so please, there's several different options. Pick one and then make your way back this way. If you need to use the restroom, that'll be the time, and we will reconvene at 12:15. I think, all right, thank you.
So do we have a small clip to run of Lance and Yvette's interview from Ho Chunk? Let's run that clip.
We have divisions. Government contracting is probably our biggest division. We have a large real estate development company. We have a local division that includes manufacturing of tobacco products, farming, stores, retail, distribution. We focus our attention on profitable business relationships off reservation, and then we try to take care of our own on the reservation.
So that was from your interview with Lance, and it was pretty amazing. Just talk a little bit more. I know he had mentioned a few things about the work they do, but he directly associated some of the work they did with the National Center.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, and I think started out, as he said, Ho Chunk Inc. in his apartment.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mel McGee.
Yeah.
A one person starting up their tribal enterprise and taking advantage of the 8A program and then building that and then creating another arm and another enterprise and another small business and then taking the tour of the community and what they've done as far as their housing. The elderly housing that we toured was incredible. Their farming operation, we went out there as well. And then in town, they have a building in town with their name on top, at the very top. Toured their marketing facility there, and they have a really nice setup. Not as humble as ours here at the Native Edge.
Our setup is awesome.
Setup?
Though. It's so awesome. We don't have our name on the building.
8-10 story building.
Well, we have all those stickers.
We have a lot of stickers.
We do have a lot, and our logo is very cool.
Yeah.
I've really been impressed with an event like this, really get that messaging for Indian country.
As an organization to come together, to have an uplifting, motivational group of people, that style of topics behind it, it's incredible.
It's been really great to be here at the Native Edge Institute. It's a really great networking opportunity in Indian country, especially for businesses.
I want to bring that creativity. I just don't know where to start. And that's why I'm here today, to kind of learn a little bit more about business.
We're here today in the Duwamish Longhouse. It is in the last village site of Seattle. When people come to Seattle and they're wondering who the first people of Seattle are, we are those people. This is Seattle, and this is our home.
I became the Chief Executive Officer of 8th Generation about 2 years ago now. We're putting out anywhere from 40 to 100 new products a year, and we are the only company that we know of in Seattle that manufactures blankets. If you want a real Seattle gift, this is a place.
A lot of places you go, it's like kind of stuffy, kind of feel out of place, but nobody at any of these events has ever made me feel like that. Everybody's very, very accepting and welcoming.
Networking, sharing information, the event is the cornerstone of small businesses.
Having these types of opportunities are very important to you as a small business. I'm fairly certain that I can throw that foundation to move up and be where you want to be from here.
KeyBank formed a dedicated line of business in 2004 to serve Indian country.
It's important that understanding the tribal community can pursue business and they can be successful. So this is new information that's really exciting. I can't wait to bring it back to my community.
Business to me is absolutely critical. We employ our people, we better society. I am a proud Indian, proud of the Duwamish, and proud to be an American here in Seattle, carrying on the legacy of our Native people.
If you are an entrepreneur, if you're a small business owner or a business who wants to work with tribal nations, this is a place to do that.
The National Center has done a great job of adapting to the business environment and growing their offerings. The idea of promoting Native American small business and helping them understand what company are looking for is a really great job. So thank you, Indian Country, for 55 years with the National Center.
We're at the fabulous South Sioux City Riverfront Marriott Hotel overlooking the beautiful Missouri River.
Working on business development, access to capital, government contracting.
To be in a room with like-minded people that all have the same goals of growing an economy, especially for Native people, it's a really special experience.
We had a packed house at this Native Edge Institute. It's really beneficial for everyone to get involved.
You had people talking about public utilities, small businesses, government contracting. In a business sense, you're going to have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 different offices in order to get all that information. It's really nice to be able to take advantage to meet everyone and get to reach out to those people later.
There's goals that the U.S. government has that each agency has to prove that they've contracted not just with big business, but with small business. The U.S. government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the world. The AIED has been instrumental in Ho-Chunk Inc. being able to grow in government contracting.
AIED programming is certainly an extension of tribal self-determination as well as promotes tribal sovereignty. So we meet people where they are to provide them the information that they need to know so that they can become successful in their tribal businesses.
The National Center, they were an integral part of us getting started. It's important to show up and represent, to show what can be done so that they can visualize themselves to where we're at on the government contracting side and some of the business development.
Take me down to the river where the peace won't run dry.
I think coming from a small town, you get stuck in the mindset of, oh no, I can't do that, or I've never seen anyone else from my community do that. But in actuality, there are people in my hometown and my community that have been doing things, and it's just maybe I haven't learned about it or I haven't been exposed to any of that. So it's been nice to be part of the National Center and seeing what they're capable of.
The Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, our economic development strategy has shifted to a more regenerative model to be truer to the ancestral ties of our economy. We are really investing heavily in Indigenous to Indigenous trade to be a little bit more true to our ancestral roots.
This is my first event like this. I'm just trying to grow all Native solutions because I can see it could be bigger than what it is.
The work that we're doing at Grace Now has been about how do we learn from other tribes and really support that mission of intertribal trade, intertribal relationships.
I appreciate what you guys do. Having somebody to celebrate Native business and create a cooperative relationship and to share has been invaluable.
When you are unified and you're coming together and you're sharing information, even the mistakes that you made along the way, then you're learning and you're going to move forward and progress. The rainbow is always at the end of that storm. We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being Indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them, that I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have.
We're gonna get started again so we
Whatever
could take
money
our
is
seats.
we don't spend.
I just want to talk really quick. We have a podcast our organization has, so that was up on the background, called Native Edge Podcast. We have all kinds of different guests that we bring on and have a lot of great discussions. So if you want to learn more about that, we have our QR code right here. Also, there's a QR code on your badges and a QR code in the back of the agenda. At the end of the day, if you guys could do our survey, I would really appreciate that. It lets us know how we're doing and what topics you guys really enjoyed and whatnot. But is John in here yet? Oh, he's coming. All right, next we have John Shiraka, and he's going to go over government contracting. I know we had a lot of questions about that this morning, so now's the time to ask those questions again. John really likes an interactive audience, so if you guys feel free to raise your hand, and I'll run over with the mic, and you guys can ask your questions. But here's John Shiraka.
Okay, thank you, Kaya. Thank you, guys. Appreciate everybody being here. It looks like we have a great crowd. Looks like we have a really engaging crowd. Looking forward to chatting about government contracting. First of all, I want to thank the National Center for doing these events with MBDA. I think they're really helpful. You can read about this stuff on the internet. You can sometimes do it online and through the computer, but interacting and engaging and also just getting to meet each other and learn from each other, I think, is really important. And the National Center has been doing these all around the country. Thank you for including me in the program, but I think it's really helpful and beneficial to the community. Before I get started, my bio is in there. I'm not going to go over my bio, but my background is I used to do government contracting for years. Small business, my dad started, went over to the Small Business Administration and ran the set-aside programs, the federal government set-aside programs for a period of 7 years. And since then, I've been doing advisory work for small businesses in the federal sector. So I'm going to sort of use these slides as a guide. I generally don't go over every one of them. I like to have it interactive and sort of understand what you guys want to chat about when it comes to federal contracting, understand like the level of sophistication or understanding of the programs, and then sort of focus on how my presence here can be helpful to you rather than just reading from slides. But overall, I think some of the things I want to sort of at least touch on is the general federal marketplace, right? For newer firms, why is it important? How does it operate? How does the set-aside program actually operate? Even for folks that have been in federal contracting for years, some of the things that I talk about, having been inside government and been responsible for this program, some of the things that maybe we take for granted, even successful federal contractors don't necessarily look at it that way. So I want to talk a little bit about that. I want to talk about, the set-aside programs themselves at a high level, understand what the basic requirements are. And then when I come back for the second session, I want to talk about, partnering, teaming, leveraging the mentor-protege program, What are the current trends that you should be aware of in federal contracting? We always hear about statutory change, regulatory change, proposed rules, and each one of those takes a different timeline to actually have an impact on the federal marketplace. And then there's policies that, the White House will change overnight, and sometimes we get blindsided by that. And so I just want to talk through a little bit about that and see if there's any questions there. And like I said, I'd like to keep it interactive. Before I start, though, how many folks are current federal contractors? Okay, good number. How many are looking to enter federal contracting? Awesome. How many of the current, I'll ask it this way. How many are either in the 8A program or interested in the 8A program? Okay, women-owned? Okay, HUBZone? I'm in it. You're in the women? Okay. And then service disabled. Awesome. Thank you guys for your service. And we'll talk about that as well because there's been some changes there also. So generally speaking, look, the federal government, if you're looking to enter the federal marketplace, and for you guys that know the federal marketplace, it's the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, right? There's nobody that buys more products or services. And by statute, by law, there's 23% of that has to go to small business. And so that's, $140 billion every year that has to go to small business. And when I was responsible for this program at the SBA, we were very competitive with the lending program, right? John was here earlier and he talked about the SBA guaranteed loans. The SBA guaranteed loans, those are loans, yes, they're guaranteed, they're favorable for small businesses, but you have to pay that back. Small business contracting is oxygen for your business, right? If you look at it as a separate sector to enter while you're in the private sector as well, you really can balance your portfolio. And the federal government sometimes doesn't pay real quick, but the federal government generally always pays, right? They're not, unless you have a project issue, you have bonding agent has to step in, but generally speaking, the federal government is going to pay its bills. And so once you gain traction in this space, once you gain the trust of the client and the buyer, you really can leverage and scale that. And then if you have a certification, because all the federal agencies have these goals, right? Then you have a certification that makes you more attractive to the contracting officer. And in addition to the 23%, right, we had, when I was running the program, it was the 5533. And that's changed a little bit, right? First of all, the 5533, as we just talked about, the 8A program, women-owned, service-disabled, and HUBZone. On the 8A program, or Small Disadvantaged Business Program, when the Biden administration came in, they increased that goal to 15%, okay? So by statute, it's 5%. They increased that goal to 15%, and by executive order, they're supposed to hit that in 2025. Now, we all know what happened a couple days ago, and so the new administration may rescind that. And in all honesty, it was a little bit of playing with numbers, because historically, the federal government was hitting 11%, 10, 11% anyways, and it was staggered over a period of time. So the first year, the second year, the third year was not that difficult. But this year, if you're looking through the fiscal year going into October or September of 2025, there's going to be more of a challenge to hit that 15%. And so contracting officers, buying activities are looking for 8A companies to help them to hit that 15%, right? How many tribally owned entities do we have here? Okay, awesome. Can you define 8A? Yes. So, and I'll go over that, right? So in the federal government contracting program, one of the set-aside programs is, and they call it 8A because that's just the statutory provision. It's Section 8A of the Small Business Act. and it's a set-aside program for economically and socially disadvantaged individuals, right? So economically disadvantaged individuals, there are certain criteria, and it's in the slides, and it's changed a little bit, but roughly your annual gross income average has to be less than, I think it's at now 400,000. Your net assets has to be less than 400,000, and your total assets can't be more than 7 million. Now, when we talk about net assets, that means you can take out your retirement account, you can take out your house, you can take out your principal business, and that's your net assets. And so if you meet those economic disadvantage thresholds, you meet the first requirement. Socially disadvantaged used to be, before a court case, used to be sort of check the box, right? African American, Native American, Hispanic American, Asian Island Pacific, Asian Pacific Islander, and you could get into the program through the preponderance of the evidence if you didn't meet those predetermined criteria, right? Because of a court case about a year and a half ago, those predetermined social disadvantaged criteria were eliminated. So what does that mean? It means everybody applying to the 8A program, so for you guys who are going to apply to the 8A program, everybody has to write and draft a social disadvantaged narrative. That means, and I know I'm going a little bit deep in the 8A because a lot of people raise their hands. What does that mean? That means that even when I was running this program, we had folks that got into the program that didn't fall into one of the predetermined classes, and they got in through preponderance. What does that mean? It means you have to demonstrate that you've been discriminated against. So a lot of times, when I was running the program, we might have Caucasian females in the construction industry, right? And they can demonstrate that they've been discriminated against. Now, you can't just list that you've been discriminated against, right? You have to list you've been discriminated, and then you sort of have to present the case the experience, the case, and the proof in the discrimination. And then you have to connect the dots that the discrimination led to a lack of a job or a promotion. It led to a lack of access to capital, a lack of education, or a lack of being able to build your business, getting contracts, et cetera. So that's the next step, right? Discrimination, but it leads to one of these things. And then the last step, sort of to connect the last dots, is but for that discrimination, you experience the effect, right? So you have to say, look, I didn't get the job. It wasn't because I was less qualified than everybody else, but I was just as qualified. It was the discrimination that prevented me from getting the job, right? So moving forward, when we talk about economic disadvantage, that's easy. There's a formula. You look at it, am I below those thresholds? I say it's easy. However, if you're married, if you have minority partners, there are certain things that you can exclude, like retirement accounts. So there's an analysis to it. But it's generally, you can figure it out. They have a personal financial statement. You can figure it out. There are advisors that can help you. The National Center has what used to be PTACs, and now they're APEX centers. They could provide advice. The SBA and the SBDC could provide advice. So that's sort of the easier part. The more difficult part is preparing the narrative. And it is a little bit frustrating, right? Because, and I get this, because historically you could say, I'm Native American, and you would be in. Now SBA is asking you to demonstrate that, to prove that. And it can be a little bit frustrating for people who are disadvantaged, who come from a presumed class, now having to demonstrate that. What I will say is, look, it's not the SBA that's imposing this on the 8A program. It is a a court decision that required the SBA to put this into place in order to protect the program. I think we have a question right here. Yes, ma'am.
So these new rules, so I know people that are running companies and they say they're women-owned.
Yeah.
And it's only their wife that never participated, that doesn't do anything in the business, that has no presence in the business, even on the floor of everything.
Yeah.
Is it correcting that?
No.
For the online audience, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I can repeat it. So the question is, the new rules around socially disadvantaged, does that go to the issue around women-owned small businesses, or even service-disabled businesses, or even 8A businesses, where the disadvantaged individual really isn't involved in the day-to-day operations of the entity? No, that doesn't go towards that issue. What I will say, though, is that when you talk about the Women-Owned Small Business Program, it is now very similar with respect to application to the 8A program, in the sense that it's a front-end certification program. Now, there are, in the Women-Owned Small Business Program, there are certain NAICS codes, North American Industry Classification Codes, where set-asides can occur, right? However, if you're working in those NAICS codes and you're a woman-owned small business, you can get front-end certified, just like the 8A program. And in that respect, there are more checks and balances with respect to, is the female individual that the designation is based on, are they really engaged in the business? Do they have the resume that can prove that they are qualified to be engaged in that business? And then, do we have corporate documentation, operating agreement, corporate minutes that demonstrates you have a role? Is she the president? Is there corporate minutes? Is the operating agreement drafted in such a way that gives her control? So those measures are stronger now because the Women-Owned Small Business Program is front-end certification. And then the other check and balance is protests, right? So if you're a WOSB and you're competing against a firm that claims to be WOSB and you're concerned, if you bid on something and they are your competitor, as a competitor, you can file a protest with the SBA and challenge their actual involvement in the program. So there are checks and balances, but what you say does occur in the marketplace. And that's fraudulent, right? I mean, that is fraud. That is misrepresentation. Yes.
I got my WBE. They came to my house. I operate my business from my home, and I have global partners. They went to my office in the basement. I mean, fine, come over. They actually disputed our tax return because we were an LLC at the time, and my husband's name was first. My husband's name was first on the tax return. Like, the business is mine. He has his own business. I mean, that's his own jobs. And I said, because they were like, are you guys kidding me? I said, we live in a patriarchal society. You know, the husband's name was always first. I had to go to our CPA and make sure I'm listed first, because it comes up every year on my recertification. So I don't know if they actually are using the logo, but they can get it pulled. I mean, they are. I live in Michigan primarily, but it's a.
And it's the WBE program is a state program, right? So.
It's a federal program. WBE is.
No, the Women-Owned Small Business, well, WOSB program is
yes,
a.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I have both. I have
Okay.
both. OSB,
Yeah.
I have both certifications.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. There was a question back there too as well.
Yeah, did they suspend the application process for the 8As?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, as you guys may or may not know, the SBA went through a automation refresh over the summer. They shut down the system end of July. I was supposed to come back up for the 8A certification, all the certifications actually, first week of September. That had been delayed. It is now back open, so the certification process is up and running. There's a couple of little glitches, but the tribal, if you're looking at a tribal 8A application, that process is still not opened up for tribes to apply. Does that answer your question? So it should, as far as certification, to go into certified.sba to put in an application, it should be open for 8As. Any other questions so far? Yes.
As far as folks go, as far as the company has to be 2 years old to qualify for an 8A?
Yeah.
And then as far as what if the taxes haven't been done in the 2 years?
Yeah, yeah. So the SBA, so the question was for the 8A program, does the business have to be operational for 2 years? And the SBA asked for 2 years of tax returns. There is a waiver process that SBA will consider, not guaranteed, right? So we've worked with some clients that have said, hey, look, we haven't been in business for 2 years. We understand that that's a requirement. However, our principal and the staff that we have put together have the qualifications experience. They're coming out of, I don't know, name it, AECOM or HIT or one of the big construction companies, and they have a network of potential clients, or they're coming out of Deloitte and have a network of potential clients, so that you could potentially ask for a waiver of 2 years in business, but technically the requirement is 2 years of tax returns.
And also, can a nonprofit be a 8A?
It's got to be for a profit, but I've seen a nonprofit have a for-profit arm, or vice versa, or connected in some way.
So I have a situation. I started a construction company back in 2018, and I just got into business, and all my taxes have to be done, and everything needs to be done for the past 5 years. I have an accountant working on it, and they've been working on it for God knows how long. Is it possible, do you believe that I could get a waiver as long as my taxes are being done and by an IRS certified accountant?
Yeah, so you're saying your business has been, if I'm understanding correctly, your business has actually been around for over 5 years.
Yes.
It's just you're going through the process of filing your 5 years of tax returns and getting them corrected and certified and sent over to the government.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is, look, it's not compliant with what SBA asks for, but when you go in, you could file, if your accountant can write a letter saying, look, this is the process, this is what we're submitting. If you have financial statements that are clean financial statements that you can submit, because they're going to ask for your financial statements as well. If those are clean and you could submit those, there is a potential, from my opinion, and look, when there is discretion at the SBA around waivers, it depends what their current posture is, right? From my opinion, if there's a good story to tell, if there was a reason why the taxes hadn't been filed for this period of time, and that you do have an accountant that's working on it to getting them filed, and you have a letter or a note from a public accountant or CPA, that could potentially be considered as a waiver, in my opinion.
What are the odds of that?
If I was going to give you odds on that, I would say, actually, right now, because they're looking to expand the 8A program, I would say probably 65-35 in favor.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me get the mic, because we got people at home and they want to know.
Good questions.
For the 8A, is it all three that need to qualify, or is it one or two of the three? Like,
What do you
is
mean?
it financial? Is it the story?
No, it's all three.
It needs all three.
You got to be economic disadvantaged and socially disadvantaged. So it's really two. But to be socially disadvantaged, you have to write the social disadvantage narrative.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I think there was a question in the back. Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Oh,
She's next.
Sorry.
Is there a difference between the 8A and an EDWOSB?
Yes. So I'll explain the program difference. The thresholds have gotten to be similar now, right? So when you talk about the thresholds around economic status and disadvantaged status, those thresholds have been harmonized now. But as far as the program, I'll explain the difference between the two programs. What'd you do?
Because you walked too far.
Oh, you got it smaller. I'm going to jump down. Yes,
so
ma'am.
you mentioned earlier on in your presentation that there is actually a requirement for evidence to be provided of your being disadvantaged.
Yeah.
Help me to understand this. Am I writing like a narrative to say this is my story of what happened to me, and I have to provide like emails saying you did not get the job?
So let me explain that. That's a really good question. So number one, because the new system has just come back up, it used to be a social disadvantage narrative. So you'd basically write like a 2-page narrative and you would submit it. And what they had originally asked for is potential witnesses. They had never actually, from our experience and the clients that we've worked with, they'd never actually called one of those witnesses. But you had to have name and number, someone that could corroborate it, right? Someone that was your colleague or someone that you told or someone that had seen it. So that's the evidence. It's not necessarily, emails or... Now, if you got fired and you have a pink slip or something like that, you could include it too. Now, when the new system came out, it's much more structured. So it's, in fact, limiting your ability to put too much information in there. Some of our team is like, well, that's really good because you don't have to write that much. The rest of our team are like, that's really bad because I can't tell my whole story. It's like I need more space to actually tell my story. So the proof is, do you have individuals that can corroborate your story? Does that make sense?
We have 2 questions.
But I didn't make up the rule.
2.
I'm just... There was one in the back too, by the way.
I have a question. So as far as the social and economic disadvantage, recently I tried to put together a proposal for some hangars to be built on an Air Force base. Okay. I think it was $7 million, but they didn't even look at us at all.
Because you're not 8A, is that what?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. We our proposals are phenomenal. We have our Indian small business and everything, and they haven't even responded.
Indian Enterprise Small Business.
Yes, they haven't even responded to us. So
what agency?
What agency?
Yeah, who are you selling to?
It was Walsh.
This is Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah.
Army Corps of Engineers.
Oh, that's another thing too. Like when the hurricanes came through, we wrote letters to the Army Corps of Engineers to do tarping. I own a roofing company, Hammer Roofing.
Okay, cool.
And I've been in the storm business since '07, but I haven't, in the past 2 years of being a government registered contractor, haven't gotten one contract.
Yeah, we'll talk about a strategy there. I'm gonna talk a little bit about a strategy there.
We're going to have roundtable discussions also.
Yeah,
at the end
this
of the day.
afternoon.
But John's also coming back in the afternoon.
I think there's one more question in the back.
John, can you be an 8A more than once now?
No. So good question. That's an excellent question I was going to get to. So it's a 9-year program, business development program, as you know. You had been in the 8A program.
Ours was 8 years back in my time.
Oh, okay. So it's 9.
And ours was the $3 million max.
Yeah, no, it's
the
changed.
other big key was to be a contractor in that arena and to do construction work. If you did not have the bonding capability,
that's the challenge.
You're out. 8A is not going to help you.
Yeah, that's the challenge.
If you don't have the marketing and all that capability put in place, and that takes 5 to 10 years in your company to get to that level. So you could capitalize on what's there.
That's a really, so several really good points you made there.
2 more questions. One, can he come back and get the 8A for 1
No.
year? Why can't he contest it?
Because he wasn't in the 8A program during COVID.
So
what Yvette is pointing to is if you were in the 8A program during COVID, you got an extra year. So, but if you were out, you can't come back in. But you make some really good points. A couple of things I just want to point to. The 8A program is a 9-year program. And the limit now is 100 million sole source, or it used to be 100 million or twice your NAICS code, but they just said make it 100 million. Not for tribally owned entities, for individually owned entities. It's a 9-year program. So just by the way, to your point, just because you're an 8A doesn't mean contracts are going to start flowing in, right? You have to have the experience, the qualifications, the networks, the relationships, the background, the past performance, in order to be able to get the contracts, right? And how do you get all that? And by the way, because it's a 9-year program, in the 8A program, you have special access to a very unique sole source opportunity. In all the other programs, the government can direct award to you, sole source to you, but they have to justify it. They have to say there's no other woman-owned small business that can provide this product or service, or there's no other hub zone. In the 8A program, if they like you, up to $4.5 million, and in manufacturing it's $7 million, they can, without justification, give you a contract. They like you, the hangar work, you go in there, I'm an 8A, you know me, you like my work. They have to do a government price estimate. You'll write a statement of work, and they'll give you a direct award, up to $4.5 million. Now, you get weaned off those sole source awards in the transitionary years, 7, 8, and 9. So you don't want to waste, to your point, you don't want to get in the 8A program and be trying to gain traction, not be prepared, not have the bonding capacity, not have a mentor that can potentially bring you the bonding capacity, and then waste those first 5 years learning. And then now you've learned and you're like, wow, I can get a sole source. And then now the government's like, oh yeah, guess what? We're weaning you off a sole source because you're in transitionary years, 7, 8, and 9. You know, and each year it goes down like 10 or 15% with respect to your portfolio of business, and it has to be non-8A, it has to be non-sole source. So those are really important points with respect to timing to get into the 8A program. It's 9 years, and it's a business development program, right? So it's intended that you're going to graduate and be able to be functioning in the full and open, non-restricted marketplace because you benefited from the business development and growth in those nine years. The other programs do have sole source, but like I said, they're much different. You don't see as many sole source opportunities in the other programs. Any other questions? I think, was there a question here? Yes, back there? Yes, ma'am.
John, I think that it's also good to emphasize that once you're getting toward the latter stages of the 8A program, you need to be able to diversify your market. So you can't be like 100% government contracts. You have to be able to be competitive. And once
or
you
at
don't
least you
have
can't
that,
be 100% 8A.
Yes.
Yes, you do have to diversify because they're going to look at that. The other thing is, it's a good point, because they're going to look at your, government loves acronyms. They're going to look at your BAT, business activity targets, in those years. And your reliance on 8A and 8A sole source has to go down. So you have to diversify out of the 8A sole source and 8A restricted portfolio. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Does it help if you have multiple?
Yes, yes. Okay. So real quick, so look, so we talked a lot about the 8A program, economically and socially disadvantaged, right? Women-owned, because someone asked that question. The women-owned, and I used to love these acronyms, there's WOSB and Ed Wosby. And like when I first went to this program, I was like, who's Ed? And it's women-owned small business and economically disadvantaged women-owned small business program, right? And they have particular North American industry classification codes where set-asides can occur. Now, to the point of being prepared, the better way of sort of doing this, rather than getting immediately into the 8A program, if you are potentially woman-owned or can be a hub zone or service disabled, you may want to look at those to gain traction because you're in a restricted marketplace. You gain traction and experience, and then you go after the 8A certification because you have the limited 9-year time period. In the women-owned small business program, obviously the owner, in this case, has to be a woman. In economically disadvantaged women-owned, again, woman, but meets the thresholds with respect to economic disadvantage that I laid out earlier. Service disabled, similar. Again, you don't have to be economically disadvantaged, but you do have to have your documentation that you're service disabled. That is also now a front-end certification program where it used to be self-representation up until a few years ago. And then the last one, which is unique because it's not based on an individual, it's based on where your principal office is located. So hub zone, historically underutilized business zones. So if you're, and look, I used to run this program, but for the life of me, it's like a algorithm with economic data and unemployment data, and they put this all into a computer, housing and urban development, and they shoot out a map. The map actually on the SBA website is great because you can put your address in and it tells you if you're in a hub zone. Now, principal office doesn't mean headquarters, right? Your principal office has to be in a hub zone. And by the way, that's the one goal the federal government doesn't meet. So if you think you can meet the hub zone criteria, it's great because the federal government is looking for hub zones. So your principal office is where your most employees work. So imagine you have two locations, and then you have a whole bunch of work sites because you're in construction. You get rid of the work sites, and then you look at your two other locations. Where the most employees work is your principal office. So we have clients, you'll take one person from here and put them here. And all of a sudden, that becomes your principal office. That's not gaming the system. Well, it kind of is, but you're following the rules. So you can have a principal office in a hub zone, right? The next criteria is, do 35% of your employees live in a hub zone? Doesn't have to be the same hub zone, right? Any hub zone around the country. And an employee right now, although there's some proposed rules out there, and we'll talk about proposed rules later this afternoon, employee right now is anybody that works 40 hours a month, not a week. So a lot of companies hire interns. They'll go out and hire college students, right, online. They have to do something significant, like you can't hire them and they're not doing anything because firms get into trouble for doing that. They have to do something impactful or at least monitorable. You should be giving them direction. But you can hire interns in college towns, and most college towns are hub zones. And so now you can meet your 35% requirement easier. There's a lot of clients that do that as well. So for the hub zone program, is my principal office in a hub zone, and is 35% of my employees live in a hub zone. Not the same hub zone, any hub zone. And then if you have, so the question with respect to, does it make me more attractive to a buying agency if I'm the unicorn, right? I'm a small business, 8A, women-owned, economically disadvantaged, women-owned, service-disabled, hub zone. The answer is yes, but the government can't do a double set-aside, right? So the government can't do an 8A hub zone set-aside. They have to pick one. However, what most people don't realize is that the government currently, again, there's some potential statutes that wants to get rid of this, the government currently gets multiple credit for the same contract. So if you are the unicorn and it's $1 million contract, they're going to get $1 million in the small business bucket. They're going to get $1 million in 8A, hub zone, women-owned, service-disabled. So even though they did a 8A set-aside, they get to count it towards all their goals. So it helps them meet their statutory goals. Now, we also talked about the 23%, right? That's for the entire federal government. It goes agency by agency. In my previous position, I was responsible with negotiating with all the federal agencies. Some agencies like ours, the SBA, had a goal of 74%, right? Because they buy things that are small business friendly. Department of Energy, not so small business friendly. Their goal was 11%. DOD was right around 22%. And then they take that goal and they push it down to their components. So when you're talking about Army Corps of Engineers, they get that from DOD proper. And all those contracting officers have these goals to meet, so they're looking for qualified small businesses to help them meet those goals. And then the last thing I'll say on this page before I switch it, when we talk about these that are individually based on an individual, right, 8A, hubs, woman-owned, service-disabled, that individual, to your point earlier, has to own and control. Ownership is easy, 51%. And to your point, they came and visited. Ownership is easy. Do you own 51% or not? Control is much more difficult. Control means that you have an operating agreement that demonstrates there are no unanimous consent provisions. In other words, someone can't prevent you from exercising your control over the company. Negative control is also possible. And this is where I can talk about, there's a lot to go over. This is where I can talk about affiliation. So negative control is also possible. So what does negative control mean? If you have a partner but they own 49%, you're okay with the 51%. But if they put $2 million into the company and you put nothing, the SBA is going to say, oh, okay, you technically control, but you're not going to do something that the $2 million investor doesn't want you to do, right? So that's a type of negative control. If you have, and affiliation is a problem of concern too. If you have a firm that there's one large prime contractor and you're only contracting with that one large prime contractor. In other words, 100% of your revenues are coming from that one large prime contractor. That's potentially an affiliation concern. SBA might say that because they are your only source of revenue, they have a certain level of control on your organization. So control is really important, and it is not black and white. In SBA, this is something that always frustrated me. SBA looks at the totality of circumstances. So when you look at affiliation, things that we normally do in our normal business practice, joint ventures, partnerships, my brother owns part of this company and owns part of that company. We have common management, common ownership, common facilities. Those types of things can lead to affiliation. Affiliation can be a concern around control, but it can also be a concern around size. So for these programs, you're supposed to be small, right? And small is by North American Industry Classification Code. And it generally goes by revenue. So if you're found affiliated because you have common ownership, common facilities, common management, it's a control issue, but it's a size issue because SBA will combine your revenues to determine if you're small. So affiliation in itself isn't always like a bad word, but if it takes you out of your size, if someone does a size protest and you're found affiliated with a partner or your husband's business or your wife's business, they could combine their revenues to determine if you're still small. Any questions so far around this? Yes, ma'am.
What if you migrate from an LLC into an S Corp and you need a board of directors, and the board of directors are your family's business? Does the income revenue from a business that you're not generally associated with every day count into that calculation?
It can. It depends how much control they can exercise. It depends how much control that board of directors can exercise on the day-to-day activities of the organization. So depending on how if it's an S Corp and you have bylaws instead of an operating agreement, and I'm not an attorney, but if it is, and your bylaws don't allow you to exercise control and you can be blocked in any way, then that's potentially a problem.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry?
Wait, hold on.
You don't need a board for an S Corp.
You don't need a board for an S Corp.
You could structure it without the board, yeah.
And ours is an S Corp, has been since we founded them. One of the things.
Don't want one. It's good. You can have an advisory board that has, they just advise.
And you could pay your advisory board members and so forth through that. A couple of things, and there's a double-edged sword with this. One is the audits done after the project is complete. Federal government will audit just about any project above $1 million. The Army Corps sends people out for the audits. I forget what they're called.
DCAA audits?
DAC audits, the DCAA audits.
Yeah.
And so let's say you've got 10% set up for overhead, 10% set up for profit, which is the maximum they'll allow. But when they come out to audit, and if it shows that your overhead is only 4%,
they want their money back.
And and they will take it then. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. Your accounting system, that's why I've said you need to be established before you become an 8A.
Yeah. The accounting system, so that's a good point. I mean, look, if you're doing construction, and construction is very different than professional services or IT services, or even if you are a supplier of goods and services, like supplier of goods, products, right? It's very different. Construction is unique, and you have to have project cost accounting. You got to be able to maintain that, and especially as you start growing. So once you hit, and they're going to raise this, but once you hit over $10 million annually, when you're in the 8A program, even if you're not in construction and they're not coming out to audit you, you have to have DCA audited books and records. You're okay below 10 million. You may want to have them in place. You don't have to. But these all, to your point, these all take time, but also take money and resources to get established and start. Yeah, yeah. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Just a point on the hub zone, having won and been awarded several hub zone contracts, one of the things that we wind up doing as small business owners is that we adjudicate the placement of the company in there. There will always be a protest in some of the hub zones. As a result, every protest I had to do, at the time 176 employees, I had to provide records of each one of those employees, payroll records.
Yes.
Validation of their, where they live.
Location,
records,
address, license.
At the time, license. So 3 or 4 pieces of document for each one of the employees at the time of proposal, submission, and award.
Yeah, they've changed that though.
Yeah.
So the requirement, the hub zone program used to require you to, very different than all the other programs, because all the other programs was only at time of offer.
Right.
Hub zone program, you had to be compliant at time of offer and award. And so you submit your proposal, and that's why they all got protested, right? Because what happens in between the 6 to 12 months from offer to award? You lose people, you gain people, they might be a hub zone. So anytime you got a hub zone award, it would usually get protested because your competitors are like, I bet they fell below the 35%. But that's changed. So now it's based on your annual certification. If you're okay on that date, that's the only thing SBA goes back to.
Okay, just if you can clarify on tribally owned, since Brandon belongs to a smaller tribe, and we are speaking with them to establish a tribally owned 8A.
Yeah.
There is no graduation from the program, as I understand. Is that correct?
So, no, well, okay, so I will talk real quick about tribally owned, and I know, well, we're already at 1, but I'll be back later this afternoon. So a good point. So tribally owned entities are unique in multiple ways, right? For a tribe, an individual can only own 1 8A, and you have 9 years in the program, unless you got the 1-year extension because of COVID, right? For a tribe, first of all, you can have 1 8A, 9 years, that graduates, but you can have a second 8A, you can have a third 8A, fourth 8A, fifth 8A. There are tribes, Alaskan Native corporations, and Native Hawaiian organizations that have 10, 12, 13 8A subsidiaries. And they specialize, right? So there could be a construction subsidiary, there could be IT subsidiary, there could be a cybersecurity subsidiary. And generally speaking, because we work with some smaller tribes, the first 8A that a tribe sets up is sort of the catch-all, right? They'll do anything because they can. And so they'll do construction, they'll do a little bit of IT, they'll do a little bit of IT services, hardware, and then they'll take construction and pull it out and do 8A number 2, construction. And then they'll take IT and do 8A number 3. Now, there is a restriction. Once you graduate with a NAICS code, you're supposed to be out of that NAICS code for 2 years, right? So if you have a North American Industry Classification Code, IT services, I don't know, 541611, technically, once that graduates, you can't just drop in a second one and have that same NAICS code again. It can be a couple of NAICS codes difference, but the SBA is going to monitor and make sure, because what they don't want to do is have you manipulate a particular contract indefinitely, right? So that's the thing. The other tribe benefits are, not only can you have as many 8As as you like, except for that restriction, you don't have a sole source limit. So when we talked about the sole source limit for individual 8As of $4.5 million, tribes technically can receive an unlimited sole source, right? So you could get a $100 million contract. Doesn't have to do a justification, doesn't have to do an approval, does a government cost estimate. They like you, you write a SOW, you get the $100 million. And tribes can be a hub zone through an exception. So in order for everybody else to get into the hub zone program, I've explained that, right? For tribes, you can say, hey, I want to be in the hub zone program, and whenever we get a hub zone set-aside contract, 35% of the staff on that contract will come from my tribal community, our tribal community, or the surrounding areas. Now, you can make that promise and be HubZone certified and 8A certified and never go after a HubZone contract, right? So you never have to comply with that requirement. Now, when a contracting officer gives you a $100 million 8A sole source, they get credit for 8A and HubZone. But you don't have to comply with the HubZone requirements because it wasn't a HubZone set-aside contract. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
If a non-tribally owned company does a JV with a tribally owned company,
Yep.
do they have to be can it be 50-50? Does it have to be 51? How does that work?
So we're going to talk about JVs in the second session.
Okay.
But the majority owner, the designations flow from the majority owner. So if you want the JV to take on the status of the tribal 8A and be eligible for unlimited sole source, the tribe would own 51%.
Okay, so thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, yes. And then we'll come here.
So if 8A was to be acquired by a tribe,
yep,
and let's say they're 7 years into their 8A,
yep,
what happens to the length of how long it can remain in 8A?
So you don't get another, so there's two ways to look at this, and this gets really like in the weeds. And we work with clients that do this, either tribes that buy or some clients that sell. You can go the change of ownership route, which basically means you're taking a disadvantaged individual and you're replacing that disadvantaged individual with another qualified disadvantaged individual. And in this instance, it happens to be a tribe. But you're basically replacing the disadvantaged with another disadvantaged. In that context, number one, you need approval from the SBA. Number two, you don't get another bite at the apple. You just get the remainder of the 2 years in the program. But tribes are the best types of buyers for that because they don't care. They get 2 years in that program. They get all your past performance, all your qualifications, all the vehicles you might have already captured, like CIO, SP4, STARS 3, all those things. They don't care because they're not limited. They're going to just set up 8A number 2, 3, 4, and eventually they're just going to move this work over to these 8As, right? The other one is if you sell your assets, your government contracting assets, your 8A assets, anytime there's a change, anytime there's a change, the SBA has a regulation that says, hey, if you haven't gotten approval, these contracts are terminated for convenience. So before that change happens, you have to either do the change of ownership approval or you have to get a waiver from the termination for convenience clause. And the only person that can sign that is the administrator of the SBA. Does that make sense? And I'm happy to, because that's really in the weeds, but I'm happy to chat with you about that this afternoon if you're around. There was a question right here.
I understand if you're in the construction business,
it
might be easier to get government contracts, but is there a list of services that would not be qualified?
There isn't a list of services that aren't qualified, but let me talk about, are you on SAM.gov?
Yeah.
Do you know what FPDS is, Federal Procurement Data System? Or USA Spend?
Not really.
Okay, let me talk about that.
Oh.
So there isn't a list of what's not qualified, right? Because the government buys almost everything. But, so how many people are already in SAM? Awesome. How painful was that? It is painful. But remember, so you guys are already in. But if anybody in here is going to get in SAM, as soon as you start the application process, you're going to get like 1,000 emails about people that want to charge you and help you to get on. You don't need to hire them. You can do it yourself. You can have the Apex Center help you. You can have the National Center help you, right? But it is painful because you'll get multiple emails from .mil addresses. You miss it, then you have to start over again. Your IRS verification has to match, and if it's, even if you have STE for suite and you don't have the period and have the period in another one, it won't match, so it'll bounce back. So be patient. You can do it yourself or you can get free help, the SBDC, the Apex Center. But once you're in SAM, everything over $25,000 comes out in SAM. right? So you can do like a keyword search. You can set up a report for your North American Industry Classification Code, your keyword. Those things will come out. How many people have been successful in responding to a SAM solicitation and won a project? SAM, finding it on SAM, bidding on it, and winning it. Yeah? Okay, very few, right? Why? Because your competitors have already been tracking this probably for like 6, 12, 36 months or maybe longer, right? So because you're not in the hallways like they are, talking to the contracting officers, talking to the program office, what can you do? So usaspending.gov, every contract over $25,000 that the federal government lets is in usaspending.gov. So you can do, and there are third-party resources, right? There are FedMine, 7J, SBA 7J program has a system that is for free, and you can take advantage of that. But USA Spending is good too. So what you basically want to do is who's buying what I'm selling, right? So you can do that. You can do a keyword search. You can do a NAICS code search. And once you find out who's buying what I'm selling, the question is, okay, is it one contract for $1 billion? In other words, you know, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base or Aberdeen. They're buying widgets, but is it one contract for $1 billion or is it 1,000 contracts for $1 million? Because I'm more likely to go after those, right? So that starts to narrow down your potential target. The maze of federal government selling is a hard thing to achieve and maneuver, right? But if you can say, these are my top 10 targets, right? 1, they're buying widgets. 2, there's a bunch of contracts. 3, you could even slice it in a different way. Are they women-owned small business friendly? Is there a lot of set-asides? Are they 8A friendly? Are they doing a lot of 8A set-asides? Who are my competitors? Are there large primes there that I can potentially partner with? Because just like the federal government has goals, large primes need small business government contractors because large primes have the same goals and they negotiate it with the federal government. So as you cut and slice the data, the question is who's buying what I'm selling? Are they small business friendly? Are they using set-asides? Who's my competitors? And then you start to look at, okay, this looks like an ideal contract. When is it expiring? And then the low-hanging fruit, the contract is expiring and the 8A is graduating. And I just got my 8A, right? So you have a graduating 8A that can't rebid on it because they're graduating. You have the contract expiring, so they're going to need someone. So that's like the low-hanging fruit to sort of start looking at. And once you identify, let's say your top 5, your top 10, then to your point about, you know, I'm not successful, you have to start building the relationships. How does that happen? Every buying activity has a small business specialist. How many folks know what an OSDBU is? OSDBU? Okay, government loves their acronyms. Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. Every federal agency by law is required to have an OSDBU, and in the military they call them Office of Small Business Program, OSBP. And then at that high level, they have small business specialists at Army. They have an OSDBU at Army and then a small business specialist at Aberdeen Proving Grounds. So if Aberdeen is one of my top 5, I want to know who the small business specialist is at Aberdeen, right? I want to find out, I want to go to their website. I want to find out when they're having industry days. I want to know when they're doing matchmaking. And in industry days, they're getting all their large prime contractors there to help matchmake with small subcontractors. So that's one leg of the arm, right? And then you know the contracting officer, because in USA Spend, when you find that expiring contract at Aberdeen, it says who the contracting officer is. So you want to be able to see, okay, are they going to be doing matchmaking? Are they out? Are they at res? Are they going to be at res doing matchmaking? How do I get in front of that person? And then a lot of folks forget about the third leg of the stool, right? So from my perspective, each of these has to be sort of pursued. One is small business specialist. What small business specialist covers this buying activity? Because their only job is to find small businesses to help them meet their goals, because they have goals to meet. That's number one. Number two, contracting officer. Number three, what a lot of folks don't realize is that the money isn't the contracting officers, and it's not the small business specialists. It is the program office, right? So the program office gets the money, they decide they want to do a project, and the contracting officer executes against that project. So getting in front of the program office and building a relationship with the program office is important as well. So the way I always look at it is you have to have a consistent sort of the three-pronged approach. And as the point was made earlier, this takes a long time, right? So like the pipeline development for federal contracting isn't like the private sector, right? It's not like a month, a week, 2 months, 3 months. Your pipeline development can be like 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, right? As you put these projects in your pipeline, as you do your homework, as you build the relationships, as you identify partners, that's why when you see it come out on SAM and they're like, respond in 30 days, your competitors have already done all that, right? They already know the contracting officer, the small business specialist. They know who they're going to team up with. They probably know the project requirements. They've probably seen the statement of work. They've already probably developed their proposal and probably even priced it out. So you're way behind the 8 ball, if that's the idiom. That's why the homework is so important on USA Spend. Am I almost out of time? I am out of time? No? Oh, I'm good. Okay. Now, the other thing that I'll throw in there, so a lot of people raised their hand when they said they're in SAM. How many people know what DSBS is? Okay, a few. So when you do your SAM registration, what a lot of folks, and SAM is owned by GSA, what a lot of folks don't realize is when you answer the questions about size, number of employees, revenue, et cetera, is my time up? I figured it was, so real quick. Oh, I am way over. And I'm coming back, so we'll have a little bit more time to chat and ask questions. When you're filling out SAM, a lot of people don't realize that behind the GSA system, after you answer those questions, there's DSBS. DSBS is an SBA system. It used to be you could get in there at login.gov without having to click all the way through SAM. It might be available through the new Certify system. I don't think it's working quite right yet, but when a government contracting officer goes to do market research, and we'll talk about the rule of 2 when I come back because I didn't get a chance to talk about it. When they go do market research, one of the first things they look at is DSBS. So if you're not updating your DSBS profile, if you're not putting your experience in there, your past performance, and you're not regularly updating it, you're not coming up on the CO's search, at least their initial search. So it's important to continue to update your DSBS. And the old system, if they don't update it, it's Internet 1.0, right? So when the CO does research, the last firm that updated their profile comes up first. So we have clients that'll go in there and add a sentence 1 month, take the sentence out the next month, add a period, comma, whatever. So you come out first, right? So update it regularly so you're on top of the list when they do their research. One last round of questions before I step down, and I'll be back this afternoon. Okay. Oh, yes. One comment?
Yes. Is there a contract value threshold for DSBS, or does everything?
No, you're automatically in DSBS.
Okay.
The threshold is around SAM, the 25. Everything above 25,000 is in SAM. And then this afternoon, we'll also talk about when you do that research, not only are they small business friendly, but how are they buying? Are they buying off a schedule or a government-wide acquisition vehicle, et cetera? Because that's also important. But we'll talk about that this afternoon. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Next, I'd like to bring up Erin Abrahamson. She's our Chief of Staff of the National Center. This next panel is going to be all about National Centers and show you some of the programs that we have.
want to keep that one?
Whose are these? Are these John's? John, are these yours? Oh, yeah. But okay. All right, we'll leave them here.
Okay, I'll introduce myself. My name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and I get the pleasure of working with all three of these guys, along with Kaya, Haley, and Charmaine, and Michaela, who are also all here from the National Center. And so we have Joanne Begay-Nota. She is the project director for our export program. We have Yvette Fielder. She's the project director for our tourism program. And Chris Johnson, right? And he works with our Apex Accelerator program. So I'm going to pass it.
Well, you're part of this too, so
I'm standing here.
Know. Okay. Where's the clicker? Don't fall down now. Oh, okay.
The stage ends there.
All right. Joanne, which one do we do it over?
Yeah, you got it.
Did it go?
I think you go backward.
Oh, okay. That's us. All right. So that's, we're on that one. The clicker? Okay. So do you want to cover this section? Okay. So like we had said earlier, we are over 55 years in the making. We started out in Los Angeles, California with some successful business owners that came together and decided that they wanted to share their knowledge with other entrepreneurs, mindsets that wanted to learn about business, and so that's how we started. And then in the 80s, we moved to Mesa, Arizona, where we reside now, and we purchased that building, and we're still there. And do you want to add anything? No? Okay. Let me see. So we can click. Okay. We provide counseling and consulting to small business owners over all of our programs. We do a lot of things behind the curtain that nobody even thinks of an organization would probably do as a nonprofit. Like we mentioned, we have RES, which Erin will go over. We have a plethora of small business partners that we work with, which is SBA, the SBDC centers, the Women Business Centers. We're funded in part by several grants or cooperative agreements, such as the DoD, OIED, which is under the Department of Interior, MBDA, which is a Minority Business Development Agency, as well as the Small Business Administration, and MBDA also for our exporting program. We've worked with all of these different organizations such as SCORE, Chambers of Commerce, and many others. I don't even know how to do my thing here. Am I in the right? Yeah, okay. Which one are we on? Okay. How do I? Oh, okay. So part of the Native Edge programs, which is what we're doing today, we cover many topics, as you see on your agenda, so we don't really have to explain all that, but we use this also when we go to other agencies and other organizations just to help get them familiar with what we do and how we can assist and work with them as well. Again, we provide client spotlights, so Michaela is off interviewing folks. She might tap you on your shoulder and ask you for an interview. We do a number of these. We used to also do them during RES, and we called them man on the street interviews. We also go out and do site visits the day before our trainings a lot of times to learn about different programs, and it provides free marketing to our clients, so they really enjoy those spotlights. And sometimes there's Michaela now. She's our awesome videographer, and we also work very closely with Skybear Media with Jack in the back, and they have done a number of our recap videos over the years, and they do a fantastic job. And I think you were going to pull up the Brooks one. Are you able to do that? Okay. He's going to pull that up, and I'm going to turn this off.
I'm excited to be part of the Native Edge Institute here in Brooks, California. Just an exciting opportunity to teach the topics about growing a business and actually some of the leadership skills to sustain that business.
If you're a Native entrepreneur, whether that's an individual entrepreneur or a tribe, this is one of the best places you can go to start up.
Going to conferences such as this is eye-opening. I know this event allowed our company to flourish and grow because we meet great people that our business can benefit from, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come.
We're so excited to be at Cache Creek in Brooks, California. Learn about building relationships, working with the tribes and the individuals, but even with the state agencies.
We're at Yochadee Golf Club. The golf course opened for its first public rounds in 2008. The expectation is to deliver a world-class experience for our guests. When you arrive on property, first thing you see when you pop over the top of the hill, you've got the Golden Hills in the background with a green golf course. We do host a golf academy here. This place is for everybody. So come on over to the driving range and let's go check it out.
The goal and the vision always being products that are grown on tribal land. We started with just wine and oil. Since then, we've added several other products. The tasting room here has really been amazing. Our goal was to also have visibility through the entire process. You can see the entire thing here at the Seg Hills Olive Mill. I've had the great opportunity to work with the Tribal Council. What I've come to realize and appreciate is the high level of leadership we have here. Without that level of leadership, none of what we do here at Sacred Hills would be possible.
The growth opportunity for Indian country is tourism. All this native land out there, people really aren't coming there to visit that. Why is that? In many cases, they don't know what exists out there.
Be a part of our industry, but also be a part of respecting who we are. It really helps us to see our culture as relevant. And I think that's what tourism can really help.
Our voice has to be heard, and our way of life has to be understood. The businesses that have a vision and a mission statement that's value-based will become the brand names of the 21st century and on into the 22nd century. Doing that, they will reach out and help people in need in the community.
Attending a Native Edge Institute is a real opportunity to connect with potential customers, potential partners.
I remember I used to joke, I work in casinos, it's not like we're curing cancer. And then one of our attorneys sat me down and she said, I think you need to look at it a little bit differently. You're building a government.
When I first got here, I didn't really think it was for me, but then they showed an example of a Navajo woman with a clothing and a jewelry line. That's when I realized I am in the right place, and I know that I can learn and grow from this experience.
All of us have to see a future. We have an opportunity to give our respective cultures that voice, but really have it be a presentation to the world.
Thanks, Jack. So that was a recent visit to Cache Creek in California. It's owned and operated by one of the tribes there, one of the rancherias, and they're doing very well. And Seca Hills is one of their ventures as well. Oops. Did I hit something?
She didn't stop. It's continuing on YouTube.
On YouTube? Oh, but Jack's controlling that. So in the video, we had Billy Mills, who is an Olympic champion. He won the 10,000 meter run in, was it 1969? Something like that. So, yeah. The only person to ever won the Olympic gold, actually. One of our programs, which is new to the National Center, and Haley is a part of the East Coast region for our tourism program. We can go forward on, there we go. So part of what the tourism program does is to build capacity and training, provide the technical assistance, and reach out and learn again about what communities, what their needs are, where we can develop feasibility studies and work closely with the tribes or individual small business owners. Earlier, Ed had mentioned that, For me, it's a destination point. So if you're a small business within a Native community or you're residing close to a Native community, you could be a potential business owner for a destination. An example would be we've had different entrepreneurs. We currently have a restaurateur that is interested in expanding his business. So he already has 4 restaurants, and he wants to expand and grow into a 5th in the Minnesota region. And he's becoming well known, and that's a destination where people want to go to his restaurant, especially within the local communities, but also outside. So with that, we have all of our other programs that we all kind of intersect with our deliverables in our programs. So we can also provide the infrastructure development, policy and research, and promotion of your businesses like you saw in the recap videos. And I mentioned that we have 5 regions, and in the 5 regions, we have Alaska is a region, Hawaii is a region, and then the lower 48 is broken into 3 regions. So we have the Northwest region in the red, the Southwest is in the green, and then Haley gets to cover everything in blue. So they all have huge regions to cover, and I always say that we look like we're 100 people strong at the National Center, but now that we've added Haley and the other team members, I think we're up to 28 staff members at the National Center. But we started, Erin was the one and only employee like just 7 years ago, and then I think I came in, and then they had the Apex team, which has been there in a long-standing program at the National Center. And this is just a little bit more about the recap videos and how we can assist small businesses with marketing and gather information and learn about them and help get that deliverable out to help those get free marketing. And you want to talk about Res?
Okay, so you've heard it mentioned a few times, and one of our premier events that we put on is our Reservation Economic Summit, which is our national conference, which is occurring this year in March. I was going to say your date's wrong there. That was this past year. So it's March 10th through the 13th. It's the same week, just a little bit different. We usually try to stay in the March timeframe for this. And so this past year we had, as you can see, this was our promotions for Res 2024. Oh, don't push that. This was our promotions for Res 24. And so our numbers in 2023 were 4,100. The year before that, we were about 36. And this past year, we had 46. We've grown by 500 almost for the past 3 years. When I first started, my very first Res was Res 2017, and we had just under 1,700 attendees. That's how much we've grown in that amount of time for Res. Some notes, and I know that I've been asked, we do have registration open. We are set at an early bird rate right now. We did have a flash sale rate that did end last week. And so we are at our early bird rates. And as an attendee of our Native Edge Institute, you are technically considered a client. We do have a client rate, and you'll see that when you log on. But the early bird rate will be there up until February 3rd. And then from there, it will go to our on-site registration costs. It is a 4-day event, starts Monday. We have sessions starting early on Monday. We also have our matchmaking that Joanne helped run. She does our she does our B2B, but also our matchmaking with some of our larger corporations and some of our government contacts that we have that come in. So any questions that you have as far as our matchmaking goes, go ahead and reach out to Joanne. She will be able to assist you in that. She's loves having more people come in and set up meetings for our matchmaking. We have 2 different matchmaking events. We have one which is our B2B, and we utilize that with our export program and our international programs and bringing in, we work very closely with Canada and bringing in First Nations businesses to come and meet down here with our businesses here in the United States. And that's usually the Monday. It'll be Monday again, but we also have sessions going on as well. I think this past year, just sessions alone, breakout sessions, not including the sessions. We have 2 general sessions that are 3 hours long, and we have people speaking during those time, and then we have general sessions during lunch. But just our breakout sessions, which start Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and a half a day on Thursday, we had a little over, I think we had 112 sessions total. So we have all kinds of sessions going on. Also, those sessions, we have a call for session. If you think that you can provide great insight to our attendees, sorry, the stage ends, and I'm trying not to fall off of it. But if you think that you have, something you can offer, we do have a call for sessions that's currently open, and it's open until November 29th. So you can go to our website. It's really small. I don't know what that QR code brings up right now. But it's our regular website. It's the ncaied.org. You add res to the front of it, so it's res.ncaied.org. That's our res website, and it will have all of the information. It has our information for exhibitors. We do have a large trade show, and that runs, we open it with a reception on Monday night. It runs Tuesday and Wednesday, and then breakdown will be Thursday for that event. We do have an art market. We do have an art market as well. We are currently sold out of our art market. That does sell really quick. So, but we do, I believe we have up to 75 artisans that will be there selling jewelry. It usually costs me a lot of money at Res, so. Just some pictures. These are our general sessions. This is a session that we did with some tribal leaders, and Mo brings plenty.
All over the country have gathered here to share ideas, network, and help push Indian country into the future.
The most prestigious networking event where natives gather.
Go to the matchmaking sessions, exchange business cards, make contacts.
I'm here excited about Res. I'm excited about the new 40 Under 40.
It is just amazing. The tribal leaders, the business leaders, the entrepreneurs, the artists, everybody, we are all gathered here to celebrate the possibility of opportunity.
Another thing that you did see on there, and I will note, we do also recognize we do have what's called our 40 Under 40 program. It's our Native American 40 Under 40. So if you know any individuals that are under the age of 40 that are doing great things for their community, we did extend the deadline to that. It is open until tomorrow. Huh? Which is tomorrow. It's open till tomorrow. But that is another great program that we have as well. Any questions?
I attended Res a couple years ago, and there was a ton of all the big defense guys. Are they there every year? Defense Concord? Yeah, yes. It's really good.
Yes. We bring in a lot of the OSBP. We bring in a lot of the OSBP, the small business program managers, as well as contracting officers and buyers, Air Force, Navy, all of the military installations, as well as federal buyers like Department of Interior, Department of Energy, prime contractors to DOD also attend, as well as corporations that are promoting their supplier diversity programs, tribal buyers as well. So it's a whole plethora of different buyers from different backgrounds that come and participate. This past year, we had 76 buyers that came to sit in on the big matchmaking event on the first day, and we had over 254 sellers that met one-on-one. We do like a round table, 10-minute meetings. You get to come in and sit down and introduce your company to buyers, and so they're like 10-minute sessions, so it's just going throughout the day. And we've had over 350 meetings just on the first day. Then on the second day, we do an international Indigenous to Indigenous matchmaking event where we brought in, like Erin said, the Canadian First Nations small businesses. We're looking at for U.S. partners as well as some of the buyers from Canada. And so we're hoping to also incorporate representatives from Australia and New Zealand this coming res.
I heard that they used to do it in DC too. Is that true, or do they ever do it in DC?
So we used to do our current president and CEO, prior to Chris coming on, we used to do our national event, which is in Las Vegas. Prior to that, they used to do it in California at Disney. But the national event has always been either when we were in California, we were in Disney, and then from there we went to Las Vegas. But we used to do regional reses. We no longer do those regional reses. We because those were full-on production. We used to charge, same amount for 3 days worth of event, and it used to be a lot on us. So we used to do 3 regional events, 1 national event. We took away the regional events and we started the NEIs. These programs we, provide free, and we go at least once a month. So we did take away those regional reses just to do our national event, which has, and then that is very much one of the reasons why our attendance has went up. We took away from having where people had 4 different options a year to where they have 1 national event of a year that they can go to, and they're not having to choose which one they're going to go to, so they can come to the national one. And when I started in 2017, we were still doing those regional events, and so that could easily be one of the reasons we only had 1,700 attendees to where we're now at 4,600 attendees. Who's talking about magazine? Go ahead. So we also have our National Center magazine, NC Magazine. As you can see, we usually do these around res. We are currently working on our most current edition. We did put out a special edition for our 40 under 40. That we have 15 years for our 40 under 40 event, our recognitions. So we did put out a special edition about a month ago, I think is when it was out. Yeah, it's been a long month. About a month ago, we put out the special edition for our 40 under 40, but we are currently working on our most recent one. So if you would like to get on the, I think you can see the magazine on our website, but you could also reach out if you would like to have one. We could also send one to you. It'd have to be one of the most current editions, though.
And we talked a little bit already about the spotlights that I mentioned earlier and how we gather interviews with different people and try to feature them whenever we can in our recap videos. And those goes on to all of our social media platforms. And next we have Joanne talking about exporting.
Thank you, Yvette. Yat she Joanne begay nota yinchia. As she hinslo my deskis ni pasachin. To bind the cheto, kachini dashanale. I'm happy to be here, and thank you for indulging me to introduce myself in Navajo, introducing my clans. That was something that my grandmother taught me a long time ago, and that's how you identify your relatives in the room. And so I'm the project director for the Arizona Minority Business Development Agency's Export Center. We're funded through the Department of Commerce and operated by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. So the purpose of our export center is really to encourage small businesses, all U.S. small businesses, to get into the export and international trade. We provide various types of training events. We host a monthly webinar on different export topics, as well as some of the business matchmaking events that we host and the networking events, just like the NEIs that we have here. So we have 4 export centers that are funded through the Department of Commerce. There's us in Arizona. We have a national coverage because basically we are the only export center that's doing outreach to Native American communities and Native small businesses. We also have 2 export centers in Texas, one in Houston and San Antonio, and then there's one here in Florida in Miami area, which is the Florida MBDA Export Center. So what we offer is, like I said, the training. The U.S. government is encouraging export because we are experiencing a huge trade deficit, and so that's hence the funding for the program to encourage exports and be able to have access to international markets for our small businesses. We mainly service socially and economically disadvantaged individual owners as well as tribal enterprises. And so we've been working with a number of different businesses, everyone from a small artisan entrepreneur that's trying to market on the internet for international trade, as well as tourism companies. Most people don't know that tourism is actually an export. And so we've been working with a lot of different tribes on tourism and developing their programs, as well as the individual businesses that market to tourists and bringing in tourists from other countries. And so we have a few of them out on Navajo Nation that offer tours of Antelope Canyon and a lot of the beautiful areas up in northern Arizona on the Navajo Nation. So we also work with other organizations such as the SBA, Office of International Trade, with the Department of Commerce as well. They have an international trade office as well. And so we work with the U.S. Commercial Services and their Gold Key program. We have a strategic partnership with U.S. Commercial Services. They help us with the marketing research that clients need. So if you're considering a particular market, then we can help you determine what the demographic information of that area is, that country, what would be the best location to market your business, and what their biggest imports are for that area. And so we can also connect you with representatives and distributors within that country. A lot of the U.S. Commercial Services also have over 200 U.S. commercial representatives that can help you in country to do further outreach as well too. So before you invest a lot of money in terms of marketing, we'd like to be able to help you to identify some key areas to focus on and give you some background information on those locations and the countries. Right now we have a good partnership with the Canadian consulate up in Canada area, as well as Australia. We have some clients that are exporting to Australia, and New Zealand is a new market that we're looking at. Of course, nearshoring is important too with Mexico as well. So a lot of different areas to focus on, and a lot of our clients are looking at the diaspora of Africa as well too. So there's opportunity, and we work with USAID as well as the Exim Bank, the Import-Export Bank of the United States, that helps with credit insurance, just to make sure that you're going to get paid for your contracts. And so we also work with the World Bank too, and they've been presenting information on how to qualify for some funding through their offices as well as through the SBA. So how you become a client, like I said, is really, we used to cater to specifically minority-owned businesses, but since, to be more politically correct, they've reclassified it as socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. So we pretty much, work with everyone. Anyone that needs help and requests our services, we offer that for free. To become a client, we just have a client intake form, as well as creating a profile for you, and we sit down with you and interview you about what your keywords are, what your focus is, and we help you develop a marketing plan as well.
I don't know how that got in there. Let's skip on to that.
What is that? That's not mine either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Apex. Thank you.
Chris, this is what you're presenting.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chris Johnson. I'm Apex Coordinator for the National Center, and I represent the Gulf South for Georgia, Florida, all the way over to Louisiana, and then up to Arkansas and Tennessee. We have 5 offices throughout the United States. Mine is the Gulf South. We have another in the Northeast. New Mexico, Colorado, and Arizona are our points of contact for you. If you're a Native American and you are looking to get in business or in business now, we're here to aid you. There's no cost to our services at all if you're Native American. If you would like to register or you are thinking about it, please reach out to me. I'll have some business cards I can give out in a little while, and I can instruct you on how to register with our organization. And the things that we can do for you will be counseling, consultation, looking over pre-bids before you get ready to submit, helping you with counseling. My mind's blank right now. Helping you with capability statements, organization, hub zone certifications, self-certifications for Native Americans, things like that. Things that you'll pay consultations for around you, because you'll see a lot of solicitations for that we do for free for you because you're Native American. We're here to help and aid in any kind of way we can in obtaining government contracting, whether it be federal, local, or state. We can help you with whatever you need. Please reach out to me and I'll guide you in whatever you need. I wasn't even looking at that. I was just going off the top of my head. Sorry. Most of that's going to consist of what I said in the beginning. Going back to, I don't know if it's going to pertain to this more, but res is very, very important. A gentleman over here was asking about us doing regional deals. We do regional matchmaking now. That's real small, and it deals with maybe 10 to 20 or so government agencies, but RES will get you close to 100 government different agencies, and you'll have one-on-ones with those for up to 15 minutes each with them. I work with Joanne on the matchmaking sessions. They're very beneficial. If you're slightly thinking about doing something to join the RES conference, I urge you. 100% of our clients say it is one of the main reasons that they go between that and the sessions that we offer for training. You will have one-on-one contact with these government contractors, these coordinators who actually approve the contracts that you're bidding on. They're going to know who you are. It's about personal relationships. It's not about putting in numbers and submitting paperwork, because you're just a piece of paper. This will give you a one-on-one, face-to-face contact with these people that are there. This is what we help coordinate for you and we do for you.
She has a question.
I'm sorry?
In the red.
So the red districts are going to be the ones that we handle personally. There is another division that handles all the blue, just because it's so massive in what we do. We have certain people that handle in each area, like mine is the Gulf South. If you look at the Gulf South region, I'll only handle clients in that area. And the best thing about us is if you're dealing with your local Apex coordinators, which are your state PTACs, everybody's changing to Apex now. They have massive caseloads, which are in the hundreds, if not close to 1,000 clients each. We're a lot more specialized. We only deal with Native Americans. My clientele list is about 50 or 60 people. I talk to them on a normal basis. If they reach out to me today, I answer them today. That's how quickly we can respond. I get them answers as quickly as possible, most of the time within the week, on what they're looking for. If you're looking for research in FPDS, which was discussed earlier, or SAM, looking into how to see what's available in contracting or who's winning those contracts, we do all of that for you. It takes time, but we get it all to you in a timely manner. It's submitted in a PDF format. It's easy to look at. You can see who's winning those contracts, the amounts that they're winning for, and so forth.
Another question.
Do you work, hi.
Hi.
Do you help with CMMC compliance?
We do. We have different aids that we can give you for that, and if I can't, I'll direct you in the right direction that can.
To get to level 2 just for the contracts, because there's not a lot of help for that small business for the CMMC.
Yes,
and then also for facility clearance. So to get your facility clearance so that you can have government
well, I can't help you with that, but I can show you what you need to do for that.
Yeah.
And I have a great resource. If I don't have the answer, We have a young lady by the name of Crystal Pierce that knows the answers to everything.
So you can find like some office that actually does FSOs, like as a subcontractor.
I didn't hear the first part.
So you have contacts like for FSO subcontracting?
One of us probably does.
Okay.
Because we deal with mostly in our regions. So if I can't help you with what's going on in your area, I'll direct you to the other person that handles that area, or my regional director, which is George Williams. He has most of the contacts in his brain. He knows everyone everywhere. So more than likely, yes.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Any other? That's a list of who we are and where we represent. So you can look at our names, and like I said earlier, I'll give out some cards if anybody's interested. You can email me. I'll show you how to register with the National Center and our NeoSera system that gets you into getting set-asides and knowing what contracts are coming up.
Yep. Oh, 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay.
We beat you 5 minutes.
Really quick, there is a really great resource, and I tell my staff too all the time. Google APTAC, APTAC. It's really easy. Yeah, it's aptac.org. I always just Google APTAC, APTAC. And when you get on their page, you'll see the United States. Click on any state that you want, and all the contacts are going to come up.
For Apex accelerators, right?
Yes, for all the Apex
It'll show
accelerators.
you who your Apex representative is for your area if you go to that.
Any other questions? John?
I would just like to add that our RES business matchmaking is open to all small businesses. It's not just for Native American companies. So if you're interested in meeting different buyers, you're welcome to join us at that event.
All of our programs do have this intake process, whether an agency wants to call it a survey tool or an intake tool, they're pretty much all the same thing. It's just basically us gathering your information so that we know who we're working with, and we put in our database, and then it comes out on a metric at the end of the year for the agencies, but we redact people's names. We don't have that in there. That's just for us so that we get to know you because you're our client, and that's how we think of you. We want to do the best job for you. We are your biggest cheerleaders. And if we, like Chris mentioned, if we don't have the answer, we have a huge network. We have John Shiraka that we can reach out. We have a lot of friends and partners across the United States, into Hawaii and Alaska, and even internationally. And we just got word that we received some more additional funding to assist us, where Aaron is going to be heading up an international team under the National Center umbrella. That's part of SBA funding. And so Kaya and Aaron did do a delegation, if you want to talk about that for just 1 minute.
Yeah, so as part of our export center last year, Kaya and I went with the U.S. Commercial Services to South Africa and Ghana, and we met with businesses. So we went with, I don't even remember how many businesses went along, but we all, had different people that we met with. As far as Kaya and I, we met with organizations that were very much like the National Center in both Ghana and South Africa, which was a really great event. And then this past year in August, our president and CEO went on to Australia and New Zealand with some of our partners there to participate and meet businesses there as well and start relationships. And like we mentioned, the new source of funding that we have, it's going to have a focus on our First Nations partnerships that we have in Canada, but we're also looking to expand into working with our partners that we've developed in New Zealand and Australia as well.
And just real quick, all of you can work with a tribe. I mean, they have their own procurement processes, and you have to learn what their procurement process is. So, for example, I worked for a tribe in Arizona, the Gila River Indian Community, at one time, and they literally had several procurement offices and officers within the community because they are all receiving different types of funding. So they have a hospital that they run, so that was a federal agency procurement, the tribe itself, because they have different programs, the school districts, and they had like 3 different school districts that resided within their community, so you had to do the process for all of those different school districts. They have the casinos, so you can get work at the casinos. They're building casinos. They're remodeling. There's a lot of work there. Gift shops, if you're a smaller entrepreneur. So there's just all kinds of opportunities out there for you as small business owners. Kai's giving me the X that I taught her, so we're off now. So thank you. And I think are we going to do a drawing, maybe? If we get everybody's business cards, we can maybe do a couple drawings for res tickets, and we do have this information out there as well.
We'll have Charmaine come in, collect some business cards probably after John's session, but we have John coming up again. So if you guys could turn your attention towards him, you have conversations, we can take it outside of the room that way so we can have a good audience for John.
Thank you. Oh, sure.
We have a break at 3.
Okay, never mind.
I'm gonna get to that. If we can all take our seats so John can continue with his presentation, that would be really great. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you guys for being patient. I know it's a long day. I wanted to go over a couple of things I didn't go over earlier, and then I wanted to talk about partnerships, mentor-protege joint venture. And I think someone asked about facilities security clearance. Getting that clearance through a mentor is an ideal way to look at that and how to approach that. And so I want to talk about how to really leverage the mentor-protege program for growth and development, and what opportunities exist with just the mentorship program, but also a joint venture under a mentorship program. Real quick, because this is just important, I know we sort of glanced over it. When you're applying for the 8A program, you have to, or the Hub Zone program, or most of these programs, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code, right? And you can't just randomly select your NAICS code. It's supposed to align with the type of work that you perform, especially if you're applying to the certifications program. SBA is going to analyze it, ask for documentation and data, et cetera. However, you may be small for a particular North American industry classification code and large for another one, right? So every solicitation that comes out has a NAICS code assigned to it. So as you grow, because I'll give you an example, a professional services NAICS code, I think the size just increased to 22 million. IT services is 37 million. So as you grow, you can potentially still apply or bid on a proposal that comes out that's IT services, because you're still small, but you may be not small or able to bid on a professional services contract. Every solicitation has a NAICS code. Sometimes contracting officers will NAICS code shop. So if you are, if you're in federal contracting, you're active in federal contracting and you're monitoring requirements, and all of a sudden you see a NAICS code that's assigned maybe not properly, you could, number one, challenge it through a protest, but that's an expensive process. But you could raise it up with the small business specialist. We talked about the OSDBU and the OSBP office. You could raise it with them, or you could bring it to the attention of the Small Business Administration. And the way that, and I'm not saying contracting officers all do this, I'm saying that sometimes contracting officers will manipulate the NAICS code to either shrink the number of firms or the types of firms that can apply to a particular requirement, or increase it so that more firms can apply to the requirement. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about before I switched over to mentor-protege is how many folks are in federal contracting again, or currently registered in SAM? Okay, how many folks know what the rule of two is? Okay, that's important. So we've talked about the set-asides, right? The 235533, or now it's a little bit different. How is that enforced? Well, anything above the simplified acquisition threshold, and right now it's at $250,000, anything above the simplified acquisition threshold is supposed to follow the rule of two. Remember when I said the contracting officer is going to do research and look at dynamic small business search? Well, a contracting officer is required to conduct acquisition planning. When they do acquisition planning, if they identify 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, not the best price, at a reasonable price, then it shall be set aside, right? And shall, in government speak, is very different than may, right? It has to be set aside. So that's how that set aside mechanism is enforced. And acquisition planning and market research becomes really critical. So that's why updating dynamic small business search is really important, because a contracting officer is required to create an acquisition planning file, right? Did they do their market research? And in that, how did they conduct market research? DSBS is one. They can issue a request for information or a request for quotation, RFI or RFQ, right? And if you're seeing those, I know you guys, if you're in other trainings, you're always going to hear this. You got to reply to those, right? Sources sought, RFQs, RFIs. Reply to those. It is tedious. Sometimes they are overly cumbersome. However, if you or your colleagues or your competitors or your partners are not replying, then they are not able to say there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price. So it's important, number one, that DSBS is updated, but it's also important that you reply or respond to sources sought, RFIs, and RFQs. Lastly, how is this all enforced, right, when we talk about the rule of two? Under my old office, I had a field presence of, at the time, when I started, it was much larger. When I left in 2017, it was 119 PCRs. How many folks know what a PCR is? Okay. And I know this is a lot, right? But these slides will be available, as was mentioned earlier. All the slides will go out. PCRs are procurement center representatives. So remember how we said you should do an analysis, find out who's buying what you're selling, and pick your top 5 or 10, right? So you pick your top 5 or 10, and you start, really targeting Aberdeen or Wright-Patterson or White Sands, whatever it might be, right? Every buying activity is covered by a PCR, procurement center representative. That individual isn't the small business specialist. The small business specialist works for DOD or Commerce or Interior or GSA. The PCR works for the Small Business Administration, and their job is to enforce the rule of two. In other words, every requirement that comes out that doesn't get set aside technically has to be signed by the PCR, right? So if you're seeing requirements come out and not get set aside, a PCR should have reviewed it. Now the challenge is, When I left the SBA, there was 119 PCRs. And you can imagine I was a little bit stressed because you had 119 PCRs covering tens of thousands of buying activities all across the United States. Last count I got, we're down to like 44 PCRs, right? And so SBA is woefully underfunded, right? However, if you're seeing requirements not get set aside, you can go to the SBA website. There's an awesome directory. If you go to the SBA website and do PCR directory, it'll show you which PCR covers what buying activity. And then it'll also show you who their boss is, the area director. So the SBA breaks it up into, I think, if I remember correctly, there's 9 areas. And every area has a director. So if you're responding to sources sought, product requests for quotations or requests for informations, and requirements aren't getting set aside, then the PCR is the right person to go to. And if the PCR, because they're so overwhelmed, isn't responding, you can bump it up to the area director. And hopefully you'll get some sort of response. The other thing is that there's nothing wrong with having conversations during the acquisition planning cycle, right? We have clients that reach out to program offices, to small business specialists, to contracting officers when they know a contract is coming up for rebid. Even if it's not in the set-aside program, they'll reach out and say, hey, you know what? This is an ideal requirement to be set aside. Why? Because I know our company can do it, and I know there's probably 2 or 3 or 4 of my competitors that can probably do it too. And so if you're identifying requirements that are ideal for set-aside, being involved in acquisition planning, reaching out and providing advice or sources of information to encourage a set-aside is highly appropriate, right? Contracting officers are always gun-shy. They're like, oh, no, I can't talk to you. That's not true. As long as the requirement isn't on the street, they can talk to you. In other words, what do I mean by that? As long as the requirement isn't solicited on SAM or released, they can still talk to you. So there's no reason, and that's why matchmaking, industry days, reaching out, having conversations, setting up meetings, that's all important. And I know, here's the other part of it, I know that it can be really frustrating, right, trying to get in front of these individuals because they are busy and they are getting hundreds and thousands of emails. So really the trick is, how do I figure out where they're going to be? When are they going to do matchmaking? And how do I make an impression on them? So it's really important, like when you are saying, I want to work with Aberdeen, it's really important to know what their requirements are, right? Have I looked at all the requirements that are coming out? Am I gearing my marketing slick? If I know they're going to be at Res and I'm going to meet with this individual, do I know what requirements are coming up? Am I gearing my presentation to those requirements so I can demonstrate to them, hey, this is easy for you to set this aside, or if I'm an 8A, to do a sole source, and I can help you meet your goals. Yes, ma'am.
How does this all work with OTAs?
Other contract, yeah. So OTAs are entirely different and apart, and a lot of times do not have to comply with FAR requirements. So other transaction authority gives, that is entirely different as well, because the OTAs will have, a lot of times they'll create a consortium, and they will have their own websites, and they will have potential opportunities to either create a consortium or work with a consortium. Other transaction authorities are authorities for flexibility within the federal procurement marketplace that allows mostly the Department of Defense, although some agencies have taken advantage of this too, to create some flexibility. I don't want to say to get around all these rules and regulations, but to create flexibility for faster acquisition and innovative acquisition. It is harder to track OTAs because they don't necessarily have to go through SAM or any of this, because they have special authority for OTAs. Yeah, a lot of times they will be, even though they don't have to follow the FAR and the small business regulations and the small business set-aside requirements, a lot of times the small business office, especially at the DoD, will track and have a list of OTAs and OTA opportunities. Okay. Okay. It went through an OTA. You didn't see it come out. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it is. And that's the flexibility. So the question is, how do OTAs work, other transaction authorities? How do you track them? And what are the opportunities there? Other transaction authorities really, and it's not supposed to be a workaround with the federal government going through the acquisition process, right? There really are for innovative types of solutions that the federal government is looking for in an expedited manner. And so they do have special authority to draft, potentially have consultants draft, statement of works or requirements, and then issue them through these authorities in a very expedited fashion because they have to demonstrate that there is an expedited need for this requirement. But tracking that and being able to see where it comes out is a feat in and of itself. I don't have an easy answer for that, right? You have to know, you have to have the relationships, but a lot of times the small business office will provide some insight in those other OTAs for you. It's hard to track. Yeah. On the other side, getting it released, and yeah. It can happen that quickly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. But they have to demonstrate that they need it to be fast-tracked. Yeah. Yeah. Is this Department of Transportation or DoD? DoD. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's not just the DoD. Yeah. And look, I used to be with the government, but that can be generally a government issue. But I'm just saying. Okay. So if you're seeing requirements not get set aside, reaching out to the PCR is important and critical, right? And then if the PCR isn't responding to you, going to the area director is important and critical, right? So every requirement that is not set aside has to get a sign off by that PCR. And then their sort of stick, and a lot of people don't know this, a PCR actually can put an acquisition on hold. And when I was at the SBA, nobody likes this to be done, right? Because it gets put on hold, and then it goes up to my office, and then from my office it would go up to the administrator, and then there'd be an administrative appeal to the Secretary of Defense, right? And nobody likes that. However, the PCR has the authority to stop an acquisition if they think a set-aside should have occurred. So that's sort of the stick and how the enforcement happens. Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat where to find the PCR directory?
Sure. If you go to the SBA website, the Small Business Administration website, there's a search window. If you do PCR directory, it'll give you all the list of the PCRs, each region, and who covers which buying activity. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the other part, and this is smaller, right? So for firms that are just entering the federal marketplace, and this is something I want to talk about sort of as the trends in the marketplace. What we're seeing in the marketplace is larger, more complex requirements, right? So the smaller one-off contracts are sort of disappearing. And why? Because the government wants to buy efficiently. They want to set up one vehicle. I always say the widget vehicle, right? When the government used to have thousands and thousands of contracts selling widgets, they're like, this is inefficient. We're buying it, this price here, that price there, these terms here. Let's set up a widget vehicle. There are all sorts of widget vehicles, right? There is CIOS P4. I'm going to throw out a whole bunch of acronyms, right? OASIS, STARS 3. There are all sorts of government-wide acquisition contracts that are really large contracts. It's difficult to get on, right? Because they have the bar all the way up here. And then once you are on that contract, if you're lucky enough to be on that contract, then they have to do set-asides, right? So the small businesses that actually get on that contract, they do really well. But all the thousands of widget sellers that didn't get on that contract are in trouble. And so when you do your market research, when we talked about, you know, Aberdeen buys a lot of widgets, and it's not just one contract, but there's 1,000 contracts. The next level of research is, are they one-off contracts, or are they off a task order off a government-wide vehicle? Or are they using the GSA schedule to do this acquisition, and do I need to get a GSA schedule? So the one thing we haven't talked about so far, a lot of small businesses, when they get 8A certified, women-owned certified, et cetera, they immediately, you know, have the concept of, I need to be on the GSA schedule. Getting on the GSA schedule can be pretty expensive. It can be $10, $12, $15, $20,000. You don't know if you need to be on the GSA schedule, and if you don't generate some revenue in the schedule, after a number of years, they're going to kick you off the schedule anyways. So it's not necessarily worth getting on the schedule until you do your analysis on how the government is buying. And then if they're buying off the schedule, right, widgets at Aberdeen off the schedule, great. Then look at the schedule and see if it makes sense to be on it and if it's worth it to spend the money. If you see they're buying widgets through the large widget vehicle, let's call it Oasis, then the question is, okay, who has the Oasis contract? Can I be a partner with them, right? Because they have a big contract, the widget contract, and they're selling across the federal government. They have needs for a small business. Let me see if I can partner with them. And then schedule it or plan it so that the next time that long-term vehicle, that government-wide acquisition vehicle comes up for rebid, usually every 5 years, plan it so that I am bidding on that when it comes out in the 5th year. And also, how am I going to team to be able to bid on that, right? Do I need a mentor? Do I need to do a joint venture? Can I get a pool of small businesses together so that we can be successful in getting on that contract? So it's really, when you look at your pipeline, it's really looking at it strategically on how the government's buying, what vehicles do I need to be on, are there one-off contracts? And then finally, the simplified acquisition threshold. Everything under $250,000 by statute is reserved for small business. So they're not supposed to be going anywhere. So anything below the SAT, and I understand that that's small, right? $250,000. However, for small entrants, that could be a good place to get your feet wet because simplified acquisition threshold, and I love these acronyms, SAP follows SAT, right? Simplified acquisition procedures follows simplified acquisition thresholds. So when you're a small business and you don't want to deal with all the federal acquisition regulations, right? These are simplified acquisition procedures. So you can get your feet wet, you can get to know the contracting officer, you can do a little bit of renovation work, you can do painting, all under simplified procedures. Then once you have that track record, you look to implement the systems and measures in your organization, go after the 8A program and go after the larger contracts. My personal opinion, if I had the ability to change things, when I was in the government, we considered raising this to $500,000. For whatever reason, nothing against the Canadians. I heard the last panel was working with the Canadians. Nothing against the Canadians. For whatever reason, it was almost going to get signed, but the trade representative called us up and said, you can't do it. The Canadians are objecting. I'm not quite sure why. It was Buy American requirements, et cetera. My preference would be that this $250,000 goes to $2 million. That would be if you have and I used to not be able to say this when I was in government, right? But if you have connections with your congressionals, I know National Center always advocates. If that was $2 million, I think it encourages small businesses to participate. A lot of time, innovative small businesses that are already doing private sector work Like, I don't need the headache. I don't want to have to figure out the FAR and all those things, but if it's $2 million, at least they'll come in and get their feet wet and provide innovation and expand the industrial base. Yes, ma'am. Did you have a question?
Where do we find out about that?
Those will be listed in SAM as well. Below the 250? Yeah.
So if you're one of the companies that is helping the prime meet
Its goals.
who are we as the sub answering to? The prime company or the government?
You are, so when you're a subcontractor, technically, the government does not have privy to your subcontract. So your relationship between the prime and the sub are between the two. Now, that has created a number of challenges. I'm going to jump all over these. That has created a number of challenges in respect to large primes sometimes taking advantage of their small business partners, right? And I'm not saying that always happens. And you know, we work with large firms, we work with small firms. But sometimes they are, sometimes they're good reasons. Like they're like, oh, the subcontractor can't perform, so we're going to have to self-perform. Sometimes that happens because they're like, hey, we won the contract, we want all the revenue, we're not going to share any of it, right? So that could be the case. You know, every story has two sides, right? So they could claim, you can't perform, we're going to have to bring this in-house. So what the Congress did and SBA has implemented is for the small business specialist at an agency to get involved if it's an issue of payment, number one, or past performance references, number two. So a lot of times past performance references are a chicken and an egg also, right? Because they're like, you need past performance references to win a prime contract. And then you're like, well, I can't win a prime contract if I don't have past performance references. So the other requirement that was recently implemented is that large primes with small subcontractors have to provide past performance references so that they can use to bid on federal contracts.
Can you change your NAICS code to help the prime complete the contract?
Okay.
So if we, in construction, so say we have a very specific thing, but yet we have equipment that can do other things that's not necessarily a Florida state license. It's just if you have the equipment, you can do this work. Can you circumvent that to help them stay with their 20% need of a minority company?
So your NAICS code, as you can be a subcontractor and your category, let's say woman-owned or 8A, isn't going to change depending on the NAICS code that they assign to that subcontract. So let's say the prime contractor needs to assign, I don't know what the construction NAICS codes are off the top of my head, but they can assign whatever NAICS code that legitimately makes sense to assign to that subcontract.
They would do that.
They would do that. And it doesn't have to match your primary NAICS code. Okay. As long as you have it in your secondary, and you guys know this, right? You have a primary NAICS code and you're going to have a bunch of secondary NAICS code. As long as it's in there somewhere, you should be fine. Okay. Make sense? Yep. Okay, any other questions before I jump into mentor protege?
I just have to comment. I was a DOD deal, and I was in Detroit at a DOD meeting, and I was a little uncomfortable with what was happening, and I was leaving, and the DOD man chased me in the parking lot and said, "You are too nice for this program. The prime is going to eat you alive, and you should not bid." Privately in the parking lot at my car. So what you're saying, I was like, very nice man, and what you're.
Yeah, and
it's fascinating, you know, what had happened. So
no, and the point, and the you know the advice that I would give, and we could have a whole session on teaming and partnering and prime and subcontracting, but the advice that I would give, and prime contractors don't necessarily want to do this, right? But if they're going to use your qualifications to bid on a project, have a strong teaming agreement. And in that teaming agreement, have a strong understanding of performance of work share should you be awarded the contract. A lot of times primes, and look, we work with primes, I don't hold this against them, although, like I said, I used to be a small business and I've had all these experiences as well. A lot of times primes will say, oh, we have a teaming agreement, we will work. Oh, we don't know the specifics. We'll have to see once the contract gets awarded, how the government releases the work, what the statement of work finally looks like. We'll negotiate it after award. No. If you, especially if you're a key subcontractor, if you're key to the award, your experience and contribution are key to the award, you should have in your teaming agreement an understanding of a level of work participation, work share, should you be awarded that contract. And as long as we're talking about work share, before I get into this, the last thing about this morning, on a set-aside contract, right? If you're the 8A and you're the prime, you have to do 50% of the work that gets awarded to you, right? Or a similarly situated company subcontractor can do part of that 50%. So in other words, the SBA doesn't want you to win an 8A contract and turn around and give 99% of it to Deloitte, right? Because the intent is that you're building and developing capacity in doing the actual work. Now, you could turn around and give it to a similarly situated company, and that rule changed, I think it was in 2016. So in other words, if you're 8A and you win an 8A contract, and you have a whole bunch of subcontractors that are really, really critical, together, if they're all 8A, you can count towards that 50%, as long as you're similarly situated. If it was women-owned small business, they'd have to all be women-owned small businesses. If it was a hub zone, et cetera. Does that make sense, similarly situated? Okay. Yep.
Okay, let me see how to do this, to say this to you. Right now, I'm working with a company that it's called AVCC. So I'm trying to understand whether they're like contracted directly to the government, or am I a subcontractor from, to them?
Yeah.
Because I work pretty much for them. I have a contract to take care of the veterans.
Yep.
But it's through them.
Yep.
So
yep.
I don't directly get the
You
contract,
don't work directly with the government, correct?
but they do.
Yes.
So I get my contract through
With them, correct.
So then I'm subcontracting
To the prime
to
contractor.
the prime contractor.
Correct.
So now can I go to get my own contract?
You can. The challenge is, do you have the capacity, the background, the past performance, so that the government will trust you and want to give you that prime contract? In other words, a lot of time the prime contractors have a broad breadth of experience, past performance, capacity, financial capacity. The government's going to look at all that, right, to give you the prime contract. That's what when I was talking about the challenges where the bar has gone these days, a lot of times entry for a small business is a subcontractor, not a prime contract, because these requirements have gotten so complex, so large. They require so much past performance. They want to see that you've implemented a $10 million contract. So it becomes difficult to be the prime. Now, doesn't mean sometimes on really large contracts, you could be a third-tier subcontractor. Like there could be the prime contractor and a subcontractor, and the subcontractor has a you could be a third or fourth-tier subcontractor, but your contract is with the entity right above you.
So for them to have the veterans, I have to go out there to do the marketing, to find the veterans, to screen the veterans, and send it to the AVCC. Then they have to do the big screening to qualify the veterans to receive the care.
Yeah.
And after they've done that, then they turn it back to me to provide the care.
Okay.
So this is still...
This is still under the subcontract with the prime contractor. Okay. Correct. Correct. But look, you could also do your own research to understand what does their prime contract with the government look like, right? Like when we were talking about this research, if it's the VA, you could very easily, maybe not that easily, but you could easily try to identify that prime contract. You could look at the name of the firm. So remember how I said you could do a NAICS code search and a keyword search? You can do a name search. You can find the name of the firm. You can find their UEI. You guys all know UEI because you're in SAM, right? You can do a UEI search, and then you can find out all the prime contracts that that company has.
Company works for the VA or the government, then you cannot get direct contract, right?
Yeah, so there are waivers for that. So the question was, if you have family at a particular agency or a spouse at a particular agency, can you get a contract with that agency? There are waivers for that. I've known tons of people that have spouses or family members. They have to sign a waiver that demonstrates that they're not involved in any way, shape, or form in the business. There are waivers for that.
All right, thank you.
Question? Yes, ma'am.
Just to piggyback off of that, because you said to show what they have, could a subcontractor or even a subcontractor say, hey, I've been involved in 4 projects, I'm not the prime? Could they then use that if you say
Past
the
performance.
past
Yes.
performance? Could
Yes.
they use that to show that now this is where we are? We've been at 8 years as subcontractors. Okay.
Yes, so that past performance is important. What used to happen is a lot of prime contractors were reluctant to provide that past performance reference to their small business subcontractors. That changed in regulation. They're now required to submit past performance references for their subcontractors.
And could that also be in the private sector as well?
You can use those. Now, the government, look, so it all comes down to the contracting officer's discretion on which past performance they're going to allow for evaluation of your past performance. When I was in federal contracting, a lot of times we had some federal contract work, which is in the CPAR system, another acronym. The federal government has its own system, right? And you could then upload from private sector clients or from your prime contractors. However, contracting officers have the discretion to say, I need government contracting past performance at the prime level. They can do that, right? Okay. Any other questions so far? Okay, so since we've talked about how this is really challenging, right? As small businesses, it's a maze, it's a challenge. As small businesses, even once we get to Aberdeen or Wright-Patterson or White Sands, it's still difficult to gain traction, right? So the SBA used to have what they called the Mentor Protege program, and it was only in the 8A program. And it was developed for nascent 8A companies to team up with larger and sometimes large mentor companies and be supported in their entrance and growth in the federal marketplace, right? And there are certain areas where this support was supposed to be focused on. Now, this expanded in 2010 Jobs Act, and then in 2013 it got expanded even further to all small businesses. So now all small businesses can team up with a mentor, and the mentor is supposed to provide assistance. You know, the way I look at it, if we're advising clients, is do a gap analysis. But for X, Y, and Z, I could be really competitive in this space, right? What am I missing? Am I missing management and technical experience? Am I missing project implementation experience? Am I missing accounting system or a BD system? Am I missing network? Do I know the network of buyers and the relationships that I need to have with the buyers? What is the gap that I've identified? So the gap analysis is key, right? What is the gap that I've identified that will ideally make me successful in the federal marketplace? Once you identify that gap, then it's who would be an ideal mentor, right? A lot of times we have clients that are like, yep, you know what, I want Boeing, or I want Northrop Grumman, or HIT, or AECOM. Number one, those guys are very selective, right? Number two, they can have 3 proteges. They can have 1, but up to 3 as long as they're not competitors. So all of Boeing with all their subsidiaries can have 3 proteges, right? So the chances that it's going to be you, unless you have a really strong relationship with them, is probably not going to happen. A lot of times, your ideal mentor is someone that's been in your shoes, right? Someone who's gone through the 8A program, graduated successfully, has grown, has implemented the processes and procedures. In fact, since they've graduated from the 8A program, they have a whole bunch of contracts that they can't bid on anymore because they're an 8A graduate. And hey, maybe I can team up with a nascent 8A and we can work on those projects together by creating a joint venture. We'll talk about the joint venture in a second. You, as a protege, only ever get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime as a small business, right? So you want to be really selective. It used to be SBA was like, okay, that's your 2, you're done. I don't care if it went well. I didn't care if it didn't go well. They changed that. And you could go back and, you could grovel, and sometimes they would, annul the marriage. However, they changed the regulations, and basically within 18 months, there's a window that if you go back and say, hey, nothing's happened, we haven't created a joint venture, this has not worked out, we want to annul the marriage and we want to get that chip back, so we still have two. But it's really critical. A lot of folks want to just jump into the mentor-protege relationship. It's really critical to have, and a lot of times it starts out as a prime-sub relationship, right? You learn how you work together, you understand the culture, you have the trust, you develop the trust. I've seen, in one of the things that I do sometimes is expert witness cases on cases that go wrong. I've seen so many instances where the joint venture partners are suing each other because you didn't give me my 60% and you took over the joint venture and you're controlling it. I don't even know what's going on. We're bidding on all these projects and it gets out of control, right? And so it's really important to have a strong relationship with your mentor, understand the culture, have the documentation prepared properly, but ultimately the major objective is, am I receiving the benefits that are going to make me competitive? Because again, not all large companies or not all mentors are this way, but sometimes a mentor looks at it as, I just want to go after contracts and do a good share of these set-aside contracts. As long as I do that, I don't care about any of this other stuff. So when you're developing the mentor-protege relationship, it's a template. The SBA has a template. The most important part is the preamble, which says, this is who we are, this is our gap, and this is the firm that's going to be a mentor, and this is why they can fill that gap. And then there's a chart. And the chart, you don't have to pick all these areas, right? The chart says, in each of these areas, what do you expect from the mentor? And when we're advising a protege, we're like, be real specific. Like, I need an accounting system, or I need project management system, or I need BD support or proposal prep support. Be really specific. And then put the times in there. It's a 3-year program extended by 3. So it's basically a 6-year program. Year 3, SBA is supposed to check. If everything's going well, they'll extend by another 3. Generally happens automatically unless it's really off track. But it's a 6-year program. So you want to be very specific in that chart. These are the things that I'm going to receive. These are the time frames. This is who's going to provide it. When we're advising a mentor, we're like, hey, might want to be a little bit fuzzy, feel good, because you have to report this every year to the SBA. And you want to tell them you're doing a good job. And you don't want to get in trouble with the SBA because they do have the ability to suspend or debar you from becoming a mentor in the future. So the truth of it is it's somewhere in between, right? It's somewhere where you know that they can deliver, but somewhere that you know it'll be impactful to you because you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime. Any question? And it's a 3 plus 3, so 6 years total. You have 2. Sometimes firms will double them up, right? They can be at the same time. Or you can wait 6 years and then do the other one for another 6 years. And I'll tell you, so you get the benefits, right? I'll tell you why the mentor is interested in providing you those benefits. And the mentor-protege relationship and the program at the SBA is different than the DoD program. The DoD does have a mentor-protege program where the mentor is actually paid by the DoD to provide assistance to the protege. This mentor is not paid. This mentor gets a benefit when they do a joint venture with their protege, and we'll talk about that. Yes, ma'am.
So when do you want to actually go into some type of mentor-protege relationship? I mean, I'm a consultant. I have a consultant, I have a subcontract, and I have a teaming agreement with somebody else on a different project. So, and none of these involve any mentor-protege effort whatsoever.
Yeah, look, so I think it depends on, I don't know if I have a clear answer of, you want to do it in year 1 versus year 5. I think it depends on the stage of development and your need and the gaps that you've identified that are preventing your growth, right? A lot of times firms will say, I need one immediately. However, it might be better if you wait and you have your 8A certification, and then you get your MPA, because then the joint venture inherits your designation, and then you're much more attractive to the mentor anyways. So it all depends on what your particular company's needs are. I mean, when you say you're a consultant, I would assume that you have like a firm already established, and then that firm is going to be the protege. But it depends on where you are in your life cycle and what you feel that need is, because you do only, and plan it out really well, because you only get 2.
Yeah, but the consultancy was just to get, it's really our funding.
Yeah.
So it's our initial funding source. The
Okay.
subcontract was, I mean, that was giving birth. It took 9 months to actually
Get
write
it.
it and get the actual funding.
Uh-huh.
And then the teaming agreement is for another big contract, but it's because I had my team that is now working with me. We have the core knowledge.
Yeah.
Of that area.
Yeah. And that's why that teaming agreement is so critical, right?
Right.
I mean, that teaming agreement in my mind would have to be really solid with respect to, if we win, this is how we're going to participate as a small business. But you know, if you feel 2 things, from my perspective, this is just my perspective, if you feel that that larger firm ultimately is a great partner in the types of assistance in any of these categories that they can provide, and ultimately you could do joint ventures to go after even more projects, then that could be an ideal time to start partnering up with them as a mentor protege.
Yeah, I'm just worried because they're international. They're really, really huge.
Yeah.
The one
And
I'm a
I'll
subcontract
explain.
to is
Yeah.
really huge. The other one is okay huge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the consultancy, who's actually the one holding our clearances and actually setting us up for the facility clearance. They're small.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm quite confused as to.
And I'm happy to chat with you afterwards to sort of get an idea of what makes sense. But you make a really good point, because we talked about FSOs and facilities clearance. If you, number one, if you're working at the DoD and you're 8A, or even, you know, women-owned small service disabled hub zone, if you have a facilities clearance and want to work on bases and in facilities, it puts you a step ahead and apart from your competition, right? Number one. Number two, that's also like the chicken and the egg, because they're like, oh, for this contract, you need a clearance. And then you're like, okay, how do I get it? They're like, oh, well, we can't give it to you unless you have a contract. It's like, well, it's the chicken and the egg. You're not going to give me the contract. And they won't do it without you having a contract. So what happens is, if you have a mentor that's willing to give you a subcontract on cleared work, they can give you a subcontract, and then they can sponsor you for the clearance. So now, as a protege, you get a subcontract from the mentor, it's a cleared contract, they sponsor you with the agency, you can get your facilities clearance. I would write that probably in my mentor-protege agreement as one of the things the mentor is going to provide for me. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Does the SBA provide the mentor?
No. So that's a good question, and that comes up a lot. So the question with respect to, well, where do I find a mentor, right? It's really developing the relationships. It's really doing the B2B matchmaking, acting as a subcontractor to a larger prime, building that relationship, understanding the culture, and making sure it works well together before getting into the mentor-protege relationship. The SBA, because of, when we launched this program, I mean, it was under my umbrella office. The SBA is concerned about any sort of liability with setting up mentor-protege relationships, right, or introductions. They do have an annual mentor-protege conference with the DoD, which is ideal probably to attend, because a lot of mentors participate in that too, and there's matchmaking. But when you look at Reservation Economic Summit, when you look at the National 8A Small Business Conference, when you look at the Hub Zone Annual Conference, those, I know that can be expensive, but those are the places that you're going to develop the relationships to potentially find a good mentor. And through your network.
What's the difference between the mentor protege and prime sub?
Oh, yeah, it's very different.
Okay.
So the question was, what's the difference between mentor protege and prime sub? Number one, In a prime sub relationship, there's no requirement to have benefits flow from mentor to protege. They're not required to assist you, help you grow, help you do your BD, build capacity, proposal preparation, all those things, right? The mentor-protege relationship is approved, reviewed, approved, and formalized by the SBA. Okay. Right? So that's number one. Number two, once you have the mentor-protege relationship, you can create a joint venture under that relationship, right? A joint venture is usually an entire separate legal entity. So let's just call it JV1. The protege would own 51%, at least 51%. And remember how when we talked about the 8A program, the disadvantaged individual had to own and control? So owning is easy. You have to own at least 51%. You also have to control, meaning when you look at the joint venture entity and you look at the joint venture operating agreement, is there any provisions that have unanimous consent provisions? Does the mentor have undue influence on this relationship? So the protege in the joint venture has to own and control. When the JV is 8A JV, right? So the protege is an 8A, small business. They own the 51% they control. That new legal entity, is time almost up or we have a question? Okay, real quick. So that JV entity gains or inherits the size and status of the protege, right? So if you have a unicorn, 8A, Hub Zone, Women-Owned, Service Disabled, what did I forget? Whatever. If you have a unicorn, the 51% owner, that JV entity becomes a unicorn. And now, remember how you had to do 50% of the work if it was a prime sub? In a JV, you only have to do 40% of the work. So your mentor can be Lockheed, right? Let's make that example. Your mentor is Lockheed. You're 8A, service disabled, woman-owned, Hub Zone, right? You create a mentor-protege. You create under that mentor-protege umbrella a joint venture. That joint venture is a legal entity. It inherits the size and status of you. So now that JV is a unicorn. It also inherits the past performance and all the qualifications of both members. So now you have a legal entity that's a unicorn and has all the past performance and qualifications of Northrop Grumman. So that becomes highly competitive when you're going after, remember how earlier we talked about these government-wide acquisition vehicles that are really hard to get on? Guess what? Guess who's winning all those? Small business joint ventures. And because you created it under the mentor-protege umbrella, you are exempt from any finding of affiliation between the two members. So remember earlier we talked about all the concerns around affiliation? You know, your partner has got undue influence, or your partner is doing a lot of the work, and you're reliant on your partner. Once you have that mentor-protege relationship, all that affiliation concerns are exempted. Your partner can be Boeing, you can do a joint venture, they can help you write proposals, they can do 60% of the work. In fact, they can even own 40% equity in your company, and none of that will create a finding of affiliation. That's why that mentor-protege relationship protects you. That's why the joint ventures become extremely competitive, and that's why leveraging the program in the marketplace that we see today with larger and more complex projects and requirements, it's an ideal tool to try to leverage. But remember, you only get 2 mentors, so you have to do it correctly. Question, we'll go there in a second, but I think there's one.
We had actually some comments from George Williams.
Oh, George.
He said, John, you might want to mention OTAs, other transaction authority, refers to the authority of the Department of Defense, DoD, and other federal agencies to carry out certain prototypes, research, and production projects.
So I don't think George was listening.
Okay. we do have about a 15-second delay, so
no, that's fine. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I know George really well. It's fine. I'm just joking.
He also says, just to continue on, research purpose, 10 USC 421 allows for basic, applied, and advanced research projects. These OTs are intended to spur dual-use research and development, Traditional defense contractors are encouraged to engage in research OTs, particularly if they seek to adopt commercial practices or standards, diversify into the commercial sector, or partner with non-traditional defense contractors.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And then there's a question right there. And just real quick, I apologize. So yeah, we did talk about OTAs, right? They are different and apart, and they are usually structured or utilized for innovation, and usually within the Department of Defense. Yes, sir.
So with that JV unicorn,
Yep.
that inherits all the experience and certification, etc., you also waive the requirement for the 2 years of business?
No, unfortunately. So the question was, if you have a mentor and they have all the past performance and experience, and it comes into the joint venture, will that alleviate the requirement to be 2 years in business for the 8A program? No, unfortunately not. The protege, in order to get into the 8A program, still needs 2 years of experience, 2 years of tax returns, basically. Now, again, what we talked about this morning, you could request a waiver, but the waiver is not necessarily guaranteed. Does that make sense? And the other thing is, the reason the mentor is doing this, right, is because they can get 60% of an 8A contract. They can get 60% of a hub zone or a women-owned contract, whereas before, they can get anything of a set-aside contract. So obviously, they're willing to provide this assistance in return for participation in set-aside contracts. The one thing that I'll say is, you don't have to give away all the 60%, but most mentors want it. Number two, remember how I talked about 5 minutes, 4 minutes? Number two, remember how I talked about they can own 40% equity? That can get really sticky. We have some clients that do that. Make sure if you're going in and they're owning 40%, not only is how are they going to own it, what is the valuation, but what does the exit look like? And is there an agreed upon formula on that exit? Because if that becomes successful, all of a sudden your idea of what the valuation is and their idea of what the valuation is might not be the same. And so then you're going to start getting into conflict with your mentor and their 40% ownership. Yes, sir.
Quick question.
Oh,
you
yes, ma'am.
mentioned that a protege can only be in part of the program twice.
Yes.
How many times can a mentor be a mentor?
That's a great question. So the protege, you're absolutely right. You only get 2 in your entire lifetime. You only get 2 mentors. And you can double them up, or you can spread them out. A mentor can have 1 but up to 3 proteges at any given point. So they can circulate them or go through them, right? They're 6-year terms, but they can go through their proteges. Technically, SBA says they're not supposed to be competitors. And they used to be really, really strict. It used to be, if you're in the same NAICS code, nope, you already have a protege. They've loosened that. So, if one is a hub zone and one's an 8A, and you say, look, we're not going to compete one against the other, then they will let that be. If one does DOD work and one does civilian work, they let that be. If one is doing construction in the upper northwest and the other one's in the lower southwest, that's more likely than not allowed now too. They've loosened it up quite a bit. So, but one but up to 3 proteges at any given point.
So you could wait out if a certain mentor, if you wanted a certain mentor and they were unavailable,
yep,
then you could wait that out until they are now available.
Yeah,
because they only have the 6-year term. Okay.
Yeah. And look, so we've had clients and worked with both mentors and proteges in that very situation, right? And they might have a MPA that's not working that they will quote unquote want to annul at the SBA, and they can try to go through that process as well. Yes, ma'am.
We're going to get a 15-minute break, and then we're going to bring
Yeah.
back in again.
Yes. Yes. No, the joint venture has, so remember, the joint venture, the managing member is the small business 8A company, right? So technically, they are responsible for administering the taxes and administering the JV entity. So yes, that entity needs to file taxes every year. And Boeing, as one, has the experience in doing that because they have been mentors. When you talk about a large international company, and we worked with a tribal client that had Serco. I don't know if anybody know who Serco. Serco's a multi-billion-dollar international company. That was their mentor. It took a lot of hand-holding because they weren't familiar with that, right? So that whole process was a 1.5-year process just to get the MPA done, much less the joint venture under the MPA.
Okay.
Yeah. And to your questions, I think these are similar, and I know my time is up. I apologize. Look, if you think like Boeing or a Serco or an AECOM and you have those relationships, like you have a relationship, that might be one good partner, right? But more likely than not, they're just going to assign you, and this is no disrespect to SBLOs, Small Business Liaison Officers, but more likely than not, they're just going to assign you an SBLO. And that individual has never built a system, an organization. They haven't grown a company. They haven't had to meet payroll. They're going to be your liaison to work with your mentor. If that's one of yours, the other one really should be, at least from my standpoint, should be someone that's been in your shoes and has been successful. Was a former 8A that's now graduated and is super successful. Was a former small business woman-owned small business entity that's now successful. You really should have a combination of those two. I know one more question, and then I'll get, yes, ma'am.
Well, about the exception or the 8A.
Yeah.
If you already have like a contract for 2 years, and if you already assured a contract of 2 years
Yep.
and another one of 3 years, would that count for the exception?
No, you could potentially, yes. Again, you would have to seek a waiver. So the question was, if I already have government contracts or subcontracts and I don't have 2 years of experience, can I get an exception or a waiver? You would still need to seek the waiver. Technical rule is you have 2 years of tax returns. You don't for your entity, but you can seek a waiver, and that tells a strong story. It means you have the potential for success because you already have contracts. Okay? Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I am here this afternoon afterwards. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John. We're going to go into a quick break before we continue with our next session. But during this time, if you guys would like to enter our drawing, please give your business cards to Charmaine. And then right before we start the next session, we'll do our drawing. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Native Edge podcast. I'm Chris James. I'm here with my coworker and talented coworker, I should say, Yvette Fielder.
Yvette Fielder. Hi, everybody. So welcome to the Native Edge podcast.
Native Edge podcast.
Series number 1.
Episode 1. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. What are we doing here? Let's talk about this podcast. What are some of your expectations on the podcast?
Well, I think people, they really like to engage with, what's happening, what's in the now, what's happening, what's going on, especially in our line of work across Indian country and even into Canada now. A lot of importing, exporting ideas coming in and out both ways. And so people want to know what's happening, what is the National Center doing, how are we creating these things, and how can we be relevant in their life and their work that they're doing? How can we bring resources to them?
I think it's, you mentioned our brothers and sisters from Canada. It was so great to have the delegation, Canadian delegation. Just a few weeks ago, we had, 12, 13 different businesses come into the National Center?
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a lot of great questions. It's really exciting because I don't think the National Center has really had that footprint in the years past, but we have recently with our export program in the last 3 years. And so now there's also the inquiry of the importing. And so a lot of questions generated there. And of course, anytime there's a question, we always want to help them, and if we don't have the answer, we have so many friends and partners and resources available, plethora of SBA and MBDA and all the players.
I love the word a plethora. It's such a plethora of information.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
It was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Rose Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you gotta do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm gonna make 10 contacts today. I'm gonna make one contact that's gonna be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is Indigenous.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values when it comes to community. I'm here today to learn about these different industries that made successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego because I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO of Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Water Buster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in a tribal sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center on it.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events. Just taking that extra step and actually doing it, I highly recommend it.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activity that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration. And the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NC AIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
Seats, we're gonna do our drawing. If anyone needs to put in a business card, please do it now. We're gonna do two tickets right now, and then we'll do 2 tickets at the end. So, let's see, who'll have you pick one? All right. The first one is Antonio Caslin. Okay, yay. All right, so I'll be emailing you the ticket and information for it. Yay, I need to write a note. And then one more, and we'll get started. All right. Tony Forster. Yay. Okay. That's cool. Okay, so I'll be emailing you separately about the ticket as well. All right, thank you. So I'll turn it over to Erin.
There you go. Okay, so again, my name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff at the National Center, and I am going to introduce our next panel. It's Breaking Barriers with Supplier Diversity Opportunity, and how do you say ISIL. We have Lori ISIL, Manager of Strategic Sourcing, Orlando Utilities Commission, and I know we don't have Gina. Yes. Kimberly.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much for having me. But my name is Kimberly White. I'm with the City of Orlando, and I'm a contract compliance investigator for goods and services contracts with the MB division.
So we'll start off, since we have Lori's slides up, we can start off with Lori, and she can go through her slides. And I'll be down here if anybody has any questions.
All right, thank you guys for having me today. Good afternoon. So I want to start, I don't know how to advance the slides. There we go. Okay. I just want to introduce you to Orlando Utilities and tell you a little bit about OUC. We are the second largest municipal utility in Florida. Jacksonville Electric is number 1. We have just over 400,000 customer accounts that we serve. We serve electric, water, and chilled water in the area. The little image that you see in the center, that represents our pillars for our strategic plan. I'll go over that on the next slide. Embracing customers, employees, as well as the community. And we have been awarded the most trusted utility in the nation for the past 3 years. Hoping to get that in 2024. We'll find out soon. All right. Going over our mission, vision, and strategy, just again, highlighting that the community and our employees are part of our success and our measures of success. And we aim to be an innovative leader and the partner of choice, and the partner of choice is with our customers. So I won't read the slides to you. You guys all know how to read, but I thought that was good information for you to have. Back in 2020, we set a goal, this was in partnership with the City of Orlando, to be net zero by 2050. So we have been taking strides to move the needle in that respect. We have currently 2 coal-fired units, several gas units that we produce electricity with. Later next year, one of the coal-fired units will be converted to natural gas. The other one to be converted late 2027. So again, the goal to be net zero in 2050. And that is, I don't know if Kim has more information on the city's plan, but that is part of the City of Orlando and our collaboration there. So I share that to get you, there's lots going on in the utility. And so really how to do business with OUC. I didn't know if there was a hyperlink available, so I put this image up. So this image is a picture of our website. I do have a handout at the front desk, at the registration desk for you guys to get this information, but thought I'd share a little bit how to navigate our website. So up at the top, you'll see how to do business with OUC. There's a drop down there, and if you hit procurement, that will take you and it will show you the listing of all of our current solicitations that are on the street, as well as how to register with VendorLink. So I'll go into VendorLink on the next slide and talk to you a little bit more, share some tips and tricks that I know for VendorLink and get you the best way to get registered. And again, it's free and that information's on the front desk. So this is this QR code. We're new to this QR code, so I did bring the old-fashioned handouts. So we post all of our solicitations on VendorLink. You have to be registered with OUC in VendorLink. Again, when it's free for you, you register and then you put in your commodity code. So anything that your company offers, services, goods, or what have you, if you put that into VendorLink as you register, when we put the solicitation together on VendorLink, the match happens at the commodity code level. So if you see something in there like price up pipes and you do PVC pipe, I would still put in the general pipe. I would still, go into PVC or whatever type of pipe, but we do the match on the commodity code. So the more you have in there as a match for your services or goods, the better the chances you'll get a notification when we put a solicitation out there. Another tip that we found with VendorLink is we found a couple of times the suppliers will call and say, hey, I'm registered on VendorLink, but I'm not getting any notifications. And I see that you just awarded, a janitorial contract. And what happened is that the email that was in VendorLink at the registration was for someone who is no longer with the organization. VendorLink doesn't keep up with that information, and often when your employees leave, they don't update the information in VendorLink. So we encourage you to put in an email that has a distribution list so that more people can get that notification and you get alerts of when we've got a solicitation. And then at the conclusion of the evaluation and our intent to award, that is also posted in VendorLink. We try to use VendorLink as a conduit to put these solicitations out, as well as we receive your proposals on VendorLink as well. And then we post the intent to award and kind of all the next steps. So again, instructions on how to get registered are on that table. If the QR code, I'm hoping it works. Again, that's brand sparkly new to us. So I queried the team yesterday and got a listing of some upcoming solicitations that we have coming out soon. This is not a comprehensive list. This is just a sample of the buyers and kind of what we know is coming down the pipe. So I thought I'd share with you. The utility, we're pretty broad in our goods and services that we procure. So things that you might not have, you wouldn't be surprised by what we buy. So thought I would share if any of these acronyms you have questions on them as I look. I realize they're acronyms and may not, but just let me know and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And that is my presentation. I will hand the mic over to Kim.
Yes, thank you. And again, I'm here from the City of Orlando, and I do have information, a sheet with how you can get to our online application for certification. It's going to be out there at the front. I am filling in for Gina Bernard, our certification officer. But again, please feel free to ask any questions, and worst case, if we can't, we'll get it to Gina, then she'll definitely be able to answer anything. But I really want to touch on any potential benefits, opportunities that you all can get with the City of Orlando, particularly with our MB division. And you know, if you come in as a supplier, as someone that's minority, woman-owned firm, and how, you know, how that works for us, and how it works with our certification. And our certification, we have it online. Our system is actually the same system that is used with Orange County and Goa. So we always recommend that, you know, if you want to apply for us, then, you know, look into also applying for Orange County, Goa, and it's all there. You do have to fill out, you know, each separate application, but it's all there in the same system. And we also recommend the state of Florida as well. That's a good certification as a minority woman-owned company too. And again, I mentioned that I'm a contract compliance investigator, and I work with the City of Orlando's goods and services contracts. So that's going to fall in like anything with catering, any equipment, so a broad range of things like in IT and streets and stormwater. We also have a contract compliance person for all construction contracts, and then one for professional services, so like anything with architects, engineering, so we have that broad field there. But for our certification, what's really great is that the City of Orlando has MBE and WBE participation goals for all contracts. The participation goals are 18% for minority-owned firms, and 6% for women-owned firms. And this is as subcontractors. So if you're coming in as a prime, you know, and if you are minority woman-owned, you know, it's not going to count any towards participation. It is for subcontractors, just to note. And for the City of Orlando, and when you go through the application, one of the first things you'll notice is that you can indicate for MBE, WBE, or MWBE. Obviously, MBE minority-owned, WBE woman-owned, and MWBE is for minority woman-owned. So we have those three categories there. And what can be nice for MWBE is that if someone is, you know, going through the directory and they see that you can provide a service, they can list you as MBE or WBE. They can't do both, you know, because we want to provide as many opportunities to others as possible, but they can choose one or the other. And so that can be helpful because there could be certain areas where we have great MBE participation, but WBE, you know, might not be there. So it's like kind of like you can pick one that might work best there. When you go to the application, one of the first things you'll do is you'll set up account as a vendor through our vendor link. So similar to what you all have at OUC. And then we use OpenGov for our procurement solicitation. So you'll set that up, and then you'll get the notices for any upcoming bids through OpenGov, the OpenGov system. And then just the big basic requirements for our certification is to be at least 51% MBE, WBE owned. You do have to be for-profit. You know, it has to be a business that will make the city revenue. So unfortunately, we can't accept nonprofits. And then your business has to be in operation at least 6 months prior to the application. So by operation, we mean that like someone could come in and, you know, they could get whatever service or goods that you're providing, versus like, you know, some people may have the paperwork and everything, but not all of like the logistics or not the actual business open. But for the certification for ours, it does need to be the business is open at least 6 months prior. When you're going through the application, something that's come up quite a bit is that for someone that's just started, they may not have like the latest tax returns from the time we're asking. I think it's going to be 2 years. They may not have as many financial statements or things that goes back a couple years, and that's okay. For anything, you know, if you've just started, whatever you can provide. So like, instead of 2 years, if you can provide the 6 months, of bank statements. So don't, definitely, don't get alarmed if you see something where we're asking for information that goes so far back, because if you've just started, obviously we know that's going to be different. Also, once you become certified with the City of Orlando, that will open up, to any networking opportunities that we'll have here. I'll come and we'll have blueprint venues projects, particularly for the Kia Center and Camping World Stadium. So we'll have the primes come, and then you can meet with them personally, before they look to bid, and get to know them and have them know, what you can do as well. So not just that one, but any other networking opportunities that we'll have, you'll be invited for. There could be things as far as any type of training that we might be able to offer. So in the past, that could be something with maybe Excel, or if there's something with QuickBooks and accounting, and being able to to have training yourself for things. So there's other little perks too to being certified with us. And I'd mentioned before that there are other certifications like Orange County, Go at the airport, and again, just to make sure you to do the separate applications for all of those. Some people will meet with a prime and they're certified with Orange County, and then that prime will want to use them, and the company believes they're certified, but for it to count for our participation for the city, it needs to be City of Orlando certified. So if it's with another agency, that's not going to count for participation. So we have that happen quite a bit. So just to know that there's a lot of agencies out there with their own certifications. Our certification is free, so there's no fee to be certified with us. And then I think those are going to be the main points, and hit on some things that we've had people run across. But we have, I believe, right now, maybe 500, 600 firms certified with us. And from my perspective, where I work, I'm more at the stage where it'll be reaching out to the prime to see what they can do if they're able to obtain participation, as subcontractors for MBWBE. And then the city, we also will then keep track of monthly payments. So we'll be able to see what the city has paid the prime, and then what the prime has paid to the sub. And that's great, because we're able to flag in a good amount of time if something seems off, or if we're seeing for some months, the sub is not getting any payments, and we're able to reach out to find out why. So, because we want to make sure when people say that they're going to use someone, that they do, and that, that person is receiving, the right payment. Once you do receive payments, you'll confirm whether that's right or incorrect. And we do it in a way that, where it's, I guess the way to describe it is, we'll have people will be afraid to tell us if there are issues, or to tell us things because they think it could hurt them with the prime, or that it might backfire, the prime might get mad at them. But, we're able to present things to the prime, as we don't really even have to get you involved or get the subcontractor involved. And we're able to see with what we're monitoring as well, what something is. So, we find that helps for people being able to feel open and tell us, what's going on, because we definitely want to know that. But we understand that we don't want people to feel like, they're, they could hurt, whatever work they've done. So we definitely, make it so that you can still come to us, with any issues, and it'll come from us as coming from us, from the city, from our division. And I think that covers what I want to share. So thank you all so much. Any questions?
When you talk about prime contractors, are these these are large-scale building contractors that may sub services like electrical or plumbing or concrete, and so you have a list of primes that you use for major buildings? subbing for a prime?
So when we put out, so when we put out our bids, anyone, can bid as the prime. But yes, that's correct. That would be as the main person, the like so-called the top person for whatever it is, and then that prime, would look to obtain subcontractor MBE WB participation. So it could be something, that's as big as like a Kia Center project, or it could even be something like with my goods and services contracts, that could be like even like a caterer, and then, if they have someone that could provide like cups or something like that. So it can range, the type of, scope that it is. But we don't, so we don't have like a list of them, like anyone can come in, as a prime and go from there.
So your primes could be either be MBEs or WBEs, and if they're not, then you look to have the subs fulfill the roles to meet those requirements or meet those.
Right. So yeah, primes could be MBE, WBEs, obviously, of course, none. But even the primes that are MBE, WBEs, they'll still need to also look towards seeing if they could get participation for subs, because, we don't have anything that's like you're an MBE prime, so that, exempts, it's still the same, process, even for certified primes. And then, yeah, they're the participation goals that we have that all of the primes will then look to see what they can get. And obviously, there are going to be contracts where it really could be something that is just very difficult to, or you just really can't meet the participation goals. So in that case, we're going to ask for at least a good faith effort, So whoever you reached out to, you can provide us like a copy of an email that you sent out, but, or you can provide us, what type of search you did in our directory. If you looked under like these lines of businesses under certain commodity codes, that information. So yeah, so at the least, we'll just ask for a good faith effort to see that, you took the time out, to see what you can do in that case.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi. I recently, well, not that recently, probably like over 30 days, I fill out the application for the MBE, but when I look into the system, it says submitted, but not received. So, what's the time in processing or how it goes?
Yes. Yeah, we say it could take 60 to 90 days for the process. And that can kind of depend, because if it ends up being something where Gina reviews the application and she needs more clarity, or she needs more documentation or anything, and if she gets back to you, and then the time it takes you to get back to her, so it can be kind of give or take that 60 to 90 days for the for it to be reviewed and completed.
When you're trying to meet the participation goals, is it just services or is it products as well?
It's all. So yeah, so like it's goods, services, products, construction, professional services, and like I was saying, obviously some are going to be, you can definitely get the participation, easily, but others, it could be, more of a challenge if it's, just something that is very like particular. And but it's, we at least ask for all of our contracts, and then the contracts are anything that's over $100,000. Go.
What I mean is we're a distributor of industrial supplies. So in St. Pete, a company won a contract to build the new pier, and they met their participation goals by using us to buy all their light poles and generators and all that sort of stuff. You guys do it similarly?
So it sounds like okay. And hang with me here. So it was that, so they were able to use you for their participation, and then you would buy like those supplies from other,
we either buy or make different parts that they need. So then they were just buying all kinds of equipment from us, tools. They bought all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then that counted toward their participation to meet the minority spend
Mhm.
under their prime contract. Is that the way it would work with
So
you guys?
yep, if you would provide whatever they needed, absolutely, yes.
Thanks.
Good afternoon now. So once registered, do any of these subcontractors, so once I'm registered with the City of Orlando, does that open up some of the business grant opportunities then within the city if I'm officially certified?
So that would be, unless if there's something that, if there was some type of grant that we were, that I guess we were going out for our certified firms, but other than that, no, like that wouldn't, you can still go out for other grants, because I think a lot of the other grants are going to go through more under our economic development. And yeah, so those would be separate. Yes, yes, yes.
So for OUC, you guys have a special program for MBEs too, or we had to like apply directly or something with vendor link? How it works with OUC?
So we don't have a certification. Many times the goods and services that that we're trying to procure it's just random, and it might be MWB, it might not. We are trying to challenge ourselves to set a goal. Right now our goal is 8% participation, but we don't require a certification. We are looking toward possibly expanding that, as many of the government grants like the IRA and the grid hardening that's coming from the federal require a certification. So we might lean into our partners at the city or the state on getting what their certification requirements are. But today, we have no certification requirements. If you submit your application and your supplier form and you say that you're a MWB, we're going to count that as our number. We are not going to go back and spot check and make sure you're telling the truth. We believe you when you submit the information. That's just with the asterisk behind that sentence that it's likely to change the more we get into the federal grant space. They're a little more stringent, but today, the way it stands, we don't require certification, but we do collect the information, and we do have a goal of 8%.
Any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you guys both. Thank you guys both so much for explaining the programs that you guys oversee and everything. But do we have any online ones? No? Okay, well, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We're gonna move. Thank you. We're gonna move forward. If I can have Charmaine come up. So she's going to introduce our next speaker.
Hi everyone, my name is Charmaine Charlie and I'm the Administrative Specialist at the National Center. I just want to thank you for sharing your time today. We appreciate you being here. And I'm going to invite Chris Johnson from our team back up to the stage. He's with our Apex Accelerator team.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to talk a little bit about doing business with FEMA. Most people think that when FEMA comes in, you're going to deal directly with them. It's not that case. It's a whole different organization set up. So we're going to go through a little bit of the process on how to do business with them and who do you need to contact, and what you need to do prior to all those meetings. So, what is FEMA's mission? So I'm going to do a little bit of reading, and then I'll do some dialogue and all that after that. FEMA's mission is to help people before, during, and after disasters. This is the top focus of everybody working with or for FEMA in the field. Once there is a presidential declaration of a major disaster or emergency, FEMA coordinates and collaborates with federal, state, local, and tribal agencies to get assistance to survivors. What people don't understand is that when FEMA moves into an area, they're going because it's been declared a national emergency or a national disaster or whatever the case may be. There is a local representative that works for Homeland Security that is already in those areas. They work for the counties or the parishes if you're in Louisiana, and they're there 24/7, 7 days a week to answer questions that you may have or to aid in repairing or cleaning up after disasters. That is the people that you're going to deal with whenever you're dealing with FEMA. Unless it's a huge national publicized disaster and FEMA just has to bring their own people in from DC to handle it, those are the normal people that you're going to deal with. So you need to learn who they are and reach out to those local county representatives. Police jurors are the ones who usually coordinate who they are and where they're located and their offices that they reside in. That's the people you want to establish relationships with. Again, FEMA was established in the U.S. By President Jimmy Carter in '79 with the intent of a federal agency managing a response to a national disaster. Today, FEMA deals with much more than natural disasters. In 2003, in the aftermath of 9/11 terrorist attacks, FEMA and 22 other agencies were combined to form the Department of Homeland Security. The idea was to look at both natural and human-made emergencies as matters of national security. In 2006, because of its inadequate response the year before to Hurricane Katrina, FEMA was reorganized under law signed by U.S. President George W. Bush. The law gave new powers to FEMA to help it prepare for future natural emergencies. So that's where these local representatives came from. They were designated to go into these counties and parishes and set up base and become part of those communities. In turn, they got to know who the people were in the areas. They were the first contacts that you would see, and that's who you would get permission to go do certain jobs. You would get contracts awarded, and that's the people who were given the money by FEMA to go ahead and pay you for the jobs that you're going to be soliciting. Importance of working with FEMA. Using your talent to support Americans in their times of greatest needs, foster innovation, reward performance and creativity, embrace complex challenges with a well-skilled, knowledgeable, high-performance workforce, serve the country before, during, and after disasters, make the nation safer, stronger, and more prepared, provide temporary housing to displaced individuals and coordinate services for disaster victims to receive food and water, work on plans to help prepare communities and the government in case of disaster. So here's where a little bit more of elaboration comes in. If you're looking to first get into doing business with FEMA and you're going to walk in the door and say, okay, I'm going to bid on these contracts that are out there, 99.9% you're not going to get it. You're going to have to establish these relationships ahead of time. John mentioned this earlier in some of his dialogue. Establishing those relationships prior are going to get these people to know who you are. They're going to depend on you, who you've done business with in the past. Can I rely on you to supply certain needs that you're going to be bringing to me in case this disaster hits? Water, shelter, housing, clothing, food, anything that may be needed. What have you done in the past? Have you been there for me prior on smaller instances? I can't encourage you enough to get out there and get involved in those communities wherever you're living. If you're going to be trying to do business with them in the future, get involved with those communities, volunteer, be part of what's going on, get them to know who you are and what you do and what you can provide, because it's all about the relationship in the end. Government contracting, and I do a lot of this for the procurement side, is somewhat about getting the best price and the best people, but it's a lot about having the right relationship with the people that you can depend on. Having the equipment, the personnel, the bonding, the reliability goes so much further than having the cheapest price. So if you're out there trying to get a FEMA bid or a regular contracting bid and they've never heard of you before, the odds are you're not going to get those contracts. So reach out to those people prior. What I'm finding now in these Homeland Security reps is that a lot of them want to do what's called pre-needs contracts. They're reaching out to whoever's in those areas, and they're saying, okay, who can supply me with water in a time of need? Who can supply me with the clothing, etc.? Whatever you have, whatever you can do, building, roofing, all of these different items that you can supply in natural disasters. They want to know who you are. What have you been doing prior? What are your stockade in the back to be able to supply this on a moment's notice? Can you be there? Can you have enough personnel? That's where you're going to win these contracts in the future. You're going to build all this ahead of time. Reach out to these people, let them know who you are, and just participate in whatever's going on. There's tons of local activities that are happening in those areas. There's always something that the Homeland Security guys are working on that may need assistance in, that may not require a $1 million contract. It might be a $5,000 job that somebody needs done. Volunteer for those. I cannot stress that enough. If you're doing all the small jobs, I can promise you when the big job comes up, you're going to be the person that's going to be contacted because you're doing all the other things for them. And even just participating in volunteer jobs. So in order to get all this done, you have to do certain things first. You have to register in SAM. I know it's not everybody's favorite. It's part of everyone's nightmare. But it's a process that has to be done. You have to go through SAM, reach out to your procurement agents, your Apex, your PTACs, whoever's in your areas. We can walk you through it. We can help you get set up. We can get you in contact with the people that need. If you're Native American, we're here for you. If you're not, we're going to show you where you need to be. Still, reach out to me. I'll point you in the direction that you need to be. That's what I'm here for. It's not a job for me. It's something that I do so I can help other people get where they need to be in life. I take great pleasure out of pointing you in the directions that you need, helping you out when you need it, or giving you the advice that you need to get your company successful. That's what we're here for. After SAM, everybody's favorite is the IRS, right? Everybody's looking forward to taxes next year, so that's what you got to do. You got to get your tax IDs set up. You got to have all those things ready to go so that you're a viable entity that someone can rely on, that you're legit, they know your business is there, everything's established with the federal government, and we can call on you to do a certain job and you can supply those means. During that registration process with FEMA, there is a section where you have to register for this, disaster response. You have to make sure that they understand that you are a person that is going to apply for disaster response assistance. Once you've done all of that, you're going to be in a list for them. And that's going to enable you to be recognized as a person who can supply goods or services when needed. This has to be done. Also going back in and SAM, like they said earlier, and updating your records, being current, making sure that you're putting stuff in. The little tricks and tips that they gave you earlier about putting in the sentences and the dots and going back and redoing it, it's great advice. It's funny, but it's great advice. It keeps you current and it keeps you in everybody's minds, and still reach out to those people that are in those areas. Contracting agents, FEMA representatives, Homeland Security representatives. Let them know who you are. Just check in every once in a while. Let them know that you're there in case they need anything. They may not need anything at all, but remind them of who you are. Now the proposal process comes in. That's where we can help you. If you want to submit a proposal and you want us to look over it before, I can't help you the day of that it's due. I can't help you maybe the day before, but if you give me some time within a couple of days, I can look over a proposal for you, and that's what your Apex coordinators do for you. We can look over the proposal, make sure that all your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed, everything looks good, and then submit the proposal. No one guarantees contracts. I know there's a lot of firms out there that are promising, we can get you these contracts. I don't know of any that actually do it. They promise it a lot, and they charge a lot for it, but we can do this for you, and we do this for you from the National Center for no fee. We'll check out everything for you, make sure everything looks good, and get you ready to submit a proposal that puts you on the top tier level of choice. Identify the contracts through SAM. We can send you what's called set-asides and proposals that SAM's putting out, and anything that's needed by FEMA that they're looking for certain jobs to be fulfilled or contracts to be awarded. We'll do those things for you and send them to you daily, weekly, or monthly, depending on how you want to set up your rotation. And those things will automatically go out to you. Your Apex coordinators will also get certain lists ahead of time, and we can send those out to you if we know what your NAICS codes are or what your certain jobs are. If they're dealing with disaster recovery, We look for certain things like that when hurricanes come through, fires, any other natural disasters, when we're sending them out to our clients saying, hey, look, you need to bid on certain things like this. They're available for you. Make sure your necessary documents are all in order. Capability statements, past performance records, insurance certificates, bonding, all of this stuff. Make sure it's all ready to go. You don't want to have to submit an application for a bid and then get rejected because you can't supply the documents that are necessary. Have all of those things in order ahead of time prior to doing all of this. We all want to be awarded the contracts when it comes time. But if you're not prepared and you don't have your paperwork ready, you're just fighting a losing battle because you're going to get kicked out. Once you submit the proposal or the bid, all required documents are prepared. Submit them according to the instructions outlined in the solicitation. Prior to submitting, talk to your coordinators. Reach out to them if it's your local, if it's your national center coordinators such as me or any of my other colleagues. Give it to us in time. Let us look at it. Make sure that it all looks good. It's going to help you make sure that you're not having anything get kicked back. That's what we're here for. 5, await the evaluation and the award decision. Your proposal or bid will be evaluated based on the stated criteria, and if selected, you'll receive the notification. Once you are selected, reach back out to that coordinator again, let them know that you've been selected, and see if there's anything else that you may need. A lot of these solicitations are pages and pages, which you probably know already. You need to have a lot of things in order, so make sure you're ready for these things and you're ready for these jobs with personnel, equipment, and supplies to get started when that bid is submitted. Because if you're awarded with it, they're going to want the jobs immediately. Make sure you're ready. Negotiate terms. In some cases, FEMA may negotiate contract details with the selected contractor before finalizing the agreement. This happens all the time. Something's going to change. Something's going to need, especially in a national disaster. They're looking for whoever can supply water. Let's just go back with that. I need 2,000 cases of water. That's going to turn into 5,000, 10,000, whatever the case may be. Just make sure that you can supply those items before you commit to it. The last thing you want to do is get awarded a contract and then not be able to supply it or fulfill it if the contract terms change. So be prepared for that. If you're going to stockpile something, make sure you overstock it and you're ready to go in a moment's notice on all that. Finally, begin the work. Once you successfully negotiated all your contract terms, work can begin as outlined in the contract. Do a great job. Make sure you're checking back with those contractors. Make sure that the solicitation is being fulfilled as it's being said, and you're going back to the person who awarded the contract and asking them if they're satisfied. Keep that relationship. Make sure that they are the first person you're talking to, either on a daily or a couple of week basis. Let them know how his contract is being taken care of. Make sure that they understand that you care and you're not there just to get paid and move on. That's going to reward you future contracts as well. Those contractors like that. They go back to the same people over and over, and they want to know it's somebody that they can depend on. Again, looking for the lowest bid, that's probably 5th or 6th on their list. Reliability, comfortability, and dependability are going to be what wins you contracts in the future, especially with the FEMA people that I've talked to in the past. They go back to the same people over and over. That's who they get comfortable with. That's who they deal with. Here's my deal on building the relationships. I've stressed it probably 100 times already. Identify and start with your state emergency management and response agency, then find city, county, and parish agencies. That's the local Homeland Security people that I've talked about. You need to reach out to them. It's a huge list. I wish I could compile one that would give everybody in the country a list of who they are, but it changes constantly. Those people move in and out. New people are appointed. They're all over the place. Every county has their own, so they kind of run it the way they want, and they coordinate it with Homeland Security. But you need to find out who they are. My first stops anytime I'm trying to find somebody is contact the person that's in charge of the police jury for the county. They know exactly who that person is, how to get in touch with them, and how you can reach out to them personally. You need to meet them in person. If you can, go out there and find them. Don't send them emails, don't call them. Most of the time they're going to get to you whenever they get not busy, which is very rare. They're always busy doing something. Find out who they are, arrange an in-person meeting, Get them to know who you are, drop off a capability statement, and then say, hey, do you have anything coming up that you need help with? Can I volunteer to help you with some other things? That's when you start building that relationship with that person. Locate the volunteer agencies such as CERT, the emergency response teams, the local emergency response teams, the Red Cross. All of those things are going to get your names known. Volunteer, volunteer, volunteer. Somebody from your organization needs to volunteer in these types of deals so that it gets you welcome and recognized when it comes time. When a disaster is going to strike, when a small disaster, it doesn't always have to be a $10 million job for you. It's going to be a $5,000 job sometimes. But whenever that disaster strikes, you're going to be the first person that comes to mind because you're always there. You're always helping. You have somebody from your organization volunteering, helping set up, putting your name out there. Make sure those capability statements are in those local FEMA reps' hands and they understand exactly what you can and can't do. Get acquainted, review available information for each identified agency to determine their setup and operation, including especially how they handle emergencies for people with disabilities. That is a big deal. Make sure that you are capable of handling people that cannot take care of themselves. Most disaster relief thinks that, oh, we're just going to go in and give them water, shelter, or clothing. You've got a ton of people who are displaced. They have nowhere to go. Some of them are disabled. They have no ability to get to wheelchairs, walking equipment, whatever may be needed. Make sure that you know how to supply all of those things as well, and you can take care of those people in a timely and efficient manner. They need to be taken care of just as importantly as everyone else. And they may be left behind because they can't get to that front of that line, or they can't get to wherever they're going in order to see the assistance that they need. Just recently in North Carolina, FEMA issued a deal where everybody had to go and apply for the help that they were giving. Well, they couldn't apply. They had no internet. They had no computers. They had no homes. They didn't even know where they were going to stay. So they were donating satellite systems, I believe, from Starlink. And one of the volunteer organizations said, look, this is great. We need generators now to be able to power these types of things. And people started doing that. They were donating the generators. They were giving them everything that was needed to get everybody set up. So be aware of who's in those areas and do what you can. If they have training sessions, attend them. If you can offer training sessions on what needs to be done, offer them. They're gonna take advantage of them, I promise you. Schedule meetings, determine if any of the entities have regularly scheduled meetings that you can be involved in. I know police jurors have a meeting once a month. Try to attend them at least once every couple of months if you can every month. Make sure that you're there and you make sure that you're meeting those police jurors and you make sure you're meeting that Homeland Security rep as well. That's the people who are going to determine if you're going to get those jobs in those areas. In that county and parish, if they're declared a disaster, they're reaching out to the people that they know. I see you every month. I've talked to you in the past. You've helped me out in a jam when I needed it for something else that was small. For sure you're going to get this job when it comes up. Get involved. Whatever you have to do, do it. If you want to win these contracts in the future, let them know that you care more than just the contract. You care about their lives, you care about their communities, and you're part of those communities. FEMA offers training all the time. I'm going to be doing one in, I think it's August of next year, and we plan these things way ahead of time, with my FEMA representative. I have business cards. Again, if you want some later, let me know. I'll put you on a list when that comes available. I don't know exactly what day it's going to be yet, but we're going to do Zoom meetings and team meetings on how to do business with FEMA with the FEMA representatives themselves. And they're going to tell you a little bit more inside of what they're looking for and how to go about it. A lot more in detail than what I'm doing here. I like to focus on more the local because that's the people who are going to get the majority of the deals whenever a disaster strikes. When huge televised events happen, that's when FEMA gets involved and you're going to see FEMA tents set up and everything else. Again, offer training in anybody you can in those organizations as well as how to provide assistance as needed. If you can develop some kind of training course on what to do in case of a natural disaster, it doesn't have to be company oriented. Just what to do in those types of natural disasters, offer those training courses. Because they're going to have that stuck in their head when this strikes. I remember X company showed me how to do all of this, but hey, X company actually does this too. They can help us with this. I'm going to bring them in for that. So offer things that they're not used to, and you can come in and do those things for free. It'll get your name out there. Again, it's networking. Judge it as that. These are your references for more resources. FEMA.gov, the industry doing business with FEMA, SBA, IRS. APTAC will find your local Apex coordinator, and then NC AIED, which is us, and Apex accelerators, which are in your different areas. If you're Native American, utilize us. I can't stress that more to you than I have. We are a free service. We're here for you. Department of Defense makes sure that we're here for you, and we supply you with whatever needed as far as research, advice, counseling on anything that you have, and overview of any bids that you may submit. We've done it in the past. If I can't answer your question, I guarantee you someone in our organization can. They've been around for a long time. Our resources are almost unlimited, and we have contacts everywhere if you have questions you have. So other than that, that's about it. This is who I am. I have cards in the back if you want some. Any questions from anybody? Yes. Sure.
So when you're doing contracting with FEMA, what FEMA programs are you typically trying to get funding or contracts with? Is this individual assistance? Is this mitigation? Well, PA is a different animal, and that's why I was curious.
When people reach out to me to see what's available, it's mostly individual assistance. The larger assistance that's requested is going to be mostly put out in those bids by FEMA. If it's local stuff, is that what you're asking?
Well, yes and no, because public assistance is run through it's a reimbursement program by the cities and counties and states. So at that point, you are contracting with those individual entities, not with FEMA. So that's where I was going with that.
Correct. And FEMA gives that monies to that local Homeland Security rep, and those are
emergency managers?
Correct.
The county emergency managers, okay.
And those are the people who are going to disperse those monies back to where they need to be.
No, but that's okay. We'll talk.
Not answering? Okay.
No, I've got 25 years in with FEMA PA, so that's actually not how FEMA public assistance works, but we can have that discussion
Okay.
afterwards.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm late to the game. I own another business, so I had a customer engagement I had to do today. But I've been in government contracting over 15 years after retiring from the military. I recently started, excuse me, a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business, having grown another business for a former senior rater of mine in the business. Over the past 6 years, we grew that 10x in revenues. Now I've started my own because they're no longer small. So I have a lot of contacts in emergency management, preparedness, and relief at the national level, folks. But the local folks, did you say, I was listening to you on my drive over, did you say that you guys can put us in contact with those local FEMA reps?
We can help in getting in contact with that. Yes, I have in the past. And that's where you get more of that groundwork, what's going on locally with those local contacts for the Homeland Security reps. Correct.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Am I supposed to talk to you now, Chris? We've got 32 years in disaster recovery. And I went to New Orleans for a 30-day contract that lasted 10 years after Katrina. So what you're talking about on your side is predominantly IA assistance. And we did some work on our GC side with the IA side of that. And they have some major like IDIQ contracts that are out there you've got to get into. We also did work with them in Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, American Samoa, Guam, with those pieces. So if my wife, she's with AECOM, if we can be of any help with you on your training classes or those pieces, we're available to help.
I would greatly appreciate that, and I will get in contact with you for that.
Okay.
Yes.
I would just say the building relationships, especially with your local counties, cities, emergency managers, immediately after a storm for public assistance, those individual entities are the ones responsible for doing the initial emergency response. FEMA's going to come.
So we would do a lot of rescues during the hurricane itself, because the police and fire were stopped when the wind got above 40 miles an hour. They weren't allowed out. And so we went out and rescued a lot of people, Plaquemines all the way over to Texas, you know, wherever we had to go with that group. My first airboat, I was looking for water. I opened a 100-quart cooler and it was full of beer. So you know it was a coon-ass airboat.
Well, I'm from Louisiana. I'm from that Lafayette
Very
area.
familiar with that.
I know exactly what you mean.
He's up by Alexandria.
Yeah. Well, a little further south. I'm closer to Lafayette.
Yeah.
Cajun Navy is very popular there. Cajun Navy has become a standard bearer for the area now. They just out in the hurricanes in North Carolina and Florida. They're one of the first responders, and it's just local people that get together. Much respect for them. I'm a Coast Guard veteran, and I have nothing but respect for all of those guys. I've volunteered with them several times in the past. Great jobs that they do. They're always fearless, everyone that I've ever met, but that's who we are. So, but yeah, thank you.
It was a great 7 years with them, you know, off and on. Here, I'm sorry.
Any other questions? Okay, one more.
So I just want to supplement. So we do work with FEMA from the utility perspective, and we're on the public assistance side. So maybe during the roundtable, we could bounce back and forth, and I can share what we do from our perspective as it relates to FEMA and restoration efforts, and kind of how it works and what happens when we're in that response mode. So we can tackle that.
Excellent. Looking
in the
forward to that.
roundtable.
Any other questions? All right.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
I'm gonna stay up here. Help me with this.
Yeah, what you got?
Okay. Okay, just real quick while we have our Native Edge podcast QR code up. So, like I mentioned earlier, the National Center has a podcast, and we're in our 13th episode. It's our 13th episode. This one, I believe, is with Fawn Sharp. Awesome lady. So feel free to download it, listen to it on your drive. A lot of good information is shared on there too as well. So really excited about our podcast. But right now we have 2 more tickets to give away for Res. So I think I saw another person come in. Did you put yours in? Oh, yeah.
They can't give it away.
Oh, we can't give it away.
They have to use it this year.
And it has to be used for Res 2025. Okay. All right. So you can't give it away, and it has to be for Res 2025, and you must be present right now. And it's only for our in-person ones right now. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, did you need to put one in? Okay. Okay. So just real quick about our Reservation Economic Summit. It's hosted in Las Vegas, and I know Aaron went through a lot of information that already. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joanne. Oh, yeah. We have a bunch of information on the registration desk that all of the speakers provided to us, so please feel free to get them on your way out. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do the first one. All right. I don't think he's here. Raymond Castellon. Yep. Okay. Over here. All right. Phil Holloway? Phil Holloway? No. I think it's Delencia, Augustine Doris.
Healthcare staffing?
No? Okay. Cecil. Okay. Yeah.
I've already got reservations, so yes, I'm planning to go.
Yeah. Redraw. Okay. What was that? Oh, the one we called?
Oh, you called me? You did?
I think I did. Hold on. Oh gosh.
Is that this one?
No, I think it was this one.
This one? Bethania? Yeah. That's you? That's you. There you go.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
Nope. We're gonna. She's gonna take care of you.
I'll email you. Okay.
Good deal.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just for the ticket. Mm-hmm. Yes. 1,200 for registration, so that's what the ticket is worth. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. If we could say goodbye to the online audience. Thank you guys for joining us. We're going to go into roundtable discussions in our next room. So we have our speakers that are still here with us. We have different tables labeled for them. You can use this time for networking purposes with either the speakers or other attendees. All right. Thank you guys so much.